So the question is that the motion be agreed to in respect of those three paragraphs as outlined by Senator McKim, which is 6F, 6H and 9J. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. Just wanting to make sure we've got clarity, and also just while we're checking in relation to one other aspect of this, because it's a very chaotic process being imposed upon the Senate by the government, that the function of, or the result of Senator McKim's request is, of course, for those three bills to be put separately but together, and that obviously the intent of the Greens in making that request, given what's required in the standing orders, is presumably that they are voting one way on all of the rest of the motion in its totality and a different way on those three particular bills.
Very well described. Thank you, Senator Birmingham. So I have put the question. I'm happy to put it again. So the question is that 6F, 6H and 9J be taken together and voted on. So those of that opinion say aye. My goodness, I've just spelled it out, but I will say it again. So the question that I'm asking for agreement on is the motion is motion is moved by Senator Kim, which is 6F, 6H, 9J be taken together and moved as one, which is exactly as you described, Senator Birmingham.
President, could I propose that you should put the rest of the motion first, because in fact those clauses on their own are meaningless without the enabling clauses in the rest of the motion.
Well,
so it would make more sense to put
that I move them together,
the rest of the motion first,
I can do
excluding those three bills, and then to put those three clauses.
So the question now is, does any other senator wish to have or to vote in a different way if I put the remainder of this amendment without 6F, 6H and 9J? I'm not seeing anyone calling for... Yeah. So the question is that the motion be agreed to and that we treat separately 6F, 6H and 9J. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Okay. I have requested that the advisors at the back of the room remain seated. It is a privilege for you to be in this place. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Senator Gallagher without 6F, 6H, 9J be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Giacconi as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. At Senator Hanson-Young. Order. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I am advised that as 6F, 6H and 9J don't have operative clauses to them, they are now redundant, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Online Safety Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024, second reading debate.
All yours, then.
Okay. Order, Senators. For those of you who are not participating in this debate, could I ask that you leave the chamber quietly? If you are remaining in the chamber, please resume your seats and observe the proceedings in silence. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I rise today in support of this legislation, and I want to make one thing abundantly clear from the outset. The Coalition has always been firmly opposed to the implementation of a mandatory digital ID. There is rightfully widespread concern in the community about the security of personal data. With data breaches and leaks from major corporations dominating the news, it's entirely understandable that Australians are worried about the safety of their private information. But beyond the issues of data security, there is a much bigger concern at the heart of this debate: the growing dangers that social media poses for our children. And when it comes to the tech giants, platforms like Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram and TikTok, it's clear these mega corporations have shown time and time again that they have not prioritised our children's safety. I echo the very real concerns of many who reached out to me on this matter, and I want to be clear that I don't support any system, including a digital ID, that compromises the privacy and security of Australians. Such things should always be voluntary. Thanks to the efforts of the Coalition, the bill includes crucial safeguards that prevent social media companies from forcing anyone to hand over sensitive personal information or documentation. This bill is not about restricting individual freedoms or lecturing parents on how to raise their children. It's about giving parents the tools and support they need to protect their kids from the very real dangers that are online. The core focus of this legislation is simple. It demands that social media companies take reasonable steps to identify and remove underage users from their platforms. This is a responsibility these companies should have been fulfilling long ago, but for too long they have shirked these responsibilities in favour of profit. This is not a radical concept, it's a necessary one. Similar provisions are already in place in places like Florida, Utah and Louisiana, where social media companies are required to take reasonable steps to verify the ages of their users. These steps are overseen by regulators, ensuring that companies are held accountable for their actions. Under this legislation, failure to comply could result in fines of up to $50 million. Let's be clear, these companies have the capability to act. They can deploy their vast resources when they choose to do so. Take TikTok, for example. In 2023, TikTok removed 76 million underage accounts globally, including 1 million right here in Australia. So that's 76 million underage accounts globally they removed. And they did that of their own accord. And it wasn't too difficult, too complex, too hard, or anything like that. They just did it. They did this also without requiring digital IDs or any sensitive personal documentation. Instead, they used technology they already have. They used technology that they already use. The same technology that they can use to customise feeds and algorithms, which they do every single day. They use it to identify underage users. If TikTok can do this, so can other tech giants like Meta, which is valued at some $2 trillion. Imagine if there were a financial incentive to identify underage accounts. I expect we wouldn't have to wait too long to see some outcomes in that regard. Mark Zuckerberg and his billionaire peers have repeatedly demonstrated that they care more about money than they do about the safety and the mental health of our children. They have the ability to do this without compromising or changing any mechanisms of privacy that people have not already handed over when they open their own accounts voluntarily. This bill takes a big stick approach. It's the only way to get their attention and force them to make the changes that are so desperately needed. We must hold them to account, and this legislation does just that. Social media and the digital world is an ever-evolving tech behemoth, and it's long overdue for our laws to evolve with it. Ask any millennial what their online experiences were like 10 years ago, and compared to now, you'll see a massive shift, and it's not a good shift. It's not a positive one. Social media platforms for young people were once dominated by dedicated safe spaces for children. Sites like Club Penguin, where families felt confident that their kids were protected. But today that landscape has changed dramatically. Studies show that just a single exposure to extremist, racist, misogynistic or violent content can trigger algorithms that push even more harmful content to the viewer. Just one view. And then it can become part of your standard feed. So a child just needs to happen across it once, and then it'll keep coming. And we aren't talking about websites on the dark web. We aren't talking about obscure blogs on the depths of the internet. We are talking about content that is littered across TikTok, Instagram and Facebook. TikTok, which was deliberately designed to be addictive. Think about that for a moment. Do we really want 13-year-old children being exposed to this kind of platform and content where their purpose was to make it addictive to our children? This should be unfathomable, yet here we are. The protection of children from the toxic elements of social media and the online space is one of the most urgent issues of our time. And this is not about telling parents how to care for their children. Parents are already doing everything that they can. But social media is one of the biggest problems discussed among parents across our country. I've spoken to countless parents who are literally crying out for help, telling me they need action to protect their children from the risks online. Polling from YouGov shows that 77% of parents support measures to safeguard children from the harmful effects of social media. Parents know the dangers these platforms pose for their children, and they want us to help them take action. They want us to help them protect their children. The data tells a harrowing story. The mental health of Australian children, especially girls, has deteriorated at an alarming rate over the past decade. Hospitalisations for self-harm among girls aged 10 to 14 have increased by over 300% in that time. Young boys are targeted by sexual predators, with the AFP reporting hundreds of incidents this year alone. And these are those that, and what about those that go unreported, where the parents are unaware of the grooming and attempted grooming of their children? There need to be mechanisms in place to minimise this as much as humanly possible. We had a hearing on Monday, albeit a brief one, in relation to this matter, and I was deeply disturbed by some of the comments from one of the witnesses who suggested that there was an exaggeration as to the harms found online. I don't think there's an exaggeration. I think it's very real, and I think it's incredibly problematic. And I think if we continue to pretend that it's not happening, it will continue to get worse and worse unchecked. We have a responsibility and an accountability to protect these children. I read an article recently which talked about the challenge of putting this genie back into the bottle. We can't walk away from this just because it's hard. We can't walk away from it just because it's uncomfortable. And we can't walk away from it just because, you know, some of the kids won't like it. And that's a reality. It's a shift and it's a change in what we have said is acceptable. But what we are saying here today is that we do not think it's acceptable for our children to be exposed to harms and predators online, and for that to continue to occur under our watch. These statistics should be a wake-up call for all of us. Social media, which we looked to connect us, is instead contributing to a growing crisis in our children's mental health. We cannot point to the issues of a loss of some of that connection as to the reason to cling on to it in the face of the damage being done to our children. It is not a zero-sum game. This is not just about the harmful content. Kids face pressure, bullying, and unrealistic beauty standards. They think that everything that they see there is how things should be. We all know as adults that what we see on social media is not necessarily real. Most of us had the opportunity to grow up without it forming our opinions. We owe that same ability to have a childhood to our own children. And we need to stop the toxic culture of comparison that these platforms offer and foster. This bill seeks to address these issues head-on and protect our children from the negative effects of social media. This legislation represents a major step forward in protecting the privacy and well-being of Australian families. The Coalition has worked to ensure that this bill includes critical privacy protections to ensure that no platform can force users to provide sensitive personal information such as digital IDs, driver's licences or passports. This is not about surveillance. It's about protecting our children in a world that is increasingly digital. I also want to highlight that while this legislation shapes an important step forward, it should be just the beginning. We must take further action to address another critical issue that is damaging the well-being of young people: the toxic prevalence and normalisation of pornography and its continued availability in the lives of children and adolescents. A study conducted this year by the Queensland University of Technology revealed a stark and disturbing reality. Pornography is playing a significant role in shaping young people's sexual understandings, expectations and experiences. Even more troubling is the finding that children as young as 8, 9 and 10 are being exposed to this harmful content online. We cannot hide from this and pretend it's somebody else's problem. It's our problem. This is insidious, damaging and cannot be ignored. The impact of early exposure to pornography is profound, distorting young minds and contributing to unrealistic and unhealthy views of relationships. We must extend our efforts to help parents protect their children from this dangerous content that they are too often exposed to and take steps to limit the availability and accessibility of pornography to children. We need stronger laws and more comprehensive measures to tackle all of these issues head-on and to ensure that we are doing everything in our power to safeguard the mental and emotional well-being of the next generation. This is a fight that we cannot walk away from. This is a necessary and meaningful step towards ensuring the safety of our children online. This bill will force big tech companies to take responsibility for the products and the services that they provide and make a lot of money out of. Prioritising the well-being of young Australians over their commercial agendas and their profits. With this legislation, we can make a real, lasting difference in protecting the next generation. This is a pivotal moment in our country. We have drawn a line in the sand. The enormous power of big tech can no longer remain unchecked in Australia. Thank you.
Senator Henderson is next on my list, but Hanson, we will rotate the call as per Standing Order 186.
I'm glad for Standing Order 186. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise in relation to this piece of legislation, and firstly let me say what a disgrace it is that this bill only tabled in the House of Representatives last Thursday is now being has been railroaded and rushed through the process here across the parliament. Tabled in the House on Thursday, sent to a Senate inquiry that only sat for 3 hours on Monday. Submissions from stakeholders and interested parties were open for less than 24 hours on Friday. Talk about putting out the bins, taking out the rubbish. That's exactly how this whole bill has been treated by the major parties. And the reason that this bill is being rushed without scrutiny, without appropriate review, is because both the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, and the Prime Minister are worried that if people really knew about what the consequences of this piece of legislation mean, they wouldn't support it. Mr Dutton is desperate, despite all the hoo-ha and the flurry we've had in here this morning about rushing pieces through and guillotining bills through this place. This is the one piece of legislation that the Liberal coalition, the Liberal and the National Party, want rammed through this place this week. This is the one thing, and every Australian voter and every Liberal Party and National Party voter should hear this. The Liberal Party, the one priority they have this week is to smash this piece of legislation through without review. Why? Because Mr Dutton doesn't want people to notice. Mr Dutton does not want people to notice that despite the huge concern, the wheels falling off on his own side, the fact he can't keep his own people in the tent, he wants it rammed through at a minute to midnight, Christmas Eve, the last day of the parliamentary year, because he doesn't want people to notice. I mean, this is the bloke who talks tough. This is the bloke who says, you know, I will be tough on this and I will be tough on this and I will say what needs to be said. He is hiding. He is hiding on this bill and he's rushing it through and he doesn't want people to notice. What a load of gutlessness from the Leader of the Opposition. But of course, it suits the government of the day as well, because despite expert after expert after expert, this bill will not keep children or young people safe. It won't. And I understand the best endeavours and intentions of people in this place and around the country who want to make social media safer for our children and our young people. We need to make social media safer for everybody, for women, for people of colour, for those who are isolated, for older Australians who feel totally unable to engage and understand how quickly this technology has happened. We of course know it's senior Australians who are continually duped and tricked and targeted by scammers on social media. They need protection too. They need to be able to know that when they log on to Facebook or they open up YouTube or they participate in sharing their playlist on Spotify, young and old Australians have the right to know the platform is safe. We wouldn't expect that the rules of safety, respect, civil discourse are out the window in the car park at Coles. We don't think that just because something happens in the car park at Coles rather than the car park at Woolworths, that there is a different set of rules and standards and laws to be enforced. But here we have a situation where online and in social media, it's a free-for-all. So we do need to do something about making these platforms safer. For far too long, the big tech companies have hoodwinked governments, have hoodwinked bureaucrats, have set their own rules, made massive profits off self-regulating or non-regulating themselves. And it's time that that was reined in. But that's not what this bill does. This bill gives a false sense of security. It gives the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition a fig leaf to say they understand, they care about parents' concerns about children and young people online. But they're trying to fool Australian parents. They're trying to look like they're doing something while actually doing not much at all. I think this is really dangerous. I think giving Australian parents a false sense of security is actually going to make things more harmful for our young people online, more harmful for women on social media, more dangerous for our young people, our teenagers who are already dealing with so many issues in this world. This is a bill that is the example of the emperor with no clothes. And Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese, as the leaders of the two major parties who want to rush this through without scrutiny, they're standing there side by side naked. They don't have they are emperors with no clothes. And they want people to be fooled. We actually need a serious debate about what we do to make these platforms genuinely safer, so that young people aren't exploited, targeted, harassed. They're not in danger of harassment or distress. But that's not what this bill does. If this government really cared about making these platforms safer, you wouldn't be rushing this. You would be putting a duty of care on these platforms to make them responsible for ensuring they have a legal requirement and responsibility to protect their customers, to protect the users, to protect everyday people. But instead, this bill lets the big tech companies off the hook by pretending that young people can just be banned from the internet. It is fool's gold. And it's dangerous. Tech experts, mental health experts, youth advocates are all saying if we do this, the result will be twofold. One, young people will get around it, or they will find their way onto platforms on the dark web, which are far more insidious, which are much more dangerous and much harder for parents and legal enforcement, frankly, to keep an eye on what is going on. And secondly, for those that have been able to circumvent the rules and get themselves online, the tech companies have no obligation, no requirement to make sure if you get through the cracks, if you get online as a young person, that you'll be kept safe. So they'll either be pushed into the darkest parts of the web, and they won't want to tell their parents what's going on because they'll be worried their phone's going to be taken away. So they spiral further and further into isolation from their friends, their family, from medical experts who may be able to help them, school counsellors, teachers. They'll become even more isolated and vulnerable. Or if they're smart enough, like most kids around the age of 14, 15, you'll work out your way to crack the code, to get into Instagram, to get onto TikTok, to set yourself up on a social media platform. the false premise that it's only for adults. So they're going to be swimming around on a platform that has no obligation or concern for keeping children and young people safe. This is a disaster unfolding before our eyes. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. Prime Minister says he's worried about social media. The Leader of the Opposition says, let's ban it. It's a race to the bottom to try and pretend who can be the toughest, and all they end up with is pushing young people into further isolation and giving the platforms the opportunity to continue the free-for-all, because now there's no social responsibility required. There's been some promises made around regulating the platforms to make them safer, make them more responsible, stop them from profiteering off harmful content. But none of that is in this bill. The social media ban is the emperor with no clothes. Fool's gold. It's pretend. It's like going to the reject shop, purchasing the dodgy floaties, putting them on your kids and then saying, there you go kids, jump in the deep end, see how you float. No parent would responsibly do that. And the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition shouldn't make them do it. This bill is rubbish. And I'm angry about it because it doesn't actually meet the needs, the very serious needs of the concerns and the very real concerns that parents have. It's pretend. The Prime Minister and Peter Dutton are pretending to deal with a very, very serious issue. There's a reason they didn't want this to go through a proper Senate inquiry. There is a reason they don't want people talking about it. There's a reason this is being done at the last minute of this parliamentary session, and it's because they know it's a bad piece of legislation, that it won't do what they say it will do, but they don't want people to know about it. Trying to fool the Australian population that they are doing this in the interests of children is abhorrent. They're not. They're doing it in their own political interests. This is a political fix, not a social media fix. The ban is rubbish.
Senator Hanson, just before I call you, Senator Henderson, sorry, Senator Hanson-Young, I think you had a second reading amendment you wanted to...
And I would ask that that be foreshadowed.
Thank you. Could you just move that for Senator Hanson-Young?
I move the second reading amendment in my name.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Coalition will be supporting this bill following its passage through the House yesterday. I'm pleased to say that the Coalition has worked to strengthen the provisions of this bill. These are important changes which, in our view, have significantly strengthened the planned legislation in at least two areas. Firstly, in relation to privacy. There will be new provisions stating that people cannot be compelled to provide digital ID or government-issued identity documents such as driver's licences or passports under this legislation. We are pleased to see this supported in the recommendations of the Senate inquiry. Secondly, following our negotiations with the government, changes will be made so that the Communications Minister will be able to make rules specifying information which social media platforms are not able to collect in order to comply with the legislation. This will enable the Minister to make rules to ensure that guidelines issued under the legislation are appropriate and proportionate to the objectives of the law. These are both significant changes which materially strengthen the bill. It is important to get this bill right and that we pass it into law, because there are parents across Australia who are looking to us to take action now on the scourge of social media which is harming our young people. It deals with an issue on which the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, has once again led the national debate. In June, Mr Dutton committed to implementing an age limit of 16. He announced that a coalition government would raise the age of social media access to 16 and said it would be at the top of his priority list for his first 100 days in office. 5 months later, the Prime Minister has come on board with legislation which the Coalition has sought to strengthen, and I will have more to say on that shortly. This debate is the latest policy lead from the Coalition regarding online safety. We have been driving for action on age verification, particularly in the last year since the release of the roadmap for age verification was made public. We announced plans for a trial of technologies in November last year, including $6.7 million in funding, a figure almost identical to the number the government is now using for their trial. And it comes, of course, after the Coalition, as I say, led this debate. In the same month, we introduced legislation for the trial to occur. This builds on the fact that it was a coalition government which established the world-leading Online Safety Act. And so, a year after we sought to legislate action to strengthen efforts for online safety, here we are debating this bill. We are glad the government is now on board, and we are generally supportive of this bill, which seeks to protect Australian teenagers from the harms and tragedies linked to social media. This is a totemic issue for Australian families, and it is well past time that action was taken. We are debating a bill which provides a vital reform designed to help young Australians and their families for generations to come. We come to this Parliament to help people in our communities across this nation. That is our task, and this bill seeks to achieve that. It will not only provide protections for our young, but importantly, it will also arm parents with the laws in place which will help them to set rules at home with their kids. For the mums and dads of Australia, that's a really important principle here, helping them to set protective boundaries for their children, opening up family discussions about the importance of online safety, and helping parents to get more involved in what is a really important issue for families. There is clear community support for these measures. Parents are telling us, and that's reinforced by a new poll from YouGov, which has shown that 77% of Australians back the under-16 social media ban. So let me speak to the bill. It is, of course, designed to set the age limit of 16 for young people to hold a social media account. This is aimed at reducing the harms which social media is causing to young people. The bill provides for a new, broader definition of social media companies age-restricted social media platforms, which will now capture Snapchat, as well as other major social media platforms such as TikTok, Facebook, Reddit, Instagram and X. There will be a rule-making power for the Minister to exclude specific classes of services from the definition. This would carve out messaging services, online games and services which support health and education of users, which would include YouTube, as well as WhatsApp, Messenger Kids, Reach Outs, Peer Chat and Google Classroom. It requires relevant social media companies to take reasonable steps to prevent age-restricted users from having an account with the social media platform. As I mentioned earlier, privacy issues are of the utmost importance to us in the Coalition, and we have worked extremely hard to strengthen this legislation. The bill prohibits platforms from using information collected for age assurance purposes for any other purpose unless explicitly agreed by the individual. Once information has been used for age assurance, it must be destroyed unless the individual agrees to it being retained. Failure to delete information constitutes a breach of the Privacy Act and will attract significant penalties. The Office of the Australian Information Commissioner will also provide oversight of the privacy provisions related to this bill. Driving the need for these laws, we know there is widespread concern and evidence about the severe mental health impact of social media on children. We have seen disturbing global trends in youth mental health since the rise of social media, especially for girls. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, there has been a more than threefold increase in the rate of intentional self-harm hospitalisations for girls under 14 from 2008-09 through to 2022-23. In recent years, there have been large increases in the rate of mental health issues amongst children and young people. As a 2022 independent report on self-harm, commissioned by Australia's Therapeutic Goods Association noted, there have been very large increases in all intentional self-poisonings in older children, adolescents, ages under 10 to 19, worldwide over the recent decade. Leading psychologist Dr. Simon Wiltsch, a strong supporter of setting an age limit for social media, said, "A 200% increase in 10 to 14-year-olds experiencing an eating disorder over the last 12 years strongly overlaps with the rapid growth in social media use by children." Clinical psychologist Dr. Danielle Einstein told the Senate inquiry into this bill that any benefits of social media to mental health are far outweighed by the disadvantages. She said, "I do not see any benefits for mental health from social media. I've looked really hard at the evidence, and even if there were to be some, I think they are far outweighed by their disadvantage. But for mental health, I do not see any benefits." We also recall that it was the US Surgeon General who made the important point: the mental health crisis among young people is an emergency, and social media has emerged as an important contributor. We simply cannot ignore such evidence. The harm being caused to young Australians has also been demonstrated in the tragic cases which we have seen in News Corp's Let Them Be Kids coverage. Families torn apart after their children fell foul to social media. And I would also like to pay credit to the work of the 36 Months Group, which has also secured nearly 128,000 signatures from people urging the age limit to be raised to 16. In recent weeks and months, we have seen here in this building a number of the parents of children who have died after falling foul of social media. Some have been carrying the ashes of their dead daughter or son. They have told terrible, tragic stories. Their lives and families torn apart by social media. We must honour them and the memories of their children. We owe it to our communities to get this done and not to be distracted by those often well-meaning people who may say this is too hard or the kids will get around this. We support the legislation and highlight the work of the Coalition to strengthen this legislation, particularly in relation to privacy, which we have strongly argued is extremely important. Acting Deputy President, I support this bill because it is the right thing to do. We should not delay. We should get this important reform done right now. Thank you.
Senator Sharma.
Acting Deputy President, let me commence by saying that I share the concerns of some of my colleagues that the process for considering this bill has been suboptimal, to say the least. The amount of time provided for experts and interested parties to make submissions, the amount of time for the Senate committee to consider this legislation. Indeed, the lack of supporting evidence that we've been able to marshal. And I would have to point the finger here at the government. This is something that the opposition has been calling on for some time. It's the testing of age verification technology, and the trial is something that the Safety Commissioner first proposed at least 2 years ago, that the opposition encouraged the government to move expeditiously with. And if that trial had commenced when it should have done and concluded by now, we would be having a more informed discussion about some of the technological solutions available. In short, I would have liked more time, and I think the Senate and our processes deserve more time to consider this. But at the same time, I'm not someone who likes to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and I recognise that in the words of Bismarck, the making of legislation is often like the making of sausages. It can be ugly and particularly indecorous at times, but it's how things get done. And I recognise there is an opportunity in this parliament at this time to pass this legislation, even with these deficiencies in process, and I don't believe that's an opportunity we should let slip. Now, I approach this issue, indeed any issue of government regulation and intervention into the private lives of individuals, and particularly households and parents, as a sceptic and needing to be convinced of what is the argument here for why government should be able to limit the freedom of children in this instance and in some respects remove or curtail the rights of parents and their own decisions about how they raise their children. And I respect those of my colleagues here and elsewhere who've made that point. To counter that, I would just make two fundamental propositions. Firstly, in my reading of the evidence that it's available, the evidence of harm is quite overwhelming, and the evidence of benefit, if you like, is quite limited. But I would also say that protecting children from harm is a conservative proposition. It's about helping preserve families, protect people who are vulnerable, whose capacities and abilities have not yet reached the age of maturity. And it's a different proposition than interfering in the lives and the freedoms and the choices of fully formed consenting adults. And we recognise this, of course, in a number of ways. Children do not have the same rights as adults. And in this instance, in this vertical, if you like, I think the case is equally well made. I do believe that the evidence that unregulated access to social media is harming children is overwhelming. I think if you've read Jonathan Haidt's book, The Anxious Generation, subtitled How the Great Rewiring of Childhood is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness, I do think the evidence is well marshalled in that book, and I think it has a strong empirical basis, and this harm seems to be especially pronounced amongst girls, not only girls of course, but predominantly amongst girls. Now, this doesn't mean that every child who uses social media is likely to encounter harm. In fact, overwhelmingly, they're not. This is really about quite a small minority, but a small but significant enough minority. And the harm can go from the more extreme ends, ostracisation leading to bullying, leading to self-harm, and in the most tragic cases, suicide, the development of obsessive characteristics, the development of eating disorders, and those individual instances have been well documented, including here in Australia. Doubtless social media wasn't the sole cause of that. It was only a contributing factor, but nonetheless an important contributing factor. But even for those children who do not suffer such harms, and I recognise that that is the overwhelming majority of such users, they still face some of the more benign consequences: attention fragmentation, addiction, social deprivation, distraction, irritability, obsessive behaviour, and often just the opportunity cost of spending a large amount of time on social media, which means you're not spending time with your family, you're not spending time with your friends, you're not doing exercise, you're not doing your homework, you're not reading a book, you're not getting proper sleep. And this is because these social media platforms play on and lean into ingrained human characteristics and evolutionary habits that we've developed over a number of years to effectively get us hooked. They play on our desire for new information and new input. That's a trait we've developed as a species that always had to concern ourselves with imminent threats to our survival, and which meant we always prioritised new and incoming information and were hypersensitive to it because it alerted us to changes in our environment. That's the sort of dopamine release cycle. But even social comparison. Humans being a social animal means we spend a lot of time managing our relations and trying to navigate the hierarchy of our social relations, and social media plays into that. Our desire for affirmation, our desire for friendship, our desire for social status, our desire for social competition in many respects. And in some respects, social media exacerbates some of these traits. Well-known phenomenon of audience capture, where a social media persona leans into those characteristics, if you like, in their digital life, which reflects in their regular life, those characteristics that seem to generate the most attention or likes or affirmation, which can send people down quite a diverting trajectory, if you like. Prestige bias, where people look at who is successful in social media terms, who does have the most followers, who does get the most likes, who seems to drive the most engagement on their account, and they model themselves on those sorts of behaviours. And often, as we would all know, the people who seem to do well on social media are often provocateurs, they're often outlandish, they often embrace extreme attributes, if you like, and indeed they're encouraged to do so by the way that the way people build an audience on social media. There are some benefits to children using social media, and I don't discount that. It's a way for them to stay in touch and stay connected, and we all saw this during the COVID pandemic when our children weren't going to school, and they stayed in touch through messaging platforms, through social media platforms, and it allows them to build and maintain a social circle. I also appreciate that for people who are isolated geographically or socially or otherwise, it provides them a way to build a community which might not be available to them in the real world. But I would say that the benefits of children using social media overwhelmingly accrue to the digital platforms. I mean, this is why they are so interested in maintaining the status quo, because they monetise the children's audience. They're able to sell that to advertisers. The committee heard evidence of about, I think, $11 billion US that was accruing to digital platforms in advertising revenue from that market alone, from the under-18 audience alone. So this is a valuable audience. I mean, we know this from children's television. Advertisers like capturing the attention of children, and if a social media platform can say it commands so many hours a day of a child's time, that is a valuable commodity that they can then sell. That is where I believe the benefits overwhelmingly accrue. The last thing I would like to say here is that I think parents need help with this, and this is why I think there's a case for government intervention. partly because parents have to grapple with the ubiquity of phones and electronic devices, and the crude measure that some suggest, which is take away your kid's phone or give them a non-smartphone without any of these apps, I don't think is particularly realistic. I think in today's era we expect our children to be able to be contacted and contactable, and this is especially true in the situation in many households today when both parents are working and they often are not home when the children might be home or coming home from school. There's also the sheer ingenuity and cleverness of children. You know, many parents would know this, that children are ingenious at getting around any technical blocks you might seek to fix. Children, you hear stories of parents saying, make sure you delete all these apps. The children download them again and label them as something else, and the parents say no, they create new identities or new user IDs. But overwhelmingly, I think the main area parents need help is with the problem of collective action. Not has to be a brave parent or a courageous parent or a particularly self-assured or confident parent that will say, all my children's friends and all of his or her social group are on a platform and using it to connect, but I'm going to take my child off. They don't want to punish their child, they don't want to risk the ostracisation, and indeed there are documented cases of children having their devices taken and then self-harming because they're so concerned about the catastrophic effect this will have on their own social status. But if there's a situation where it is normalised that children under 16 are not on social media all the time, it is normalised that they socialise in more traditional ways, then parents, I think, will feel more comfortable in leaning into that legislative norm. Now, there are some legitimate concerns around this piece of legislation, and I know my colleagues across this chamber, some of them have expressed them and some of them will. Firstly, that this will be imperfect. I don't doubt it will be. It's new legislation, it hasn't been robustly tested. It is used in some jurisdictions around the world, but it has not been widely tried or used. Children will probably find workarounds to it. They'll potentially use VPNs, they will find a way to fake their identity or fake their age, if you like. They will find, you know, they'll migrate to other platforms. I don't doubt that's true, but I think this is as much about introducing some friction into the process. And we recognise this in lots of spheres of life where government seeks to regulate it. Even, you know, as a homeowner, you never expect your home will not be broken into entirely, but you're still going to put deadbolts on the windows and lock the doors and maybe security grill around your window, knowing that it won't be perfect protection against burglary, but it will make that job a little bit harder. Well, I think this legislation is really about introducing some friction into the process and perhaps tipping the normal point, if you like, between children being overwhelmingly online to being somewhat less overwhelmingly online. There are also important concerns about privacy, and I share those concerns, and I think the amendments that the Coalition will be introducing will seek to strengthen protections on privacy. It's important to emphasise this. We don't expect, and I think we would be opposed to any digital platforms seeking hard forms of identification from users of any age to verify their identity. We do not expect, and it is not part of this legislation, that people will be expected to hand over their driver's licence or their passport details or their Medicare card. We expect social media platforms to use their existing data sets, if you like, and technology and other behavioural tells to make a reasonable estimate of someone's age and take reasonable steps, as the legislation says, to assure them of their age. This doesn't mean it will be perfect. It means that there will be some under 16s who are able to fool the social media platforms. It might be, I anticipate this might be the case, it might be people who are over 16 who aren't able to and who should be allowed to use the platform and will not be able to. But I would say that this technology does exist, and we've seen that. TikTok has used the technology. They told a Senate inquiry just earlier this year that they've removed about 1 million underage users from their platforms, not by asking them their age, but by tracking, if you like, detecting the patterns of their behaviour that most correlate with a particular age cohort. We have US jurisdictions that are already introducing and using this, amongst them Louisiana, Texas, Tennessee, Florida, not known as bastions of social progressivism, often quite Republican-leaning and relatively conservative electorates, but they have firstly introduced and embraced this legislation. But secondly, the digital platforms operating in those jurisdictions have had to find a way to comply with this legislation. So the technology does exist, and with a nudge or a push from our government and this government, that technology will get better. Importantly as well, it will be some time until this legislation comes into effect, and the Parliament will have a regular opportunity to review it and review its operation. And I think that will be important because I recognise this is a new piece of legislation. Now, I'm not going to stand here and pretend that this piece of legislation, if passed, will stop bullying or stop the development of eating disorders or stop social isolation. There's a range of contributing factors to that. But if we can provide some help to parents in the right direction to help lessen the potentiation, the kind of super acceleration that social media platforms provide to some of these things, I think that's a step forward.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Senator Shoebridge, you've got about 4 minutes.
Thanks very much, President. I firstly want to associate myself with the contribution from my colleague, Senator Hanson-Young. I think she hit the nail on the head in her takedown of this incredibly inappropriate and rushed piece of legislation. But let's call it out for what it is. This is a deeply flawed and dangerous proposal by people who appear to have never been on the internet or met a teenager. It's a bill to appease Rupert Murdoch and the news stable, and whose implementation, if we ever get that far, will be a hot mess. This is the kind of legislation that's brought to Parliament by a Prime Minister and a bunch of people in Labor and the opposition who get their staff to print their emails out for them. I mean, that's the legislation we've got before us. And the evidence against it is literally overwhelming. We have child mental health experts who say that this could dangerously isolate many kids who use social media to find essential support at particular times when they need it. We have IT and governance specialists who say it cannot work. We have privacy advocates who are saying this will reach into everybody's privacy, everybody who engages in social media, not just kids, but adults. We have human rights organisations who are pretty much all united in opposition to this law. We have government agencies like the OAIC who say don't do this. It's an extraordinarily broad alliance of people, and I can't really recall such a kind of united breadth of opposition to legislation that Labor and the Coalition, Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton, both whose names start with Mr, are joining together to ram through with a sham inquiry in the sort of last few hours of parliamentary sitting this year. And why are that group of people, the mental health experts, IT and government specialists, privacy advocates, human rights organisations, why are they all joining together to oppose this legislation? Because this policy will hurt vulnerable young people the most, especially in regional communities and especially LGBTQI community, by cutting them off from the support that they need and the support that they can sometimes only get on social media. And to be clear, it has not worked anywhere in the world where these kinds of thought bubbles have grown and then popped. So why? Why are we ramming it through with so little scrutiny here? And why does the Albanese Labor government suddenly want to work on absolutely everything.
Thank you,
with
Senator
Mr.
Shoebridge.
Peter
The
Dutton.
time for this debate has concluded. You'll be in continuation. It being 11:15, are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator O'Neill.
Pursuant to notice given yesterday on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 1 for 12 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Explosive Regulations 2024.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Urquhart.
The 14th report of 2024 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that the report be adopted.
Senator Chisholm.
I move the following amendment. At the end of the motion, add, and the Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024, not be referred to committee.
So the question is, Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I would like to move an amendment to Senator Chisholm's amendment. It's an amendment that's been circulated in my name, and that is that in respect of the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill, the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Communications Bill, provisions that those bills be referred immediately to the Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 3rd of February, and also in the same move to amend Senator Chisholm's amendment, I include the other matter that's been circulated in my name on the same sheet, which is that the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024 be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 10th of February.
I don't have that amendment, that migration one, Senator Kim, but it might be that it's only me who doesn't have it.
Just for clarity, it's on the same sheet as the other one.
I'm sorry. I read it but didn't register. I'll just seek the advice of the clerk. Yes, so I am advised. So Senator Ruston asked for clarification about whether she should put her amendments now. The clerk's advised me to check to see if anyone wants to speak so far. Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, I
Senator
do. Thanks.
Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, President. I wish to speak to why we need to refer the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024 to inquiry. This is legislation that, when it was twice presented by the opposition under the name of then Minister Peter Dutton, that Labor opposed, because in 2017 and 2020, Labor seemed to have at least some kind of moral compass when it comes to migration and people seeking asylum. And why did Labor oppose it? Together with the Greens, and we had a progressive majority to oppose that legislation in 2017 and 2020. The same progressive majority that would be available if Labor still had progressive views, even slightly, on migration and people seeking asylum. But the reason it was opposed in 2017 and 2020 by the same Labor Party that's now presenting it in their own name is because this is a vicious attack on the rights of people who are held in immigration detention, who are not held there because they've committed any crime, who are not held there as punishment, but are being held there by increasingly draconian laws that are holding more and more people in detention. And why Labor opposed it in 2017 and 2020, and why the Greens opposed it in 2017 and 2020, and it's the same reason the Greens are opposing it in 2024, because we're consistent with our principles. It's because taking away people's mobile phones while they're in immigration detention run by some of the most loathsome international corporate bottom feeders you could imagine, who globally profit off holding people in detention around the world, the likes of Serco, who are notorious for human rights abuses. The reason why we oppose taking away people's mobile phones is because sometimes that's the only accountability measure they have. They can take images of the abuse they're suffering. They can talk to journalists and politicians and people outside those hateful institutions run by private corporations designed to be cruel, and the mobile phone is their one chance to talk to the outside world and actually shine at least something of a light on the violence and the abuses of human rights. And I think why Labor wants to take that away is because they want to run a secretive immigration detention centre here. And with this same bill, where they're taking away that accountability measure, that one lifeline that people with no other rights have in these private jails run by global jailing corporations, which are notorious for human rights like Serco, Labor wants to take away that accountability measure and at the same time empower those same private corporations to strip search detainees without warrants, to put dogs into the detention centre without warrants. In the same legislation, you take away the accountability measure and then you add additional human rights abuses in the same legislation. Legislation that twice Labor voted against when then Minister Dutton and the Coalition were in power. The Coalition must be looking at Minister Tony Burke and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and say, you only get one of these in your lifetime, don't you? This combination of people in high office who are willing to give these appalling powers to people in control of detention centres, who are willing to deliver more than the Coalition could ever achieve in terms of cruelty and human rights abuses. And they're looking at Labor Party in 2024 and saying, actually, you are meaner and nastier and crueler and with even less principles than the Coalition has. You want to know why we want to refer this off to an inquiry? Because it stinks. Because it's vicious and it's mean and it's nasty and it's a betrayal of any sense of decency and principle. And it's cheap, grubby politics from Labor. And if they think they can out-Dutton, think again. This is just the start of it. It should end here.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Does any other senator wish to make a contribution on the selection of bills report or any of the amendments? Because then my intention is to put all of the amendments. Okay. So I think we're starting with Senator Chisholm's amendment. Beg your pardon, Senator McKim's amendment. So the question is that Senator McKim's amendment to the Minister's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yes, Senator Roberts. No, you want A and B put separately?
Yes, please.
I'll just indicate that to the chamber when we
Thank you.
get to the division.
Matt.
Thank you. Lock the doors and just indicate to the chamber that Senator Roberts has asked that A and B of Senator McKim's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be put separately. So I intend to put A in the first instance. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator McKim to the Selection of Bills Committee report A be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Yeah, no. Order. There being 16 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So I now intend to put Part B. So the question is that Part B of the amendment moved to the Selection of Bills Committee report moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part B of the amendment to the Selection Bills Committee report moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. Could I move that at the end of the motion we add, and in respect of the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Environment Communications Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 6th of March 2025.
Yes, I think that's fine. So the question is the amendment as moved and amended by Senator Ruston to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment moved by Senator amended and moved by Senator Ruston to Senator Chisholm's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. There being 29 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is negated. I now intend to put Senator Chisholm's amendment and then Senator Mackenzie's amendment. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now call Senator Mackenzie or Senator Ruston.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I move at the end of the motion add, in respect of the National Organic Standard Bill 2024, the bill be referred immediately to the Rural and Regional Affairs Transport Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 31st of January 2025.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Ruston in the name of Senator Mackenzie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So the question now is that the amended Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Chisholm.
I move that general business notice of motion number 730 be considered during general business today.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
No postponement notifications have been lodged, but committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 8 on today's order of business.
Thank you. If there is no objection, those committees' reports are authorised. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 14th of November 2024 of the Honourable John Charles Hodges, a former minister and member of the House of Representatives for the Division of Petrie in Queensland from 1974 to 1983 and from 1984 to 1987. I understand that arrangements will be made to move a motion of condolence at a future date. So I'll now move to formal business, and I call on Business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
President, I withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Senator Payman. I'll now move to government business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. Senator Chisholm.
I table a letter regarding estimates from Senator Wong.
Thank you.
And I ask that government business notice of motion number 2 relating to estimates hearings for 2025 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to General Business 716, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I withdraw General Business motion number 716.
Thank you, Senator David Pocock. I'll now move to 720, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Is that you, Senator Askew?
Yes. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 720 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 720, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 720 in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now move to General Business Notice of Motion number 721, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May.
I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 721 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hodgins-May.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 721, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Is 1 minute? Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 721, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Nick, I haven't called tellers, sorry. I did call your name, but we're just rechecking. Are we good to go? So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 721, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Okay. Order. There being 41 ayes and 17 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 722, standing in the name of Senator Henderson. Is that you, Senator Askew? Great.
On behalf of Senator Henderson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 722 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 722, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 722, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 42 ayes and 17 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 723, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 723 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 723, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The ayes have it. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 724, standing in the name of Senators Thorpe and Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 724, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Payman?
I ask that general business notice of motion number 7...
aren't you introducing a bill? Have a DIT there to assist you?
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
For an act to amend the law relating to the funding of illegal settlements and for related purposes.
Senator Payman.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Payman.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Payman. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 725, standing in the name of Senators Thorpe and Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 725 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Payman.
I move that the following bill be introduced.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Payman.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the law relating to defence trade controls and for related purposes.
Senator Payman.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Payman.
Table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Payman. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 726, standing in the name of Senators Thorpe and Payman.
That general business notice of motion number 726 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Payman.
I move that the following bill be introduced.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk. Beg your pardon, Senator Payman.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to require some entities to report on the risks of genocide in their operations and supply chains and actions to address those risks, to establish the Australian Anti-Genocide Commissioner and for related purposes.
Senator Payman.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Payman.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Canavan.
Madam President, I ask the general business notice of motion number 727 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Canavan.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Thank you, Senator Chisholm.
The government will not be supporting this motion. The Select Committee has already heard from the market bodies. The market bodies have the opportunity to respond to questions on notice. The bodies, especially AEMO, should be focused on their responsibility to maintain secure electricity and gas systems.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 727, standing in the name of Senator Canavan, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Too many numbers. I don't know. Creating trouble. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 727, standing in the name of Senator Canavan, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. order. There being 33 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 728, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe. Is anyone moving that motion? I intend to move on. I now move to general business notice of motion number 729, standing in the name of Senator McKim. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend notice of motion number 729 in the terms circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 729 as amended be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
Thanks, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 729 as amended by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 729 standing in the name of Senator McKim as amended be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. We now pass the hard marker at 12:15. Senator Wong.
No.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Wong.
Notice, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion relating to the routine of business for today to be moved and determined immediately, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Senator McKim. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. So the question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Senator McKim.
I wish to make a contribution on the question that is before the chair.
I need to put the question, Senator McKim.
It's already been put without debate. Okay.
I'll put the question again. The question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. I didn't have one single voice. I'm going to put it again. The question now is that the motion to suspend... Order! Order! The question now is that the motion... Order! Senator McKenzie. The question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh, I beg your pardon. There's been no debate, so we're ringing them for 1. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister Wong.
I move that a motion relating to the routine of business for today may be moved immediately.
Thank you. So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chairs, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister Wong.
I move the motion as circulated and note that I did not set up the procedure such that this was moved without amendment or debate, so there is ability to have both debate and amendments now.
Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. Well, here we have this government again, yet another attempt in terms of the chaotic approach to try to ram through legislation, and having been sent a pretty clear message by the crossbench this morning, who knows what deals have been done, who knows what undertakings have been given to actually get the government to a position where they're now still going to ram through a record number of bills, adding to their record tally, and a remarkable tally it is too. A government that has already in 3 years guillotined more bills than the previous government did in the previous 9 years is just adding to that tally. But the big question is, where is online safety? Where is the online safety bill? Why has that not featured in the government's guillotine list? Where are the migration bills? Why have they not featured in the government's guillotine list? Is this because the Greens' tail is wagging the government dog? Is that entirely what's happening here? The Greens are dictating the terms of what the government can or cannot legislate? a shocking sign of things to come if the voters get it wrong at the next election. A shocking sign of what could occur if the Greens are left to drive the government's agenda in the future. The opposition, as I said this morning, is clear about a willingness to constructively pass what would still be a significant amount of legislation today, and a significant amount of legislation even though we have limited time to debate it. But instead, the government has doubled down on this reckless approach, this contemptuous approach towards the Senate, and of course is piling through all of these other bills. So I do ask the government to give that clarity to the chamber. Where is online safety? Where is migration? What are your plans? Obviously, you've sliced and diced what you tried to put through this morning to go and get something with the Greens. Well, we want to see important things done, things the Prime Minister said were important, things the Prime Minister said should happen this week. And where are they? Why is the government walking away from, allegedly, its own priorities? And in many cases for these bills, things that are a long way short of actual government priorities. The President, this is for Senator Chisholm, Senator Farrell, in the absence of Senator Wong, to make clear what's the go. If the chamber signs up to this, what else is the chamber going to be asked to sign up for? So, for the crossbenchers who have been lobbied and cajoled and dealt whatever it is to get their vote in relation to this, they ought to know what's going to come next. Having said they're going to stand against guillotine of such proportion this morning, having said they stand against a guillotine of some of the things the coalition thinks should happen, is the government going to be honest with those crossbenchers? Or are they just going to see this motion pass and then, lo and behold, here's another alternate approach that gives the government all that it wants? Where's the honesty? Where's the decency? Where's the proper process? Where's the transparency? We don't know what deals have been struck. We don't know what's about to come next from the government. And of course, it's a government continuing to break all of the promises that it made to the Australian people. So, President, the invitation lies on the government. Make it clear for the crossbench. Be upfront and honest about them. What's coming next? Is this it? And online safety is dead and gone for this year? Or do you actually have plans to get the other things done? And if so, what are those plans? Let us all know.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I appreciate the courtesy of the chamber there, and I also want to place on the record our appreciation to Senator Wong and the government for establishing this debate in such a way that senators could make contributions to it, and that amendments may be moved to the government's legislation. So the Australian Greens would like to make a few points on the way through here. Firstly, I would like to foreshadow an amendment to this motion, and that will be an amendment that either just has been or shortly will be circulated in my name, and that is to include the Treasury Laws Amendment Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024 in the tranche of bills which this motion establishes in section D. The reason we'll be doing that is because it is really critical around the issue of the consolidation of corporate power in Australia that the ACCC be given the powers that it has long been requesting and which the government has formulated in that bill to which I have just referred. It is critical for the reason that corporate power has been growing in Australia for decades now. We are seeing in many sectors of our economy a situation where big corporations are consolidating their market power. That means, of course, that competition in a range of sectors in our economy is less than it should be, and the losers there, in terms of corporate, in terms of low levels of competition, the losers there, of course, are the consumers of Australia. And we see that nowhere more than in the supermarket sector, where the market dominance of Coles and Woolworths has crept ever higher over the last few decades, to where we find ourselves now, where those two giant supermarket corporations, who each make $1 billion plus a year in annual profits, now together make up over 2/3 of the food and grocery sector in Australia. That's why the Greens moved to establish the Senate Select Committee into supermarket prices, and we were very pleased that as a result of that political pressure and the power that the Greens embody in this place, that forced the government to ask the ACCC to do a similar inquiry into the power of the supermarket corporations and their pricing practices, among other things. Now, the ACCC is moving through that process. We've had some updates from the ACCC. We've even had an interim report from the ACCC, and the Australian Greens, and I'm sure every Australian who ends up going through the checkout at Coles and Woolworths and getting a rude shock about their grocery bills on a regular basis, I am sure every Australian in that circumstance also looks forward to the final report of the ACCC and the final verdict of the ACCC on the pricing practices of supermarkets, and importantly on the concentration of market power in the supermarket sector and the impacts of that concentration of market power on competition. Now, the Australian Greens have been very clear that we believe that the supermarket sector is too concentrated, and that we believe that divestiture powers should be introduced in this country to provide the ACCC with the power to go to the courts and apply for a divestiture order in the case that a corporation has misused its market power, and for the courts to make relevant orders that would result in an improvement in levels of competition, potentially in a particular geographic area, or by other means. Now, very pleased that the coalition has announced that they will support, or do support, divestiture laws in the supermarket sector, and I firmly believe that's because of the work of the Select Committee, and I want to acknowledge my colleagues on that committee. I notice Senator Cadell is currently in the chamber, and there were others, including Senator Tyrrell, who's not currently in the chamber, Senator Stirl. There was a range of people, but that committee worked really collaboratively to get to the bottom of a range of issues, not just limited, I might add, to consumer issues, but limited to the way that the big supermarket corporations treat their suppliers, which is often Australian family farms who, and we heard, I'm sure Senator Cadell would agree with this, we heard some heartrending testimony from farmers or from people who'd formerly had a life on the farm or a business in the agricultural sector in our country, of how the giant supermarket corporations treated them, and they misused their market power in terms of the way that they purchased products from farmers. And many farmers Again, this is based on evidence that we heard. It's also based in conversations that I've had with farmers in my home state of Tasmania, and I know other members of the committee had similar conversations with people on the land in their local areas. But many farmers were just simply too scared of retribution to even activate complaints against the big supermarket corporations when they believed that that they were being treated poorly in negotiations. So that's why. Sorry. Okay, that's why we would be more than happy. In fact, that's why we will be moving to include the Treasury Laws Amendment mergers and acquisitions reform. Not because, I hasten to add, not because that will create divestiture powers, because it won't, but what it will do is allow the ACCC to adequately assess proposals for mergers that come before them. And even though this, in the area of competition, that bill of itself won't deliver everything the Australian Greens think needs to happen, because we do believe that we should have divestiture powers, but that mergers bill will in fact assist in preventing further concentration of competition in Australia, which will be a very good thing, given that we have seen far too much consolidation of market power in Australia in recent decades. Deputy President, I'm just going to seek your advice procedurally on whether I need to seek leave to move that amendment, or whether it has in fact been circulated in my name.
I was just actually asking that question, so
okay, I
was anticipating.
I'll just stay on my feet until that.
You're seeking, probably, if I'm anticipating your contribution, a simple amendment to the motion that's currently being debated by the chamber. Is that correct? By adding
yes,
a bill?
and my advice is it has been circulated.
Okay,
Deputy President.
Well, then you can move it.
So
you could have moved it even if it was just one bill, because it allows flexibility for a very simple amendment.
Thank you. Well, I do move the amendment that's been circulated in my name, and just to be clear,
could you just bear with me until we get it? But it hasn't been circulated, so perhaps, given it's simple, you're adding one bill, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
It's appropriate to do it as you stand there.
All right. Well, I move to add in section D of the motion the Treasury Laws Amendment Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024.
That would be 21, I reckon, in Roman numerals on the second page of the current motion. Is that correct? I just got it absolutely right. All right, so I'm going to take that as moved, okay, from the floor. Yeah, Senator Roberts.
Will we have an opportunity to continue the debate about the motion after the vote?
So the debate can continue.
Yeah, thank you.
And when the debate has concluded, I will put the amendment as moved by Senator McKim, and then no matter whatever happens to that, I will put the substantive motion. Yep. So you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. A lot of people this morning in the crossbench said we had far too many motions, far too many bills to consider. They said a lot of things very, very strongly about guillotines. The same people are now supporting guillotines, okay, not of 30 bills, but of 20 bills. XX is 20, Senator Canavan. Okay, thank you, Senator Canavan. Some of these are significant bills. Some of these are highly significant bills. So we had all the talk this morning about democracy, doing a proper job representing the people, staff workloads, all collapsed. Now we've got 27 bills. Collapsed. That's a fraud. In my view, that's a fraud. Presenting one thing this morning, coming back and agreeing to basically the same thing. And we have the online staff bill left out. So that was good news. But wait! We've got the Liberal National Party moving an amendment to put this online safety bill back into the guillotine. Back into the guillotine. One of the most far-reaching and consequential bills ever, and it's back in, thanks to the Liberal National Party. All the talk about democracy. What deals were done? What deals were done selling out the people again? We've got the crossbench moving to the government, and we've got the other cheek of the uni party moving to the government. And now we've got the Greens, who also opposed the guillotine this morning, wanting to add another bill to the guillotine this afternoon. This is just extraordinary. It'll leave only the United Australia Party and One Nation, and perhaps some of the stronger coalition senators with us. But I can make a guarantee about one thing, that this Senate will continue to sell out the Australian people. And I can make a guarantee about a second thing, that One Nation will keep serving the people, keep ensuring scrutiny of these bills. Let's see who among the LNP will not support the amendment.
Okay. So, yes.
A bit as well? On the amendment.
Yes, he has. Yeah. So Senator Wong, he's moved it from the. It hasn't been circulated, but he moved it from. So he's moved. Yeah. No. I'm talking about Senator Birmingham. But on the Greens. No. Senator. Okay. Back to the Senator Birmingham. There has been no. The only thing that's been moved is a substantive motion of Senator Wong's, which is an order of changing the order of business for the day, and Senator McKim has moved to include the Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisition Reform. There has been no amendments moved by any other member of the chamber. Thank you. Yeah, I give you the call.
Deputy President. Before I close this debate, can I clarify what we will be doing, which I did explain to Senator Birmingham, but for the benefit of other members of the Senate. As you would anticipate, obviously, we have a difference of views on online safety and migration. So to respect that and to facilitate a more efficient way of dealing with those differences of views, I'm going to close this debate on Senator McKim's amendment, which I am advised we are supporting. Thank you. Just waiting for a nod from the manager. I think that's right. And then we can resolve the substantive motion. I'm flagging with the chamber that I will then move a further variation to the business to include online safety and migration. I can flag to the opposition we have received a request that be allocated at least an hour of debating time. And I have asked that the motion be redrafted to facilitate that request. With that information, I move that the question now be put.
So I'm putting the question now be put. So I'm just going to, I'll step it through so we can all, right, step it through. There are now 3 motions at my feet. The first is that the question be put. Then I will put the question on Senator McKim's amendment, which is inserting the Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisition Reform Bill 2024, and then depending on what happens with that, I'll put the substantive motion either amended or as it is. I intend to proceed. I put the question that the question be put. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Division is required. Ring the bells. next is McKim's.
Yeah. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I believe I'm putting Senator McKim's amendment. Yes. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I'm going to put it again. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator McKim. The amendment is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. There's been no debate. Yep. I've got to stick. Then. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now intend to move the motion as moved by Senator Wong earlier for the routine of business as amended by Senator McKim. So the question is that that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, Senator Wong.
Sorry. If I may, just for the information of the Senate, I think you may have been the Deputy President may have been in the chair. I will move a further amendment after this substantive has been adopted, and it may be, I think I have, the opposition will be supportive, but it may be that Senator Roberts and others may wish to speak and vote on it because you have a different view. And we may need, this is on online safety being included at the end, Senator Roberts. So I'm just conscious that there's no divisions from 1:30, so I'm flagging with the Senate that at that point we may need to move that there be divisions after 1:30 if Senator Roberts or others wish to move wish to vote differently on that bill. Yeah.
I note that the Minister was seeking leave, and I'm assuming leave was given. Senator Roberts.
So I seek leave to respond to Senator Wong.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
We will
Senator
be opposing.
Roberts.
So we will seek divisions after 1:30.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So the question is that the motion moved in relation to routine of business by Senator Wong and amended by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Minister Wong in relation to routine of business and amended by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the routine of business for today.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the resolution agreed to earlier today, meaning the one we've just voted on, relating to hours of meeting and routine of business be amended as follows. At the end of paragraph D, add Migration Amendment Bill 2024, Migration Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024, and after paragraph E, insert, once consideration of bills listed in paragraph D has concluded, the routine of business be consideration of the Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024 and the tabling of only of committee reports take place. The question of the second reading of the Online Safety Amendment Bill be put immediately and the time allotted for all remaining stages be 60 minutes. And in paragraph C, omit paragraph F and substitute paragraphs E and EB, which operate as limitations of debate understanding order 142. That motion is being circulated. It has the effect of including the bills that Senator Birmingham previously had moved an amendment in relation to, which will commence at the conclusion of the debate on the motion we have, on the bills in the motion we have just endorsed. And I move that the motion, I move that the question be now put.
Senator Rennick.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Leave is granted, Senator Rennick.
I have to say I'm shocked at this by the Liberal Party. Either you believe in guillotines or you don't. You can't pick and choose what sort of guillotines you want. And this Online Safety Act requires greater scrutiny. But the other thing that really concerns me, the really big thing that concerns me here are these RBA reforms that aren't going to get the proper scrutiny that they deserve. Now, I am shocked at the fact that an Australian Treasurer would want to give more powers to the RBA, which we know, through estimates, doesn't want to release the correspondence it has with the International Bank of Settlements. Now, to give these guys more power and less accountability is a disgrace. Yesterday we saw a senator attacked here because she may have allegiance to another country. Well, let me tell you, the International Bank of Settlements have caused more wars and hardship than the Taliban have ever done, and it's an absolute disgrace that this bill is going to pass without proper scrutiny.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Canavan.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement of no longer than 1 minute.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for one. So the question is that the amendment, as moved by Senator Wong to the hours motion that we've just agreed to, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Pardon. The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. There's been no... well, there was a... Order. Order. Senators Wong and Canavan. Senator Canavan.
Sorry, Madam President, under the rules of this chamber, this should be 4-minute division. We've had a number of statements between the last division. Why is it not for 4 minutes?
Senator Canavan, I have checked with the whips and they were comfortable with 1 minute. That is always my process. I check with the whips. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment, as moved by Senator Wong, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Lambie as teller for the noes. Order. There being 54 ayes and 8 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 44 ayes and 19 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Pursuant to order just agreed to, Government Business Order of the Day, Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Finance Amendment Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And the bad news for all Australian small businesses, all 90,000 of them, when this bill goes through today, if the Greens support it, is that they are about to be whacked, courtesy of the Albanese Labor government, with $13.9 billion in regulatory costs. That's right, as if small businesses in Australia are not already doing it tough. But the arrogance of this government, the contempt with which they treat small business is well and truly on display with this bill. They don't care about the fact that they are currently presiding over the highest number of business insolvencies on record. I mean, governments like to create records, but I would have thought putting people out of business, which means putting Australians out of work, is not a record that a government should be proud of. And yet, as we stand here today, we are going to have all of about 7 minutes to actually talk about how small businesses in Australia, as I said, 90,000 businesses, will be subject to a $13.9 billion regulatory cost. Now, let's break that down, though. Let's break that down. For a small business with a turnover of up to $2 million, if this bill passes, the Albanese government has just committed them to an additional annual cost of $33,000. That's right. If this bill passes, small businesses in Australia, and as I said, there's about 90,000 of them that will come within the remit of this bill, as if they are not already doing it tough enough, as if enough of them have not already closed down, the Albanese government, in its arrogance, is about to impose on them an annual additional cost of $33,000. So let's face it, who pays for these costs? Well, let's just go through who is going to pay for these costs. It's the accountants who are going to be doing the tax for cafes. It's the accountants who are going to be doing the tax for bookshops. And it is the mum and dads, that's right, Mum and Dad Australia. Welcome to the world of the Albanese government. Mum and dads who engage someone to help with their financial affairs, courtesy of the Albanese government. If the Australian Greens decide to support this bill, you will be slugged with an additional cost of $33,000 per year. Let's talk about real estate agents, because guess what? In the 90,000 businesses that are going to be roped in to the arrogance of the Albanese government bill, guess what? You are also going to be slugged each year with an annual cost of $33,000. So the real estate agents who manage your sales, who manage your rentals, again, get out your chequebook, because you will be writing a cheque to this government for $33,000 per year. Now let's talk about the country towns and the contempt that the Albanese government has for lawyers, because guess what? Lawyers are also going to be part of this tax grab by the Albanese government, $33,000, as I said, per year. They clearly haven't listened to the lawyers, the small lawyers, the country town lawyers. They run small practices in rural and regional areas. They gave very clear feedback. They can't afford it. It's as simple as that. As if at this point in time they have any spare cash, they are battling to keep their doors open. And despite all of this, Mr Albanese, in his arrogance, his contempt, in particular for rural and regional Australia, he says, I don't care, I will rush this bill through under a guillotine, and my gift to small businesses, 90,000 of them, as we head towards Christmas is, courtesy of the Albanese government, here is a bill for $33,000. And do you know what the feedback has been from small businesses? If we don't have to close our doors, and many of them have said that is probably what we are going to do, and if we close our doors, guess what? People lose their jobs. They have made it very, very clear. They will pass on these costs to Australian families. That's right. They'll actually pass on the costs to Australian families. Now, let me be clear. We're not opposed to this bill as such, because it was actually the Howard government who introduced the anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing regime in Australia. But the arrogance of the Albanese Labor government to rush through as a Christmas present to around 90,000 small businesses in Australia who are currently pleading with them, get out of our lives, stop the regulatory burden, let us get on with doing what we want to do every single day, and that is to just wake up in the morning, to go to work, to open our doors, to serve our communities, to employ some Australians and do what government should want businesses to do, that is prosper, that is to grow and to create more jobs for Australians. But again, the Albanese government can say what it likes in relation to small business. They can say what they like. If this bill goes through, every small business should have their eyes wide open. The Albanese government's Christmas gift to you, as I said, this is not the coalition saying it, it is in the Albanese government's regulatory impact statement, $13.9 billion in red tape, because let's face it, small businesses out there, they love a bit more red tape from government. Small businesses, 90,000 of them, they will be wrapped up in an additional $13.9 billion in red tape. And as I said, we've had it confirmed. We asked Senator Wong a question about this in the Senate. Can you confirm that with this bill, the Albanese government is slugging small businesses in Australia, 90,000 of them, with an additional regulatory impact of about $33,000? And she said yes, because you see, those on the other side have no shame. They have no shame, they have no understanding that they are presiding over a record number of insolvencies, and as we've always said on this side, a business that has to close employs no one. Merry Christmas, Albanese government, to small businesses, $33,000 in red tape.
Thank you, Senator. It now being 1:30, we shall now proceed to the 2-minute statements, and I call Senator Gosch.
Thank you. I rise to speak on the impact of algorithm-driven rostering practices on Australian workers and to emphasise the importance of the global Make Amazon Pay campaign and the work of the SDA in Australia. The Make Amazon Pay campaign calls for fairer practices that respect the balance between the operational needs of Amazon and the welfare and dignity of workers in Australia. In the Australian retail and warehousing sectors, rostering is increasingly done by algorithms and apps. These platforms are used to improve efficiency and are also claimed to improve fairness and equity in staff rostering. Yet the reality for workers who are rostered on for work using these apps and algorithms is often far from ideal. The experience of workers is that the systems Amazon puts into place lead to inconsistent and unpredictable work schedules, underemployment and financial insecurity, as well as increased stress levels. Automated rosters can also have a disruptive impact on the lives of employees, making it difficult for them to plan childcare or balance work with family responsibilities and commitments. In my first speech in this place, I spoke of the need to foster an Australia that allows people to play active and engaged roles in community life and in family life. The predictability of hours of work is essential to that goal. There are economic and household impacts as well. According to a study cited by the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association in their submission to the Select Committee on Adopting Artificial Intelligence, 69% of workers with children under 12 reported that work times affected when other family members could work. The solution here is not to reject technology and innovation, but to use it responsibly. Workers are directly affected by new technology and often have valuable insights into how best to deploy these technologies to achieve the desired goals without negatively affecting the workers themselves and their families.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. As we're here today, David McBride, who told the truth about war crimes in Afghanistan, is in jail. And he's in jail and was attacked by this government. He was attacked by this government because he called out the lack of accountability for the leadership in the ADF for the war crimes that happened in Afghanistan. And he has been utterly vindicated in the oversight report by Dr. Vivienne Thom, who fundamentally disagreed with the Brereton report conclusion that the leadership of the ADF should get off scot-free for any responsibility for the war crimes in Afghanistan. And when you go back and you read that Brereton report, and you realise that at the time he was held senior office in the reserves for the ADF, and he decided to give all of his senior mates a get-out-of-jail-free card in that report, it starts to make things fall in place. because that's who the Labor government, with the support of the coalition, decided to put in charge of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. And since then, we have seen Dr Vivian Tom's report, Land and the Oversight report, come and smash the conclusion of Brereton and 100% support what David McBride said. And I'll quote briefly from Vivian Tom's report. The panel did not agree with the Brereton inquiry's view that some accountability and responsibility could not fall on the most senior officers, and it suggested the issue should be the subject of further consideration. What has the government done with that? Bury the report. And when you read Vivian Tom's report, she points out the failure of defence leadership to see the intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance reports, the lack of having ethical leadership, the fact that there was no curiosity from the senior leadership. And I say this, that senior leadership are covered with medals and retirement bonuses, and David McBride's in jail. It's a disgrace.
Your time's expired. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Under Labor, living standards for all Australians have fallen dramatically over the last 2.5 years, and our economy is grinding to a halt. The only way to get Australia back on track is to elect a Dutton coalition government. And someone I'd like to see as part of that government is Nathan Conroy, our Liberal candidate for Dunkley, and a true champion of his community. Nathan understands what matters most to the people of Dunkley, those that proudly call Dunkley their home, because for 3 years now he was elected by his peers to be Mayor of Frankston. He knows the challenges faced by those families, by those small business owners, by local traders, by local sports clubs, because he's out there talking to them every single day, as he's done for years now. From rising electricity bills to skyrocketing rents and the increasing cost of everyday items, the cost of living is hitting the people of Dunkley very hard indeed. The last thing they need right now, indeed the last thing all Australians need or want, is for this crisis to go on any further. Nathan knows that the only way to deliver real and sustainable cost of living relief is to get inflation down, and to get inflation down faster. He knows that only a Dutton coalition government will deliver the strong economic leadership needed to rein in spending, remove unnecessary red tape, tackle the cost of living crisis head on. Nathan Conroy's all about supporting small business. He's all about focusing on families, local families, not just in the short term, but in the long term too. He'll be a strong advocate from every corner of the community, from Frankston to Seaford to Langwarrin to Carrum. Nathan has a bold vision for Dunkley, and he's working so hard to take the community with him, to share that vision with them. I'm looking forward to joining Nathan on the ground in his community to help him get elected to Parliament so that he can advocate for his community right here.
Your time's expired. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And on the 10th of November 2024, a dear friend of mine entered eternal life. Trish Moran was a Labor legend on the Central Coast. She understood working-class values and the importance of the trade union movement in improving the lives of all Australians. To the members of the Arimba-Narara Valley branch, which she founded in 1984, Trish was described as the glue who brought people together, a natural leader who was the custodian embodiment of Labor ideals. Trish was an ardent supporter of the Australian Republican movement, being a candidate to attend the 1998 Constitutional Convention after the recommendation of Malcolm Turnbull. Trish ran for the seat of Robertson both in 2001 and 2004, bravely putting herself into contention to represent our great community. While Trish proved unsuccessful in both of those attempts, she did run mighty campaigns, with a sitting member at the time of the first attempt, Jim Lloyd, describing her as a worthy opponent. And New South Wales Premier Neville Wran, describing her as the best candidate New South Wales Labor had fielded in years, after her second attempt. Importantly too, Trish allowed those that came after her in Robertson, such as myself and the current member Dr Gordon Reid, to stand on the shoulders of the incredible work that she did as a Labor titan. To Trish's loved ones, especially Andy and their 3 children, please know that beside you, we also miss Trish very deeply. We've lost a titan of the Labor movement, and a dear friend of hers has asked me to conclude with these remarks and a quote from her funeral. Trish Moran fought the good fight
to the end, ran the good race until the finish, and she kept the faith. I want to say she was also a fabulous teacher librarian, and my own daughter Caitlin was happy to be her library monitor in Year 4 at Holy Cross, Kincumber.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Last week, Ukraine fired US-made long-range missiles into Russia for the first time after President Biden lifted restrictions on their use. In response, President Putin formally lowered the threshold for Russia's use of its nuclear weapons. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov appeared to suggest today that Russia might respond with nuclear weapons to make potential enemies understand what retaliation meant on an attack of Russia or its allies. In February 2022, Russia attacked Ukraine. Russia attacked Ukraine not because they were being threatened by Ukraine, but because Ukraine said that they would like to join NATO. And why? It probably had a lot to do with the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine's territory in 2014, annexing the Crimean Peninsula. At the time, the world did nothing, giving Putin a green light. 8 years later, he started massing troops on Ukraine's border. At the time, many observers thought this was just Putin flexing his muscles. But on the 24th of February, Putin called the world's bluff and attack Ukraine. Nearly 3 years on, Russia is getting attack drones from Iran and troops from North Korea, and they are settling their oil at a low price to China. Trump says he can finish the war in 24 hours. Statements from Trump's team have indicated that he expects Ukraine to give up parts of the country. Let's call this out for what it is. This is appeasement, and if Putin isn't stopped, he will keep going. As US Secretary of Defence Lord Austin has said, Putin will not stop at Ukraine, and President Zelensky has warned that Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Moldavia might be next. Poland is spending billions of dollars shoring up its defences, has taken 1.6 million Ukrainian refugees. On Tuesday, the Polish Foreign Minister Sikorski said that the biggest European Union countries are ready to assume burden of military and financial aid to Ukraine in case the US reduces its support. Responding to news that Biden's White House has given Ukraine a green light to use US-supplied long-range missiles to strike targets inside Russia, Zelensky welcomed the move, calling it a response in language that Putin understands. He's spot on. Appeasement doesn't work with bullies. Look what happened in the run-up in World War II. Any talk of peace that involves Ukraine giving up territory is a peace. It's appeasement.
Thank you,
it's appeasement.
Senator Lambie. Your time's expired. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everyone. Each year, my Christmas card features a country church from a small town in Queensland, and this year it is the Injune Churches Together, which is in Injune. And on the back of the card, this is my message to everybody. Christmas is a time to give thanks, to rest and to reflect. And whether you pray to God or gods or to none, let us all give thanks that we live in Australia. As Ukraine fights for her freedom and war grows in the Holy Land, we do pray for peace. We give thanks that in Injune, the Anglican, Catholic and Uniting Churches showed the way by coming together as Injune Churches Together. Originally known as St. Peter's, it is a simple church built of cypress pine in 1925. Inside, it was unlined with a simple altar and stools for seating. Injune Churches Together is proof that churches not be grand, for us to pray, to think and to give thanks. Let the story of this church and the uniting of different denominations in a small country town guide us, and may the new year bring better days.
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. As Australians gear up for Black Friday sales tomorrow and look forward to receiving packages over coming weeks, it's important to remember the shady track record of one major company that looks to benefit the most from tomorrow's sale, that company being Amazon. Amazon is staunchly anti-union and seek to constantly deny workers from finding a collective voice wherever they can. Behind the cheap prices and ease of online shopping hides the reality of a multi-billion-dollar company appalling record on worker safety, pay and working conditions through their operations around the world. The company has form when it comes to worker exploitation, surveillance and cheating and creating a workplace culture that clearly values profits over people. They do this by hiring warehouse staff as casuals and through labour hire avenues. They then impose punishing productivity targets and workplace surveillance. Amazon's workers have voiced their concerns that almost every move they're making, every union agreement they're trying to have, and even every bathroom break where Amazon workers are trying to take are being monitored and noted by management. Our government's recent reforms to protect gig workers, labour hire workers and casuals are crucial to preventing exploitation of those workers here in Australia. To no one's surprise, the Liberals and Nationals voted against these reforms. From Black Friday tomorrow to Cyber Monday this coming week, workers, trade unions, anti-poverty and garment workers' rights groups and others across the world are uniting with one goal in mind: to make Amazon pay. To pay its workers fairly for the work they do and respect their right to join a union. Because while it's clear online retail giants like Amazon are reshaping how we shop, we can't allow them to reshape how we uphold workers' rights in this country.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pocock David.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As the parliamentary year and potentially the parliamentary term wraps up, I wanted to say what an incredible privilege it is to be in this place representing a community I love. And as this could be the last sitting day of this term, it could also be my last speech, and I just wanted to thank a bunch of people. All of us know that none of us could be in this place and do what we do without the support of our family and loved ones. And so I wanted to thank my wife Emma for her support. I wanted to thank my team again. I think most senators would agree that without your team, you're not going to survive long in this place. You're an incredible team, and I've loved working over the last 3 years with you. To the volunteers who come into the office every day, thank you for your commitment and your support to help serve people in the ACT. To all the various stakeholders and experts who've contributed to decisions about amendments and policy over the last 2 years, thank you so much. And to Canberrans who gave me this opportunity, put their trust in me to represent them as one of their senators, thank you very much. It's something I do not take lightly and has been a privilege. Every time I come in here to vote, I'm very conscious of the fact that I'm voting on behalf of people in the ACT. And so as we head into an election, elections should be about priorities of communities, and I look forward to continuing to consult with people in the ACT about what they want on the agenda into the election. It's great to see the Parliament finally this week dealing with housing, cost of living. This is what I'm hearing people want addressed, and no doubt that will be a big part of the election. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, today is the last day of parliamentary sitting for this year, and we had so many opportunities this week to get meaningful reforms through this place. Banning gambling advertising that is destroying families, driving up suicide rates and is a scourge on our society, but no legislation to be seen on that. We had an opportunity to act for renters and to cap rental increases, but no, absolutely nothing from the government on this. And we had a chance to fight for our environment. We have got a progressive crossbench and a Labor government who said that they would act on climate and who said they would act on the environmental crisis, but no nature laws, nothing to see here. Instead, they are teaming up with the Liberal Party to ram through the most Trumpian, cruel, disgusting migration laws that this country has seen in decades, and they should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. Instead of agreeing and offering to work with the Greens to strengthen our forestry laws, to get strong climate legislation in place, they are beholden. Mr Anthony Albanese is completely beholden to the fossil fuel industry who call the shots in this place. Well, can I just tell you that voters and people right across our communities are completely outraged by this betrayal from the Labor government. The Labor government was elected on lie after lie after lie. I sat next to the member for McNamara when he promised that things would be better under Labor for our environment, for refugees, for asylum seekers, for people seeking our protection. And here we are today. Draconian migration laws and no progress on climate or environment. It's a disgrace. To the voters in my state of Victoria, please know that the Greens are with you. We know that you're struggling. We know that this cost of living crisis is causing significant angst, as is the climate crisis, and know that we stand with you, ready to fight for your rights in this place next term.
Your time's expired. Senator Van, I intend to go through the list for the people that have been in the chamber, so I'll go to Senator Van.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. When the government announced their 2030 Paris target of 43%, I stood up in this chamber and commended the government for doing so, but also outlined that I did not believe this was ambitious enough. Ambitious targets are one thing, but we also need concrete, pragmatic plans to get us there, as well as strong governance of our energy institutions to keep those plans on track. The Nationally Determined Contributions, or NDCs, under the Paris Climate Agreement is a country's climate commitment that must be updated every 5 years to reflect both growing ambition, technologies and plans to reach their targets. The next update for 2035 is due in February, 2035 target is due in February 2025. This is our opportunity to demonstrate ambition and commitment. So why then are there indications, you might ask, that the major parties might not reveal their revised targets until after next year's election? I believe it is important to Australians to be able to weigh up the alternatives when they decide how to vote at the upcoming election. I believe it is important that both the government update their target and the coalition, who haven't updated their target since 2019, assure us that they will share their targets ahead of the next election. And not just a target, I might add, but they should also detail their plans on how they plan to reach those targets. I believe it would be a complete disservice to the electorate if they do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Green.
Acting Deputy President. Acting Deputy President, may I say Merry Christmas. We are very close to the end of the year, and children around the country will be finding out whether they're on the naughty or the nice list from Santa Claus this Christmas. And it's an opportunity, I think, to talk about the things that might land you on either of these lists, because we know that the Albanese Labor government has given the opposition every opportunity to do the right thing, to back good reforms, and to do things that would make lives better for Australians, reforms that would have landed them on the nice list. But every step of the way, every time they've had a chance to support positive change, they've blocked, they've delayed, or they've voted against it. So let's take a quick look of their record, shall we? And trust me, I have checked this list twice. Remember when they wanted to take the country to an election over tax cuts for every single taxpayer? They dug in their heels against higher minimum wages for the lowest paid workers in the country. They're against same job, same pay. They're against pay rises for aged care workers. The LNP are even against cheaper medicines. They voted 6 times in the Senate to stop Australians getting access to cheaper medicines. Now, they're also against making sure that Australians earn more and keep of what they earn. That would have got them on the nice list for sure, but they didn't take that chance. They're against urgent care clinics and 24-hour nurses in aged care. They're against tripling bulk billing incentive, and while they're against that, we're delivering better healthcare for Australians across the country. They voted against energy bill relief, and of course they voted against everything to do with housing ever. Maybe they thought that Santa or the Australian people weren't watching during those divisions. And finally, they're against fee-free TAFE. Believe it or not, the LNP candidate for Leichhardt has even gone as far to say that the TAFE is a waste. Well, I wish those people in Far North Queensland a Merry Christmas.
Time's expired. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, today we have seen how unbelievably allergic this government is to transparency, with their attempt to guillotine more bills today than they've passed using the proper processes in the entire year. But this is just one example of a pattern of behaviour. Another example of this government's complete opaqueness that I find particularly aggrieving is their approach to the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee process, which dictates which new medicines are going to be made available to Australian patients on the PBS. In Senate estimates 3 weeks ago, the department belled the cat and admitted that there's going to be an ongoing cap on the number of medicines that can be considered for listing under the PBS under the Albanese Labor government. After deflections and denials by the department and the government, we've received worrying confirmation that there could actually be ongoing delays in patients' access to new essential medicines. This is the first time in history the PBS has had a cap of this nature, and never under the former coalition government was there a limit on the number of medicines that would be considered for the PBS under the PBAC process. It's an unacceptable development in the PBS's history, especially when the government has just released its Health Technology Assessment Review, which acknowledges that Australia is falling behind the rest of the world when it comes to getting access to new treatments and medicines. This decision has also evoked concerning comparisons to 2011, when the then Gillard Labor government deferred subsidised PBAC recommended medicines as a budgetary measure, and they admitted it at the time. But the government refuses to take account its responsibility, with Senator Gallagher continuing to argue that there is no cap. This is a cap. It literally says it on the PBS minutes. The government must own up to patients who are waiting for affordable access to potentially life-saving medicines and guarantee they'll get access, as they promised in the lead-up to the last election.
Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Not for the first time, the Senate yesterday heard the word racist used improperly. The Oxford Dictionary defines racism as, quote, having the belief that some races of people are better than others, showing this through violent or unfair treatment of people of other races. Racism exists as a word because of the need to protect people from violence. Throwing the word racist around in an unedifying display of rudeness and intimidation devalues the word to the point where it no longer provides protection for those who genuinely need it. The word racism to the political left now means any opinion they disagree with, and even worse, it's thrown at any human being whose views they disagree with. Shame on you for taking away the power the word racist once had. Repetitive, incorrect use of the word does get in, which is why it's the #1 tactic of the Greens and the political left. It's used as a strategy to stop people actually looking at our policies and realising they are in the best interest of the Australian community of which they're a part. To any Australian who believes One Nation is actually a racist party, I issue you this invitation. Come along to the next One Nation event in your area and see for yourself. Did our members make you feel welcome? Did the topics we discussed make you feel uncomfortable by virtue of your race, religion or skin colour? When I end my speeches with, "We are one community, we are one nation," that isn't an election slogan, we mean it. All those who call this beautiful country home, those who were here first, and the many who've come since, must be allowed to lift themselves up through their own hard work and endeavour, and in so doing benefit all who are here. Creating a nation which genuinely protects the natural environment, which provides religious freedom, which respects parents' rights and primacy of the family, and which limits government power to the bare necessities. These are the One Nation's core values. I can describe why I am proud to be a member of One Nation in 4 words: flag, faith, family, freedom.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Pratt.
First, which is coming up in a couple of days' time, of course, marks World AIDS Day. More than 42 million people have died of AIDS-related illnesses in the 40 years since the start of the epidemic. Too many people are without the medical support that they deserve and the treatment that they deserve. I want to pay tribute to Lady Rosalind Murata, who is here as head of the Global Fund and chair of the board, campaigning for the next replenishment round, because treatment can and does make a difference. Because did you know, through colleagues, that if you are on HIV treatment, your viral load can go down to 0. And once you're down at 0, you cannot pass on HIV to another person. This is at the core of reaching, in the next few years, according to the newly released strategy that Mark Butler launched today, of the virtual elimination of HIV in Australia. U equals U. It means undetectable equals untransmissible. This is why we need to test and treat Australians who may be vulnerable to acquiring HIV and destigmatise HIV and encourage testing throughout our community. We can reach an AIDS-free generation in Australia. I'm very glad to hear that the UK has also set itself an equivalent goal. We can create an AIDS-free agenda across the world.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Ciccone, I'm very generous on the eve of Christmas.
Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to you too, Acting Deputy President, and everyone here. Hope you all have a lovely break over the summer with family and friends. But while we break, I just wanted to remind everyone in this chamber on the fantastic approach that the Albanese Labor government has taken to our economy, particularly under the leadership of our Treasurer and our Finance Minister here, who's in the chamber, Senator Katie Gallagher. Our approach would be completely unrecognisable to those opposite, because, quite frankly, there are three things I want to mention. First, we've banked the majority of upward revisions to revenue, whereas those opposite would have actually spent most of them. We've also found almost $80 billion in savings, whereas those opposite had no savings measure in their last budget. None.
Nothing. Zero.
And we've exercised spending restraint with average real spending growth around a third of what they had averaged. Wow, what a Christmas gift. What a Christmas gift. And this approach has enabled us to also support Australians during this cost of living crisis that they are experiencing at the moment. Under Labor, more people are in jobs and they are earning more, and with our tax plan they get to keep more of what they earn. Real wages have grown more in the last 12 months alone than they did in the entire decade of the former coalition government. Prices are now rising at the lowest pace in almost 4 years. And don't forget, inflation had a 6 in front, and what does it have now, colleagues? It has a 2 in front. Thanks to the work of Katie Gallagher and Jim Chalmers, we are much better as a nation.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Time for question time. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks very much, President. President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, since being elected in 2022, the Albanese Labor government has announced more than $50 billion in off-budget spending, hidden away to contribute, though, to a $49.3 billion deterioration to the budget bottom line, the worst in history that's now going to occur outside of a war or pandemic. The government's now promising to add billions more to off-budget spending. How can the government justify all of this off-budget spending while refusing also to rule out further election promises at a time when Australians are desperate to see inflationary pressures permanently fixed and interest rates come down in Australia like they are in the rest of the world?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
What page? Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Birmingham for that question. It gives me the opportunity to remind those opposite that, in fact, debt is lower under us than it was under you. Remind you that, you know, this, because of course off-budget spending is something that still has to be financed, and I just would make the point that, in fact, as Senator Gallagher said yesterday, we inherited a debt higher than we currently have, and debt is $149 billion lower in 23-24 than what was forecast at the election. And that is saving the nation about $80 billion in interest costs over the decade. So we were asked a question about off-budget spending. I assume the issue is debt, but actually we are, as a result of the budget position that we have established, in fact ensuring that Australians are paying less in interest costs over the decade than it would have been the case under him. But what is also interesting, if I'm asked about off-budget spending, is that we also see that there is some suggestion that those opposite are looking at financing their risky, costly nuclear plan, nuclear announcement off-budget. Off-budget, but we're not quite sure. I mean, let's remember this is $600 billion worth of spending on the most expensive power that you can imagine, which will only deliver less than 4% of the grid and will add $1,000 a year to your energy bills and take up to 20 years before it even starts delivering. And now they're saying, oh, actually, we do want to fund it off budget, well, we think we do, thereby adding to debt. So, Senator Birmingham, if you're so concerned about the fiscal circumstances, I invite you to tell the gallery how you are funding your risky, expensive, slow
Thank
nuclear
you, Minister Wong.
scheme.
Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
President, it's so kind of Minister Wong to wish to turn it into opposition question time and talk about opposition policies. But the Treasury yesterday stated that despite good progress we are making in the national numbers, we know that doesn't automatically translate into how people feel. Given independent analysis shows real household incomes are unlikely to recover to even half of what they were before this crisis, can Australians ever expect to experience good progress in their household incomes and personal finances that the Treasury is boasting of?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Well, I'm very happy to take the question, but I'm not sure how that relates to the primary, which was about off-budget spending. I guess they wanted to get out of the nuclear off-budget story. Run away from the story, the headline that says you're going to finance your risky, expensive, very slow nuclear scheme off-budget. But I want to make this point about cost of living and the Treasurer's response, particularly to the inflation figures yesterday. We know Australians are doing it tough. We know that there is a lot more work to do, which is why we are working to keep wages up, why we are working to provide tax cuts for all Australians, why we are working to deliver cheaper medicines and cheaper childcare. And all of these things are priorities for the government. And it is a good thing that we see that monthly inflation is about a third of what we inherited at the election and around a quarter of its peak. That is a good thing. And I would hope Senator Birmingham would say that is a good thing for Australians and their families.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Well, as we leave 2024, Australians are now grappling with the longest household recession in Australia on record, a fact that the government doesn't want to own up to, living standards that are unlikely to recover to where they were prior to the inflation crisis until at least 2026 or later, and all while the government continues to make more spending promises. Minister, Australians are poorer under this Labor government. When will the government take responsibility and fix the crisis that has driven Australian household incomes down in our country?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, what I'd say to Senator Birmingham is that this is a government that is working to bring down inflation. This is a government that is working to provide cheaper medicines. This is a government working to provide cheaper childcare. And most importantly, unlike those opposite, this is a government working to lift wages. Working to lift wages. We do not think that the response to our cost of living crunch that Australians are experiencing is lower wages. That is always the Liberal way, you know, a deliberate design feature of the economy, a deliberate design feature of the Australian economy. We want to keep real wages moving. We want to keep wages moving. And what we have seen under this government is wages are moving. And I know that is not something those opposites support, but that is something that matters to wage earners around this country, because with a decent wage, that is the pathway to financial security.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Billick.
Thank you. My question's to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Aged Care, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese Labor government came to government with a promise to reform and improve aged care in Australia. Since then, we've made important reforms and addressed 94 recommendations of the Royal Commission. Reforms include registered nurses on site 24/7, star ratings and mandatory care minutes. Why is the government so committed to reforming aged care, and how will the government's reforms support older Australians and their families and the workers who care for them?
Thank you, Senator Billick. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Billick for the question, and can I take this opportunity too to acknowledge Senator Billick's outstanding service in this chamber, and we're so pleased and proud to work with her. We know, but I thought I would. We know you're coming back next year. I just thought I would acknowledge that. and the work that you've done in aged care over your service in this chamber, because it's work like yours that has helped shape the policy and priorities going forward. And we did go to the election in 2022 promising to lift the standards of aged care in Australia, and I would acknowledge the work that Minister Butler and Minister Wells have done in implementing our policy commitments. We are committed to continuing to reform aged care in Australia because older Australians deserve high-quality care. It's that simple. And since tabling of the Royal Commission report in 2021, 136 recommendations have been addressed. 94 have been addressed. Of those 136, 94 have been addressed by the Albanese government. There is now a registered nurse on site in aged care 99% of the time across Australia. This is an incredible achievement and improves the quality of care for older Australians who live in residential aged care. Under the Albanese government's reforms, older Australians are receiving an additional 3.9 million minutes of care every day. And we know that was one of the critical findings in the Royal Commission, was that older Australians in residential aged care both wanted additional support time, and that would improve the quality of care for them across the centre. So that has been delivered. The aged care bill passed by this chamber last week is a landmark reform addressing 58 recommendations of the Royal Commission. So we've done a lot, but there is more to do, President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bilyk, first supplementary.
Thank you. A key part of the new Aged Care Act is the new Support at Home program. How will Support at Home help older Australians remain independent in their home and their community?
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and thanks, Senator Bilyk, for the question. This is one of those areas where we know that older Australians, given the choice, would like to age and continue to age at home with the support and care that they need within the communities that they have lived in and that they love. Our $4.3 billion investment in Support at Home will help around 1.4 million Australians remain independent in their home and in their community for longer. Support at Home will cut wait times to receive in-home aged care services. It will deliver more tailored support with 8 levels of ongoing care instead of 4, and it will ensure faster access to assistive technology like walkers and wheelchairs, and increase the maximum level of support available from $61,000 to $78,000. It's not an understatement to say that these reforms will change lives, including being able to provide palliative care support to ensure older Australians can spend their final weeks at home. And we are very proud of this reform.
Senator Bilyk, second supplementary.
Thank you for those answers, Minister. Aged care workers across the country ensure that the lives of older Australians in care are safe, healthy and fulfilling. Why did the Albanese Labor government decide to increase the wages of aged care workers, and what impact will this have on their lives?
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Thank you, President. I again acknowledge the work of Senator Bilyk in advocating for increased wages for the lowest paid workers in this country. In 2023, we invested $11.3 billion to deliver a historic increase to the award wage for 250,000 workers. Now, this had been a campaign that had been building from those workers themselves through their union and into this parliament. And we know the change that this has brought about. Not only are those workers getting better wages, fairer wages and having their work respected, we're now seeing that there's an increase in retaining workers and attracting workers to that sector, and I have no doubt we'll see similar change when early childhood educators get their wage increase on the 1st of December. Registered nurses are now taking home an additional $196 a week, or more than $10,000 a year, and personal care workers are now taking home an additional $141
Thank you, Minister.
a
The
week.
time for answering has expired. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Australians are in a cost of living crisis where they're noticing that their money simply is not going as far as it once did due to the record high interest rates, sticky homegrown inflation, declining real household incomes and rising bills. Can the Minister confirm that under the Albanese Labor government, the employee cost of living index, as reported in the ABS, has shown an increase of 18.9% in the cost of living expenses households are facing.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And as I said in response to her leader, I'd say to Senator McKenzie, Australians are doing it tough. We understand that, which is why working to lift wages, to bring down costs, to strengthen Medicare, increase bulk billing, build more homes, deliver cheaper medicine, cheaper childcare. These are all things that are priorities. And what I would say to the senator is I'd make this point, that we've seen wages growing for a number of consecutive quarters, and growth in I think the September quarter was the strongest in 4 years. And that is in a very important outcome for working people. It is a very important outcome for Australians trying to deal with cost of living, and it is an outcome that we have been working towards. We know that on this side, we are supporters of increased or higher wages for aged care workers, for childcare workers, for workers on the minimum wage, and we understand that lifting wages is central to Australians who are struggling with the cost of living, just as we understood that making sure you can keep more of what you earn is central to meeting cost of living pressures, which is why it is this government that brought forward a revision to the tax cuts to ensure, instead of tax cuts which were unfairly skewed to those on very high incomes, we delivered a tax cut to every Australian taxpayer, every Australian taxpayer. And Senator McKenzie, what I would say to you is I would remind you that you were so opposed to that for a period when, where there was the rush of blood. You wanted to go to an election on it. Do you remember that? They were going to go to an election because they actually didn't want Australians to have a tax cut. So that does say something about the philosophical difference between our parties. We want higher wages and we want lower taxes for working people. You want lower wages and you want people to work more for less.
Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
I'll take that as you can't or refuse to confirm the ABS employee cost of living increases. Can the minister please confirm for the Senate that the figures released by the Australian Bureau of Statistics that disposable income has collapsed to 8.7% under your government is the largest fall since records began? A simple confirmation, Minister.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Well, this is fundamentally a question about inflation, Senator, and you're right. Inflation is higher than we would like it to be, but I would make the point it is around a third of what we inherited at the election. I'll take the interjection from Senator McKenzie again. I don't know if I may say, Senator, not your finest interjection. Whose fault is that? That's what she said. Whose fault is that? So when we inherited in monthly inflation nearly 3 times what it is now, whose fault was that? I mean, the reality is inflation is about a third of what the Labor government inherited at the election and around a quarter of its peak. Let's remember that. Now, this is encouraging, and I know you don't celebrate it, but we actually think it's a good thing for working people, for Australians, that inflation is lower. But we know there is more to do, Senator, and unlike you, we are for higher wages, lower taxes for working people. That is not the position of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Minister Wong. The time for answering has expired. Senator McKenzie, second supplementary.
Minister, since the Albanese Labor government was elected, interest rates have increased 12 times. Mortgage interest repayments have tripled, resulting in an average family mortgage being $35,000 more under this government. The US, UK, Canada, Eurozone and New Zealand have all seen cuts. In fact, the government-appointed RBA governor has stated there isn't an interest rate cut in sight. Why are Australians uniquely worse off under Labor than anywhere else in the world?
The time for asking has expired. Minister Wong.
Well, I again say, Senator, 2 things. Monthly inflation is is around a third of what we inherited and a quarter of its peak. So those opposite who say inflation is too high, and we would agree. We want inflation to sustainably be within the band We want inflation to come down from where it was, and so it is a good thing that we see the last ABS figures with the reduction in inflation. It is also a good thing that real wages have grown, as I said, for 4 consecutive quarters. 4 consecutive quarters. You know, if annual wage growth had continued under us as under you, the average Australian worker would have been over $5,500 worse off. I mean, that's what would have happened. Because you know what they are? They're the party that says we want you to work more for less. That's the Liberal Party way of dealing with inflation and dealing with economic challenges. They say to workers, work more for less.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator, order. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Wong, representing the Prime Minister. Minister, the long-awaited National Anti-Racism Framework was released this week, and it makes no bones about the roots, extent and depth of systemic, structural and institutional racism and white privilege in this country. The report notes that it is beyond clear that racism has been entrenched in systems, structures and institutions of Australia since colonisation. It is pervasive and causes real harm to people every single day, including, I can add, in this very chamber. The Commission calls on the Australian government to lead a national response to eliminating racism that begins with truth-telling for First Nations and embeds their rights to self-determination. Minister, will you commit to fully funding and implementing the National Anti-Racism Framework that begins with truth-telling for First Nations peoples?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And I've spoken before in this place and in my public life over many years about the effect of racism and the experience of racism, as I did also, Senator, in relation to your the targeting of you by Senator Hanson. So I think my comments about the existence of and the damage that racism causes are well established. In relation to the Human Rights Commission's National Anti-Racism Report, I would like to thank the Race Discrimination Commissioner for his work. This is important work, and we have a long way to go when it comes to eliminating racism in all sectors of Australian society. You know, all of us have a role to play in ensuring that there is no racism in this country. No one should be targeted because of who they are or what they believe. And it is a fundamental principle of our democracy that people should live that people should feel and be safe, regardless of who they are or which faith they adhere to. Now, in terms of the recommendations, that report has been provided to government. I understand, I think, to the Attorney-General is the responsible minister. I'm looking at Minister Watt, who's looking at it. Yes, I think that's right. The government will carefully consider the 63 recommendations that related to work being progressed across government.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, the only way to unwind entrenched racism is to accept that approaches to date have been ad hoc, disjointed and ineffective, because governments have avoided the truth about racism and the whitewashed structures that persist at every level. Minister, one of the overarching recommendations is for the government to establish a national anti-racism task force to oversee and advise on the implementation of the National Anti-Racism Framework. Given the urgency of the work, will you commit to the task force today?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, as I said, Senator Faruqi, I think the report was handed to government this week, and we will work through those recommendations as I indicated.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, this workplace is one where the existence of racism is denied, while those calling it out are dismissed, vilified, and even punished. The framework acknowledges that a person calling out racism often endures more negative repercussions than the perpetrator, and highlights the need of understanding how systems, structures, and institutions are racist and to build racial literacy. Minister, will you mandate anti-racism training for senators and MPs so racial literacy can be built in here?
Thank you, Minister Wong. it isn't I'm advised by the clerk, it isn't the government's responsibility to mandate the training, but I will invite the minister to respond to your question in her own way.
Thank you, President. And I think it is the case that there are often, we do see, or we do ourselves experience, criticism for calling things out. And it is the case that people should be able to both be and feel safe in this workplace as in all others. You've a number of propositions in the earlier part of your question which I don't agree with, but I do agree with the need for all of us to recognise what we can do to make our society more inclusive, to make this workplace more respectful, and part of that is to ensure that we are respectful in how we treat each other.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. The educational outcomes of First Nations students are still significantly lower than that of their peers. I understand that for many First Nations students from remote areas, boarding schools are the only option to engage in education. What steps has the Albanese Labor government taken to support First Nations students in Central Australia?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Stewart for her question and her interest in Central Australia. The Albanese government's $18 million investment in boarding school infrastructure in Central Australia is a game changer for First Nations students from remote communities. For many of these children, boarding school is not just an option, it's their only opportunity, President. This initiative builds on a proud legacy of ensuring education for remote Indigenous students, one that began when Gough Whitlam established the boarding colleges at Urara College, giving kids the chance to succeed in a supportive environment. And I speak from experience as well, President. As a child, I made the journey over 1,000 kilometres, 1,000 kilometres I should say, not 100,000, from Borroloola to Alice Springs to boarding school there as well. It's why I'm so incredibly proud to announce on my recent trip to Alice Springs funding to continue Labor's legacy of education for our remote kids. The funding offer included $10 million to upgrade the boarding facilities at Urara College, alongside $1.7 million for St Philip's College and $6.3 million for Yiperinya School.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. How will this funding support schools in Central Australia to improve their facilities, and what difference will this make for First Nations students?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. The $18 million in funding is directly supporting schools like Urara College and St Philip's College to create better environments for learning and for growth. At Urara, the $10 million investment will upgrade and expand boarding facilities, ensuring students have access to comfortable and modern living spaces that support their educational journey. And it was wonderful to be with the Urara College students on that day, President, especially the senior students who talked about what they would like to see happen. St Philip's College will use its $1.7 million allocation to improve its facilities and provide a better boarding experience for First Nations students. And these upgrades will make a significant difference in ensuring students feel supported, safe and motivated to engage in their education. The Yiperinya School Board met shortly after the funding offer was made and unanimously voted to withdraw their application.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. Following the withdrawal of Yiperinya School's funding application, what steps are being taken to reallocate the unused funding to benefit students and young people in Central Australia?
Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. The National Indigenous Australians Agency is currently exploring options to allocate this $6.3 million of the $18 million of funding to other important projects in Central Australia. The need in Central Australia is significant, and our government is committed to ensuring this opportunity is not wasted. My agency will shortly provide me with advice about how we can reallocate the remaining $6.3 million to benefit the people of Central Australia by expanding educational opportunities and increasing residential facilities for remote students, and I do welcome input from those members opposite, and in particular the Shadow Indigenous Affairs Minister, in regards to that as well.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Van.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister. Minister, I note the announcement this week of an expert panel looking at reviewing the national energy market. The terms of reference weren't very specific. Are you able to share with the Chamber exactly what the panel has been tasked to review and make recommendations on?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, Senator, for the question. I don't have the terms of reference with me, and so I'm not able to share that with you, but I can make this broad observation, which is that the energy system, as you entirely understand, is undergoing a very significant transition. That transition is underway. Increasingly, a very significant amount of the capacity in the grid is renewable, and we are seeing greater strain placed on the coal-fired power stations, which once formed the core of the electricity system, but are increasingly coming to the end of their life. The way that the rules of the national electricity market and all of the infrastructure around that market are organised need to be tailored to make sure that the investment conditions are suitable and will continue to encourage investment in the technologies that we know are the most affordable technologies for new generation. And of course, that is firmed renewables. We've had this conversation many times in this chamber, but it remains the case, despite the assertions of those opposite, that the cheapest form of new generation is firmed for renewables. It is considerably cheaper by the widest margin than nuclear energy. And I do note that the Coalition has repeatedly made promises to reveal their costings. I think it was in September that Mr Littleproud told us that all the costings were in fact practically done for all purposes, and this would all be out in the public domain by November. Well, clock's ticking. We have a handful of days in November. Where are these costings? These costings that Mr Littleproud said were in fact ready back in September. It might have even been August. This morning, Mr Taylor's asked about this, and Mr Taylor says, "Oh, I never said you'd have them by Christmas. I never said you'd have them by Christmas. You might get them before the election," honestly.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Van, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. As you would also be aware, and I bring to the Chamber's attention, that earlier this year the Energy Climate Change Ministerial Council released a review of the ISP. This review recognised quite a few gaps, and for those that are following along, it was apparent that these gaps not only need to be addressed, but should have been addressed before now. Will the panel be making recommendations on those gaps?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. And as I indicated in my response to your primary question, I don't have the terms of reference for the panel here with me. But I will say this, there is a power of work underway to deal with the many legacy issues that arise from a decade of neglect and dysfunction under the previous government. Some of that, and I know this will be of interest to you, Senator Van, is the recently released information from the Australian Energy Market Commission about the approach to smart meter rollouts. I think you have asked me on a number of occasions about how that is going to be handled, and the new rule in particular includes some very important customer safeguards, including protecting customers from potential cost risks by prohibiting any upfront costs ahead of a smart meter installation, and particularly importantly, introducing new explicit informed consent and notification requirements.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Van, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. As you are no doubt aware, the Senate is currently conducting an inquiry into energy planning and regulation. Its report is due to be tabled before Christmas. Will the government refer its findings and recommendations to the panel to be formally considered?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much. I will leave a decision about that matter to Minister Bowen. I can't preempt his decision or indeed the findings of the committee that you are involved in, Senator. But I can say to you that, of course, we want the panel to draw on the widest possible range of information in contemplating the issues that we've asked them to think about. And I think at the core of this is a need to ensure that we understand how the grid and the market will operate together to secure the interests of energy users and consumers as we continue through this transition. We've got a lot of policy settings in place to 2030, but the transition will continue beyond that. And we understand that reforms and policy reform is required to make sure that the investment that is required continues to flow into that sector.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Mr Albanese has totally humiliated his Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek, and his second preference allies in the Australian Greens by scuttling a deal on his so-called nature-positive laws, which in reality are laws all about killing mining investment and mining jobs. Isn't it true, however, that Mr Albanese is planning to reintroduce these laws or similar laws after the next election and has not abandoned these disastrous laws at all?
Good question. Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, can I say first, in relation to the first part of the question, it seems that the Deputy Leader is arguing that there should be more bills added to the guillotine today, whereas before I thought she was, waxing quite outraged by the fact that the bills that.
Order.
Do you want me to give an answer, or do you just want to keep talking? All right, you want to keep talking, fine. You can just keep talking.
Minister Wong, have you finished your contribution? Otherwise, I'll invite the Senator. Order! 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 Senator McGrath. Senator Cash, do you want to... Order!
To respond. First, in relation to passing legislation, as I said, the Deputy Leader was waxing quite outraged this morning and now is suggesting that we should be adding a bill to the guillotine. In relation to the national environment laws, I think and I know that the Deputy Leader of the opposition is desperate to run a scare campaign in Western Australia, just so desperate. Obviously, we are very, very conscious of the importance of engagement with the states and territories about this. We are very conscious that delivering improvements to national environment laws will require common sense and cooperation, and that is the approach the government will be taking.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Will the Prime Minister give the Australian people, and in particular the people of Western Australia, an ironclad guarantee that is nature-positive legislation or any similar legislation will not be reintroduced into the parliament?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong?
Yes. I would make the point, Senator, that my recollection is, and I might be wrong because there's a lot been happening, but my recollection is this legislation was a response to the review which was commissioned by your now Deputy Leader, Ms Lee. And so I know that doesn't sit well with your scare campaign, but Professor Graham Samuel made some very important observations and recommendations about the problem with Australia's environmental laws, including the fact that the laws were not working for business nor for the environment. But having said that, what you will continue to see from this government, and certainly from the Prime Minister, is a recognition that delivering improvements to legal frameworks around the country requires cooperation and common sense. That is the approach he has taken on all policy areas, and that is the approach that will be taken on this one.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you. And every Western Australian knows that mining is the backbone of our state's economy. Why is the Prime Minister creating uncertainty and confusion in the mining sector by his refusal to completely abandon laws which will destroy investment and jobs in this sector.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Can I just remind the Deputy Leader that in part the reforms ensure faster, clearer decision-making for business, something that business has been calling for since 2020, which was when the former Minister for the Environment and the now Deputy Leader of the Opposition commissioned Professor Samuel to review the Act. So the problem with your scare campaign, Senator Cash, no, it is not. It is another Senator Cash scare campaign, as she always wants them, whether it's the dark ages. Do you remember how industrial law reform would take us back to the dark ages? This is a shadow minister who always goes too far, who always over-exaggerates, who always goes too far, because, always says that things will close down Australia. We've heard it all before, and it's simply untrue, Senator Cash.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, the New South Wales Government has just withdrawn and refunded more than 23,000 COVID fines for offences like walking outside in the sun. This is in addition to 36,000 fines withdrawn in 2022. People who chose to fight these had police charges hanging over their head for years when the fines themselves were illegal all along. Your voluntary COVID review didn't say one word about these fines because it was specifically instructed by your government to turn a blind eye to everything state governments did. Why is the Prime Minister so scared of calling a Royal Commission with the power to take evidence on oath, subpoena documents and look at all aspects of state and federal government's response to COVID? Why won't you commit to calling a Royal Commission now?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the question. And while I do not agree with the view you take of these issues, you are, I will say, very consistent in the views that you put on these issues. And I would make a few points. The first is obviously the offences or the fines that you refer to are state jurisdiction. And I can't comment on how the states are approaching the enforcement or non-enforcement of those penalties. Obviously, that's a matter for the relevant state authorities. I appreciate that you have been consistent in calling for a broader inquiry. I did take the time, and I'm sure you did too, to look at not every page, but a fair bit of the inquiry that did come down. I thought it was a very thorough, very considered piece of work, which focused much less on pointing the finger and allocating blame than working out how Australia as a country, and particularly how the Commonwealth Government can learn from the experience of the pandemic. And that is the approach that the government is taking to this. I appreciate you had a different view about the federal government's response. There were certainly mistakes made. There were certainly things we could do better. We were very critical, for example, of the failure to assist stranded Australians after the borders were closed and so forth. But the focus of the review or the report was very much what did we learn from something that we have not experienced in our lifetimes before, and how, in an age of pandemics, can we ensure that we are better prepared for the next pandemic.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, President. Prime Minister Albanese was elected promising to govern with transparency. Within months of being elected, the government called a Royal Commission into robo-debt. It's now 30 months after you were elected to government, and there is still no Royal Commission into COVID. Will you govern with transparency and call a COVID Royal Commission that goes way beyond what your inquiry did, or does your government's transparency promise only apply when it's politically convenient to you?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I think really that I'd refer you to the answer to your primary question. I mean, we have taken the view that rather than a process of allocating blame, that the most important thing as a country for us to do was to be upfront and very honest about mistakes that were made or areas where we could have done better, state and federal, but focus on how we better prepare the country, and particularly the Commonwealth Government, for the risk of future pandemics. So it is a very thorough report. It is a very thorough assessment of what we did well and what we didn't do well. It makes, I think, very good recommendations, including near-term and medium-term priority areas where we need to strengthen our capacity and our capability. And that is a good thing for us to do. It's an important thing for us to do. Pandemics are likely to be, regrettably, more prevalent, and so we need to be better prepared, and that's what we're focused on.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. We agree accountability and justice are essential. We're not interested in blame. That's for future prevention. Throughout state and federal government's COVID response, endless things were labelled misinformation that turned out to be true. And the tens of thousands of vaccine injured and bereaved are owed massive compensation. Those are just the things we found out without a Royal Commission. Why is the government so scared of calling a proper COVID Royal Commission that would answer once and for all whether it was really the government who put out misinformation?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I mean, your last question, I think, really bells the cat, if I may say. This is not about engaging in an argument around vaccines and health information and the views that you and others have about what is correct and what is not. With respect, I know you have your views. They're not shared by the government. I don't think they were shared by the Morrison government, and they're not shared by many people in the public health space. Now, you're entitled to those views, but we are not looking to have a Royal Commission which is about re-prosecuting health policy and health facts. That is the subject of independent advice. What we are interested in is making sure that in a pandemic where we saw so many people around the world die and had such an effect on the global economy and on Australia's economy, we are interested in improving our response to such pandemics. Has expired.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Education, Minister Watt. Minister, given that Australia had fee-free university education from 1974 to 1989 and several comparable nations continue to provide free or low-cost tertiary education, why does this government continue to support a pay-to-learn model that burdens young Australians with lifelong debt instead of pursuing a return to fee-free education?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Payman. Of course, it's the Albanese government that is delivering some of the greatest savings to university students and graduates that we've seen in decades from any government in Australia. It is our policy that students in higher education should make a contribution towards the cost of their education in recognition at the significant benefits that they gain typically from that sort of higher education. But I might borrow from my good friend Senator Farrell in answer to another question that you asked this week, Senator Payman, and point out that the platform that you were elected on as a then Labor Party candidate for the Senate was one that supported the notion that students should make contributions towards their education. But I'm pleased to say that in the time since then, since you decided to no longer be a member of the Labor Party, the Labor Party's platform has actually improved for students and for graduates of higher education, to a point where we have now, in the last couple of weeks, agreed and committed to reduce help debts, whether that be university or TAFE graduates' debts, by 20%. So there has actually been an improvement to our platform compared to the one that you stood on as a candidate for the Labor Party at the last federal election. We've also made changes in that time to reduce the indexation for students for the debts, in recognition that inflation has been rising in a very big way and that students' debts should not escalate to the same degree. So I'm very pleased that this government has made decisions to support students better that it had done at the time of the last election or at any other time before, and we'll keep continuing
Minister.
to support students in that way.
Has expired. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Minister, the proposed 20% reduction to HECS help is a step forward, but why can it not be delivered now? Why is the government holding it hostage and as a vote-buying exercise for students to have to wait until after the next election when this is a much-needed cost of living measure that needs to happen now?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Payman. Well, these are obviously issues that the government considered in framing the policy that we have decided to take to the next election, with every single member of this caucus still continuing to support those policies and continuing to deliver for students rather than simply asking questions about it. The reality is that making changes of this kind do take time. They take legislative changes. They have impacts on the HECS and the HELP scheme more broadly, and it does take time to actually have that delivered. But what I can say is that I know that every single member who remains in the Labor caucus has the opportunity to put these views forward, and it is the collective action of this caucus that has led our Prime Minister, Mr Albanese, to make the commitment for the greatest reduction in HELP debts that we have seen from any government in decades in Australia. Now, we understand that university students and TAFE graduates are doing it tough right now, and that's why we will use the power of government to deliver cheaper courses for those people.
Has expired. Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Minister, the Job Ready Graduates Package has been widely criticised for increasing student fees for arts, law and business degrees by up to 113%. Despite these criticisms and its clear negative impact on access to higher education, your government has yet to repeal this policy. Can you explain why the government continues to allow these inequitable fee structures to persist?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Payman. Well, again, what we're doing is over time making university degrees and TAFE qualifications cheaper for hundreds of thousands of Australians. As a result of the work that Minister Jason Clare has undertaken through the Universities Accord, that is also delivering more affordable education and more accessible education.
Oh, you finished. Sorry, Senator Payman.
President, I've been patient with the first two questions. It's been half of the time that the minister's taken, and he has not mentioned Job Ready Graduates Package at all.
Senator Payman, the minister's being directly relevant to your question. Minister Watt, please continue.
So, Senator Payman, it's obviously your right as an independent senator to now ask questions as an independent senator about this, but every member of this Labor caucus uses their position as a member of the government to advocate for the benefit of university graduates and for TAFE graduates as well.
Order.
And it's as a result of the advocacy of every member of this Labor caucus that our government is now delivering cheaper TAFE qualifications, cheaper university degrees and reductions in the debts that those students own. That is a much more effective way than of delivering change for university students than any question asked here.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, can you confirm Labor has added over $9.4 billion of off-budget spending over the next 4 years, totalling off-budget spending of $87.1 billion, up from Treasury's forecast of $78 billion? And if so, how does this spending reflect the Albanese's government commitment to budget repair?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Well, thank you, President. Well, you know, to have that question on a day, or is it the day after? I'm sorry, the days are merging together, where we see the Financial Review headline that you are going to add more money to off-budget spending by putting the multi-billion-dollar expensive, slow and risky nuclear scheme but spend off budget is really quite extraordinary, Senator Ruston. So your question to me is, we don't like off-budget spending, but shh, don't mention $600 billion. Don't mention $600 billion for an expensive, slow-to-build, risky nuclear scheme, Senator Ruston. So, Senator Ruston, I could answer your question by pointing out that debt was $149 billion lower in 23-24 than was forecast at the election, and that has saved Australians around $80 billion in interest costs. I could point that out to you, but I'm also saying to you, Senator Ruston, don't come in here and ask a question about off-budget spending when your government, when you are proposing, should you win government, to add $600 billion to the off-budget spend for a nuclear scheme which will deliver 4% of Australia's electricity at the most expensive cost to Australians. Genius. I mean, that's a genius question and a genius scheme.
Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Is that it? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
That was it. Couldn't even muster the full time.
Minister, economist Chris Richardson stated that student debt should not be treated off-budget since it was a loss-making enterprise for government, and that from the viewpoint of the Australian public, something should only go off-budget if it's commercial. Student loans just aren't.
Senator Watt.
How do you justify using off-budget spending as a way to hide your spending splurge from the Australian public?
Yeah, see, that was a bit
Order. Order across the chamber. Minister Wong.
I'm a little confused by the question about student debt. Certainly student debt features in the debt figures. I wasn't aware, and I might be wrong, that there had been a change in the accounting treatment of student debt. But what I would say to you, so I'm not sure that Mr Richardson's question, if you have correctly said that, probably applies to both sides of politics. But what I would say to you, if the test is commerciality, if the test is that should be commercial spending, well, how are you going to make? How do you propose to make sure that your nuclear spend could even be funded off budget? I mean, $600 billion. This is the proposition, colleagues. This is the proposition, colleagues, that an uncommercial venture, and if there ever were a definition of an uncommercial venture, it's Peter Dutton's risky nuclear scheme. An uncommercial venture can't be funded off budget. Well, how are you going to fund it?
The time for answering has expired. Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Clearly didn't do economics. Minister, independent analysis indicates an estimated $54.8 billion headline deficit this financial year, some $21.3 billion worse than the underlying deficit of $33.5 billion due to your excessive off-budget spending. Doesn't this prove that your self-congratulatory back-patting rhetoric is only misleading, but it's also false, and that we leave 2024, the Albanese Labor government has now abandoned any attempt to really rein in the budget?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Well, order. I mean, the short answer to that, Senator, is no, and we sort of moved from off-budget to the UCB and then back to debt figures in that question, and I note that Senator Hume didn't ask that question. You might ask why.
Order.
I think she would have framed it perhaps in a way that was a little more reflective of the budget parameters. But what I would say to you, Senator Ruston, is we saw the debt figures when we came to government. We saw the deficit figures when we came to government. We also saw, the back in black mugs. Do you remember them? And what I'd say to you, Senator, is we saw a couple of surpluses, debt being paid down and less interest being paid by Australians. Now, it is the case that we are in a challenging economic environment. What we will not do is deal with that by cutting wages, by cutting Medicare, and by funding an expensive nuclear gamble off budget.
Has expired. Senator Pratt.
My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. From the inner suburbs of Brisbane to Devonport in Tasmania and across the country to Victoria Park in WA, Australian workers are doing their bit to ensure Australia continues to be the lucky country. Whether it's educating and caring for the next generation of Australians, building our homes and roads and hospitals, or ensuring food gets from the warehouse to the supermarket shelves in time for Christmas, Aussie workers are showing up for us. Given this, how is the Albanese Labor government helping Australian workers earn more and keep more of what they earn. Are there any examples of the government's policies delivering a fair go for Australian workers?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you very much, Senator Pratt. And Senator Pratt, as all of us knows, that Australians are doing it tough right now, particularly as they face the additional costs of Christmas shopping. And that's why the Albanese government has been working hard to deliver pay rises for millions of workers, including the 15% wage increase for early childhood educators and teachers we legislated this week. Now, Christmas is a time of giving, and in that spirit of generosity, I have penned this ode to the workers of Australia. 'Twas the sitting before Christmas, and all through the Senate, every creature was stirring, especially Senator Rennick. At work, Australians are in shops, schools and sheds, while thoughts of Christmas leave dance in their heads. All year, Labor's worked hard to deliver a pay rise. For workers, the Libs have been nose, but Labor's been eyes. Now, an outrage, Senator Cash, and a grinchy Mr Dutton have settled their IR plans, which would leave workers with nothing. Cutting pay, cutting casuals, their cuts many pages, but all with one aim, cutting Aussie workers' wages. Then out from the House there arose such a clatter. I sprang from my seat to see what's the matter, when what to my shocked eyes did suddenly appear but a shadowy cabinet sucking up to billionaires near and dear. Now Gina, now Tina, oh what a lark, on Clive, on Ray, on Sky After Dark. Down the chimney Peter Dutton came on foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with coal and black soot.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator McGrath. Order! 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 Gosh, we were doing so well this question time, Senator McGrath.
A point of order. This is cringe.
That isn't a point of order, Senator McGrath. Senator Watt, please continue.
Thank you, President. Good to see the outrage from Senator Cash. A bundle of nuclear rods Mr Dutton had flung on his back, straight from Chernobyl, just opening his pack, dreaming of post-election when he gets to work, raiding every worker's pockets. Then he turned with a jerk. He considered a sleigh, but said to his friends, do not fret, and away they all flew on their billionaires' jets. With his billionaire mates, he flew out of sight, saying, Happy Grinchmas to all.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Order. 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 Senator Pratt.
However true your poetry is as bad as Gina Rinehart's, Senator Watt. The festive season, nevertheless, would not be the same without the hard-working people in our supermarkets, retail shops, restaurants and cafes, and thank you for acknowledging that. Mr Dutton believes that paying Australian workers fairly would, and I quote, undoubtedly damage the Australian economy. So how is the Albanese Labor government's reforms helping Australians get a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, and why is it so important that the value of Australian workers is reflected in this pay?
Minister Watt, before I get you to answer, if there are any more poetic references to people in the other place, you do need to use their correct title. And if there is a normal response to the question, that applies equally. Thank you, Minister
Thank you,
Watt.
President. Well, unfortunately, the opposition, we know they don't like being told in prose that they're about cutting wages. It seems they don't like it in poetry either. I would sing, except I'm not allowed to. Anyway, you don't like being told that you're going to cut workers' wages if you get half a chance, just like you've always done when you've been in government. Now, of course, it's not just poetry that hard-working Australians get from this government. They also get help to achieve wage increases and tax cuts. And seriously, they do get help, Senator Cash. I know that's a foreign notion to you, the idea that a government would help workers with pay rises, and we know that that's what you think because you've voted against every single one of them. But you know what workers like Sunita, an early educator from Victoria Park in Western Australia, have to say about pay rises? What she says is the news of the pay rise for early educators is amazing. She's had calls from co-workers who'd left early education who are now wanting to come back under Labor. workers will earn more and keep more of what they earn. Under you lot,
Thank
they
you,
will work
Minister.
longer for less.
The time has expired. Senator Pratt, second supplementary.
Mr Dutton, the Liberals and Nationals have proudly stated those on the coalition side of the chamber will always stand with employers of Australia. So, Minister, why is it so important to stand with Australian workers and families by putting more money in their pockets this Christmas? And what are the key barriers to achieving this?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Senator Cash. Well, it is important that we have a Labor government working hard to deliver the wage rises that Australian workers need. And what we also know is that under Mr Dutton, the coalition has tried to block every single cost of living measure this year. And what's worse, they've been proud of it. Remember Senator Hume, who said that wage rises for workers would be the worst thing. Remember Senator Cash, who said that wage rises would close down Australia. Remember Senator Cash, who said paid domestic and family violence leave would disincentivise employers from hiring women and said our workplace reforms would close down Australia. Remember again Senator Hume, who said more rights for workers was unreasonable and that the Liberals would consider scrapping same job, same pay. We know, as this year wraps up, that many Australians continue to do it very tough, and that is exactly why we need a government that will do everything possible to put more money in people's pockets with higher wages and cost of living relief, and what they do not need is a Liberal opposition who wants to cut.
The time for answering has expired. Minister.
I'm sorry. I was distracted by Senator Cash, who actually was being quite nice to me, and so I was just so shocked. Shame. OK. With that, President, I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. Thank you, senators. There's your script. Oh,
Pursuant to order, we will now move to the consideration of legislation. Clerk.
Government Business Order the day number 15, Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. The Australian Greens strongly support the implementation of Tranche 2 of the anti-money laundering reforms and the expansion of the scheme to financial services, real estate agents and lawyers. Having an effective anti-money laundering scheme, we believe, is essential for the functioning of a democratic system and trust in decision-making. In the course of the inquiry that was held by the Legal Reference Committee, there are a number of issues identified with the bill. They were raised by stakeholders and they raised very real concerns about how this legislation would work in practice. They included the fact that barristers were initially being roped in, despite the primary obligation lying with their instructing solicitors, and even in circumstances where barristers across the country indicated that their practices did not have the resources or the capacity to comply with the proposed AML-CTF obligations. There remain concerns with the scheme as how lawyers can meet their competing obligations, their primary duty being to the court, as well as meet their statutory obligations under this legislation. And there is an amendment the Greens will be moving to seek to address that. And of course, there are also risks created by laws if this is going to require reporting on financial transactions, which goes back to undemocratic regimes that can often, by changing their opinion on a person engaged in business, turn somebody from a business person to an enemy of the state and the concerns about reporting, potentially reporting to those non-democratic regimes under this scheme remain real to the Greens. But I come back to the fact that on balance the Greens support this legislation, and particularly with the amendments that will be moved by the government. I also want to recognise, and I know I won't be the only Green senator to do this, I want to recognise Fraser Brindley for his efforts in pushing for these laws within the Greens and in the parliament over many years. I had the immense good fortune of getting Fraser's advice and his experience and his passion for this law reform in the time that I've been, when I was initially made the Justice spokes and the responsibility moved to the Attorney Generals. But I know Fraser was working for years on this, and he's not here to share this win. But from our side, from the Greens, we see this as Fraser's win. And to his family, we want them to know that too. Thanks, Fraser. I also want to note that in this regard, in relation to this bill, there has been positive and constructive approach to the bill from the Attorney's Office. These concerns that were raised in the course of the inquiry and have then been the subject of ongoing discussion with the Attorney's Office have in significant part been addressed, but not entirely addressed. I want to also thank the many legal organisations who have engaged with our office and engaged in the inquiry. This was a proper inquiry where we had time to consider the evidence, then having considered the evidence have had the chance to put forward considered amendments. And I note that there are a whole series of pieces of legislation that have not had that benefit. But I want to thank the law societies in the various states. I want to thank the Law Council, and I want to thank the bar associations for their engagement. And as I indicated in the inquiry, and I indicate in this debate, as a member of the New South Wales Bar Association, I also want to acknowledge the work of the New South Wales Bar Association in bringing forward a constructive approach to this bill. I do know that amendments that will be moved to this bill today make a number of changes in how this legislation will work, and one of the most important is actually carving out barristers from the reporting obligations and the due diligence obligations under the AML-CTF where they are instructed by a solicitor. Because as the profession to a person pointed out, where the obligation on reporting and due diligence is already being undertaken by an instructing solicitor, there is no utility, just additional expense and red tape, to have that also replicated by a barrister who's been instructed through that firm of solicitors. And indeed, when you look at the nature of a barrister's practice, requiring the quite onerous due diligence and reporting obligations to be mirrored by both the barrister and the instructing solicitor actually was contrary to the interests of justice. And I am grateful that the attorney has reviewed the evidence in the inquiry, considered the representations put almost to a person by the legal profession, and we will be supporting those amendments that make it clear that where a barrister has received instructions from a solicitor and that solicitor is covered by the scheme, that we won't have pointless, unnecessary and indeed damaging double reporting by the barrister as well. I'll also be moving on behalf of the Greens a further amendment to this bill, which seeks to address the circumstances where a lawyer's duty to the court comes in conflict with their statutory obligations under this bill. And we had multiple submissions questions about this in the course of the inquiry. And to briefly just set out the circumstances where that conflict could occur, for example. It may be well into a trial, 2 or 3 weeks, multiple days into a trial. There may be subpoenaed evidence that comes in. There may be further instructions that are obtained, which may raise concerns about whether or not the solicitor needs to make reporting under the scheme. And of course, the reporting under the scheme is confidential, and it's an offence to tell anybody that a report has been made, let alone the nature of the report. But of course, the legal profession were united in their position that once a solicitor or a barrister formed the view that they needed to report their client under this scheme, that created an immediate conflict of interest with their client, even if they couldn't tell their client that it had happened, and even if they couldn't tell the court that it had happened. The conflict would be there, and it would be an obligation, an ethical obligation on those lawyers to end their instructions because of that conflict. The question is, if you're 2 weeks into a 3-month trial, what on earth does an instructing solicitor, what on earth does a barrister tell the court in those circumstances? It's a crime to inform the court that you've made the report, to disclose the nature of the report. It's an offence to tip your client off. So what on earth does a solicitor or a barrister do in those circumstances? There has been no credible answer given to us about that from the attorney, despite requests. Indeed, the response we've got from the attorney's office is no such conflict exists. Well, we have on the one hand the attorney saying that, and on the other hand the entire legal profession saying the opposite. And in those circumstances, we have proposed an amendment that would seek to address that conflict. We're grateful for the assistance of the profession in drafting that, and I particularly want to note the engagement of the New South Wales Bar Association again in drafting that amendment. Well, we take responsibility for the amendment entirely, my office, but in helping us put an amendment which we think balances that. We think it gets a balance in that. We do not want to undermine the reporting requirements, but we are deeply troubled that overriding duty to the court might be lost, and the circumstances that would put lawyers in if it was passed unamended, this bill. And I also want to note that whilst we're debating this bill, and we have time to debate this bill, there's a bunch of bills we don't have time to debate, which are going to be guillotined this afternoon. And one of those I want to raise is indeed the privacy bill that will be coming. And again, I want to note the Attorney's Office has engaged with us on this bill and had some of the issues that we've raised in relation to the potential breadth of the doxing offence addressed in an amended explanatory memorandum. I'm pleased the government will also, following negotiations with the Greens, insert a 2-year independent review of the doxing clauses. And there is very real concern that on their face, the doxing provisions may silence legitimate political commentary. And this review and the additions and the amendments in the explanatory memorandum, we think will go some way to do that. But the Greens will also be moving amendments to address some of the most glaring oversights in what's called the Tranche 1 privacy bill. We will seek to try to update, Greens amendments will endeavour to update the definition of personal information so it's in the 21st century and includes things like IP addresses and data tracking, which we say is essential for any kind of modern privacy laws. We will move to have the consent provisions mirror those that the government is putting forward in the social media ban, which will actually be real, effective, modern consent provisions. If they're good enough for the social media ban bill, we say to the government, why wouldn't we include them as the standard in the privacy law? And we will also be moving amendments to introduce a fair and reasonable requirement on the treatment and the holding of data from those who take personal information. And finally, I want to say this on the privacy bill. Once this bill is law, I want to be very clear. The Greens and every informed stakeholder in this space expect to hear from the attorney a firm timetable for when Tranche 2 and indeed the balance of privacy law reform is coming. Change is desperately needed, and we've seen that in repeated data breaches and repeated privacy breaches that just keep happening to ordinary Australians while this government refuses to act. And every delay sees more online tracking, more data scraping, and other exploitative practices continue. In the course of the inquiry on the privacy bill, one of the most glaring responses we had was this candid response from the department, and I don't criticise them for their candidacy, and I don't criticise them for telling us straight what was happening. But when we asked the department why Tranche 1 of the privacy reforms had almost zero effective content that was going to actually improve our privacy laws, why it did everything but bring our privacy laws into the 21st century, the response we got from the department was it was the government's intention that nothing in this Tranche 1 of privacy reforms have a material impact on a regulated entity. That's bureaucratic code for they didn't want to change the substantive privacy laws, despite the calls from across society to do exactly that. Well, we need to change our substantive privacy laws. We need to have a privacy laws that at least look like they're written in the 21st century, not in the 20th century. We need to protect kids' data. We need to stop us being tracked without our consent. We need to stop our data being weaponised and commercialised against us. And we need our consent to be real and informed. And we look forward to the attorney making it clear when that will happen. Thank you, Deputy President.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024. The Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024 seeks to expand the scope of the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Act of 2006. This was a Howard government initiative. The AML-CTF legislation was designed to defend against money laundering and terrorism financing schemes, and this bill before the Senate will expand the scope of the AML-CFT regime to include a small range of small businesses, including lawyers, real estate agents and accountants. And this reform will impact approximately 90,000 businesses nationwide and should not be taken lightly, despite the process, sadly, that we've seen by this government here today. And let me make this clear: the Coalition supports efforts to combat money laundering. We always have. It was the Coalition government that in 2002 criminalised terrorist financing in 2002 as part of the Criminal Code and moved money laundering offences into the Criminal Code. It was the Coalition government that in 2006 first passed the AML-CTF Act, and it was the Coalition government that in 2015 led Australia through its last mutual evaluation process. It was the Coalition government that upgraded the AML-CTF Act in 2017 to implement the first suite of changes from that process, and it was the Coalition government that in 2020 once again upgraded the regime. We understand and support the fight against money laundering, and we understand the costs. And on this bill, the costs, frankly, are too high. They are damaging, and this bill really does need to go back to the drawing board. Let me explain why this is the case. The Coalition's process for this, the committee's process for this bill has once again, like we've seen right throughout this term of this parliament, with this government, with this Albanese-led government, and like we're seeing here, indeed in the Senate today, it's been rushed and it's inappropriately abbreviated, undermining the essential role of the Senate as the very important House of Review. Now, the Senate's primary function is to provide thorough scrutiny of proposed legislation and curtailing committee timeframes. All it does is it compromises the critical responsibility that we as senators, and indeed this Senate, has. Unfortunately, abbreviated processes have become a recurring hallmark of bills introduced by this Attorney-General. While urgency can sometimes justify expedited processes, this bill addresses issues that have been under discussion for a considerable period, making the rush timeline unnecessary and unjustified. The reforms proposed in this bill are of immense importance, as underscored by the Attorney-General's impact analysis, which estimates the regulatory costs at a staggering $13.9 billion. Let me say that again, $13.9 billion of costs, of regulatory costs, is going to be upon businesses across this country, most of whom will be small businesses, who will disproportionately carry the burden of this cost. Now, such a substantial financial burden should have prompted extended consultation and careful deliberation, rather than a truncated process. The Coalition is particularly concerned about the increased compliance costs that this bill will impose, as I said, on small businesses across the country, many of whom are grappling with the challenges of the cost of living crisis. We're seeing this in my home state of Western Australia. Small businesses, who make up over 90% of the business community in Western Australia, carrying the big burden of employment opportunities for Western Australians, they will be the ones that will carry the cost of this burden. Government modelling predicts that regulatory costs will total $13.9 billion over the next decades. These costs are likely to be passed on to consumers at a time when we have costs of living out of control. Now, we're seeing inflation starting to moderate, but the problem is the increased costs are baked in. Australians are carrying those forward. And it's going to be some time, as the RBA have said and other economists have said, before wages get to a place, before we see incomes get to a place, before we see profitability of businesses get to a place where it overcomes the costs of doing business and the costs of everything in this country that have been incurred under this government. People are hurting, people are feeling the pressure, and small businesses, no less, particularly those in my home state of Western Australia, are feeling the pressure. Now, the bill's effect will be felt most acutely by accountants, small law firms, real estate agents and other community-based service providers throughout Australia. Now, regional areas in particular will face disproportionate challenges. Sole practitioners and small firms, which make up 93% of law firms in the country, will be especially vulnerable. These firms, often situated in outer suburban and regional communities, play a vital role in providing accessible services. Many will be forced to close due to the additional financial pressures imposed by the bill. This will not only increase the cost for families seeking legal assistance, but will also reduce access to legal representation in these areas, like in outer suburban and regional and remote areas, further disadvantaging these communities. And once again, a bill that will impact the lives on so many Australians is being rammed through the Senate by this Albanese Labor government. Time and again, the government is showing nothing but contempt for Middle Australia. This is a government that hands out flyers claiming to assist with cost of living relief while heaping $13.9 billion in costs onto Australian businesses. This is a government that claims to value co-designed policies and comprehensive public consultation, while attempting to sweep almost 40 bills through the Senate on one single sitting day, like we're dealing with today. When we say that we take money laundering and terrorism financing seriously, the evidence, as I illustrated earlier, is on our side. We can point to both the enforcement actions undertaken on our watch and the existence of the Act itself, the AML-CTF Act itself. We understand the importance of strong legislative and enforcement frameworks to combat money laundering and fully support this fight. Now, once again, a bill that will impact the lives of so many Australians is being rushed through the Senate by this Albanese Labor government. Time and again, this government has shown contempt for Middle Australia. This is a government that hands out flyers, as I said, to assist with cost of living relief, but they're handing simultaneously out $13.5 billion in costs onto Australian businesses. It is a government that claims that it co-designs these policies, but we're seeing time and time again these things rush through. Small businesses in your electorate will pay additional costs as a result of this bill. This is not just the Coalition's perspective, this is actually what the government's own modelling says. We're talking about $13.9 billion of regulatory costs over 10 years. For those in the real estate sector, the Prime Minister's Merry Christmas to you will be $33,000 bill over the next year. That's incredible. $33,000. Legal service small business owners. You too are going to receive, as a Christmas bonus or not, Christmas pain, bit of coal in your stocking this Christmas is $33,000 deficit. $33,000 deficit. This is incredible. For Australians in accounting services, $33,000 for your hard work. And in the recent edition of the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman Business Pulse, it reported that high business expenses continue to put pressure on profit margins. These are widespread across supplies, labour and business essentials, particularly freight, insurance and finance. Yet this government is again adding red tape and complexities for the small business sector. How will this address declining productivity in this country? When you just add on regulatory burden and red tape, does that do anything to assist with productivity? Well, of course, it does not. And this gets in the way of profitability of businesses, gets in the way of more people getting more jobs, it gets in the way of people seeing even better pay rises. Productivities continue to be stagnant under this tenure of this government. The Business Council of Australia's recent report, Australia's Flagging and Productivity and International Competitive Report, highlighted the threats posed by declining productivity and the damage it does if it's not addressed. Productivity is the primary factor, they say, which will define Australia's future quality of life. Simply put, there are no free lunches, it says, and we must be able to produce more with what we have if we are to sustain growing wages and national prosperity. They go on to say, if the opposite is true, higher wages can be afforded without fueling inflation prices. Now, the Council of Small Business Organisations, COSBOA, they've criticised the Attorney-General for failing to follow best practice, stating that the bill leaves the door open to cost confusion and compliance headaches for small businesses. The Real Estate Institute of Australia highlighted concerns based on New Zealand's experience, where real estate agents face additional costs ranging from $30,000 to $60,000 with no clear public benefit to justify these expenses. The Real Estate Institute of Queensland has expressed significant concerns that the legislation is overly complex, places a disproportionate burden on real estate agents and will increase transaction costs associated with buying a house. The Law Council of Australia noted that the legal profession is already the most heavily regulated in the country. They warned that dual regulation of legal services continue to be a significant issue, as increased regulatory costs inevitably drive up the costs of legal services. Now, the Law Council also raised serious concerns about the impact on small law firms, which make up 92 to 93% of all legal practices. Many of these firms are at risk of closure due to the increased regulatory costs, which will have a cascading effect on access to legal services, particularly in remote and regional areas of Australia. This bill is more than just a revision for the AML-CTF regime. This is a message to small businesses in this country that the Albanese government is bad for small business, is bad for all business, heaping on $13.9 billion over the next decade while in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Well, only this Labor government could do that. Rushing the consultation process and sweeping the bill through the Senate along with 30 other bills can only be done by this Labor government. They really ought to be thinking more about small businesses that need the support in this country. Sadly, we're not seeing that from this government.
Senator Wilson.
Deputy President, it kind of feels a bit like the Twilight Zone in here this afternoon, last day of Parliament for the year. I'm hearing Conservatives rally against laws that crack down on crime. I always thought it was their mantra to be tough on crime, and here we finally have the holy grail for so many people before us today, what were commonly called the Gatekeeper or Tranche 2 laws to crack down on money laundering and terrorism financing in Australia. I'd like to, perhaps remind my colleagues across the chamber that it was actually Senator Brandis who had a red-hot go at bringing these laws in nearly 10 years ago, when at the same time in 2015, internationally the Financial Action Task Force, which was the world standard-setting body for anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing, released a report, and it was called the Mutual Evaluation Report. And it said Australia is seen as an attractive destination for foreign proceeds, particularly corruption-related proceeds flowing into real estate. From the Asia-Pacific region, other international bodies have highlighted the inadequacy of Australia's anti-money laundering and CTF framework, including the OECD in 2017 and the IMF again in 2019. The head of ASIC at the same time period said Australia was a haven for white-collar crime. And these laws have been sitting there waiting for this parliament to pass. We're only one of 6 countries internationally that don't have these laws. And it's a really good day today to ask why haven't we had these laws. Well, I spent a good 5 years or more trying to get these laws. And I congratulate Senator Shoebridge for the great work that he's done on this bill today and on the inquiry into this bill. I'd like to also acknowledge on this point previous Leader of the Greens, Tasmanian Senator Christine Milne, who was also campaigning on these laws, Senator O'Neill from the Labor Party, who's played an important role in getting this legislation before us today, and of course Senator McKim, who had the Treasury portfolio following myself. It's been a long road for the Greens to get these laws. We had a fantastic Senate inquiry in 2019 that reported in 2022. I'd recommend Senators read it. It was called Greenfields, Cash Cows and the Regulation of Foreign Investment in Australia. And we had a fantastic case study of a Chinese crime syndicate who spent nearly $30 million of laundered money to buy real estate in Tasmania, including a resort and highly productive farmland. And it was front page news when this syndicate was busted, and Mr Peter Dutton at the time, there's a big spread with him saying, we're cracking down on the crooks. It's not fair that these foreign crime syndicates are competing with Australian mums and dads to buy real estate in Australia. We know money laundering is a significant issue in this country. And then we found out afterwards in the Senate inquiry, it wasn't to do with any of the work of the federal police or our agencies, AUSTRAC or anyone else. The Chinese government actually gave the Australian Federal Police the dossier with all the information on these crooks. They'd been tracking them and asked us to bust them. So that's exactly how it happened. So we looked at that. Like, what are the inadequacies in our laws that we can't actually work out whether laundered money is going into Australian real estate is just one example. And of course, the evidence kept coming back to the fact that the gatekeepers, through the Royal Commission into Banks and Financial Services and other inquiries and reports, we know that the beneficial owners of the companies and the shady shell structures that were being used to channel this kind of money weren't being reported to AUSTRAC. So real estate agents and lawyers and accountants right around the country didn't have to report the beneficial ownership details to AUSTRAC. The Greens had wanted to see a beneficial ownership register. That's something we've campaigned on for nearly 10 years as well, to try and crack down on crime. And today's legislation has been a long time in the coming. And as Senator Shoebridge said, it's not perfect. I certainly hope the Senate supports Senator Shoebridge's amendments to try and improve these. But let's be really clear here. You can talk about $13.9 billion in regulatory costs, but real estate agents, accountants and lawyers have known this legislation has been coming for a long, long time. And I can tell you from first-hand experience, I initiated the Senate inquiry that looked at money laundering. I was on the Four Corners report, the Parallel Universe, talking about the impact of this on the Australian economy. These groups have campaigned and lobbied really hard, and I mean ferociously, to prevent this legislation from going ahead. So $13.9 billion in regulatory cost. Well, what about the cost? The opportunity cost and other costs associated with money laundering in this country, not to mention, obviously, the financing of terrorism. Seriously, hasn't even been mentioned once by the coalition. Well, I never thought I'd see a day that they came in here and so listen to Senator Cash's contribution today, so ferociously campaigning against laws to crack down on crime. Really, this is it. This is not perfect, but it's the best we've got. So I just wanted to finish by also making a personal reflection on Fraser Brindley, who used to work in my office before he left to go and work in Senator McKim and Adam Bant's office. Fraser was always pushing me, and I know he pushed his other senators that he worked for, to take this issue seriously. And it was because of Fraser that we had the Senate inquiry. We got the Four Corners program up into this, amongst other things. I'd like to also acknowledge the book, The Lucky Laundry, Mr. Lynch, who wrote that book. I kind of contacted him afterwards and thanked him very much for all the quotes he'd put in there that I'd made in terms of this issue, and let him know that actually it was Fraser's work. And it really should have been Fraser in that book. And that's the time as a boss you feel a bit guilty that you're the one who's actually out doing the work, but a lot of the hard work's been done behind the scenes by people like Fraser. So I hope the Senate supports these laws. They've been a long time in the coming. They're not perfect, but they're certainly a step in the right direction.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I acknowledge at the outset Senator Whish-Wilson's kind reflection on his former staff member, and that's something we should perhaps do more often in this place. I provided additional comments, extensive additional comments in relation to the inquiry. I believe that there can be more done in relation to combating any money laundering and counter-terrorism financing. However, this is not a simple matter. This is not a simple matter, and it was deeply disappointing that, notwithstanding the fact that, as Senator Whish-Wilson said, these issues have been ventilated in the public domain for so long, that we had such an abbreviated Senate process. And I just want to quote to you from the comments which were provided by the Law Council of Australia. They said this: "The bill is lengthy and complex, substantially amending legislation which already fits this description. The bill was presented without an exposure draft and with a limited time frame in which to analyse its impact on affected persons. It contains proposals that were not foreshadowed in the May 2024 consultation papers, including the precise definitions of designated services and the compulsory notice and examination powers. In the time available, it has not been possible. To make a full assessment of the impact of the bill, it is likely that matters will arise that have not been contemplated at this point. Nevertheless, the Law Council makes this submission to facilitate ongoing constructive dialogue." End quote. So why is it, Mr Deputy President, as Senator Whish-Wilson said, this matter has been ventilated in the public domain for so long that we have such an abbreviated process for interested stakeholders, those who will be most impacted by these changes, to actually make submissions and to digest what is an extremely complicated piece of legislation. And I think this is a point which has arisen in relation to multiple pieces of legislation during this term. The Law Council of Australia has made a similar point with respect to Senate inquiries on no less than 6 occasions on bills that have come before the committee that I serve on as Deputy Chair and which Senator Shoebridge serves on no less than 6 occasions they've raised the same concern. But again, it happens again and again and again, and it is completely unacceptable. I just want to take on board one of the comments Senator Whish-Wilson made in relation to real estate transactions. A key concern of stakeholders in relation to, for example, a real estate transaction is typically you have a vendor, you have a purchaser. The vendor, in most circumstances, will have a bank. The purchaser, in most circumstances, will have a bank. The vendor, in most cases, will have a firm of lawyers acting for them. The purchaser will have a firm of lawyers acting for them. The real estate agent is the agent, maybe, in most cases, of the vendor, but the real estate agent can be also a buyer's agent. So in that situation, you have 6 entities involved in the transaction. 6 advisors, 6, some of them gatekeepers, some of them banks. And the legitimate concern raised by so many stakeholders was, please do not force Bank 1 to do the same anti-money laundering checks, Bank 2 for the purchaser to do the same checks, solicitors for the vendor to do the same checks, solicitors for the purchaser to do the same checks, for the real estate agent, the vendor's agent to do the same checks, and for the buyer's agent to do the same checks. That would just be lunacy. And there is an issue with respect to costs. There is an issue. It may well be, as Senator Whish-Wilson says, that the gatekeepers were aware of the cost implications for some time, but that doesn't address the issue of the cost implications. And there are substantial cost implications. And in my view, the government and AUSTRAC, and there have been positive signs, and I can say from interaction with a number of stakeholders, there has been some positive signs that AUSTRAC is looking at how to make this regime as user-friendly as possible and to minimise duplication. It would be madness that in a typical real estate transaction, as I outlined, that Bank 1 acting for the vendor has to go through these processes. The solicitors acting for the vendors have to go through these processes. The real estate agent acting for the vendors has to go through these processes. And exactly the same occurs on the purchaser side. And there were strong submissions made, including by the Real Estate Institute of Queensland in relation to the technology platform which is mobilised by PEXA and which accommodates the vast majority of conveyances that occur in this country on an electronic basis, and it's looking to increase the proportion of transactions covered from approximately 90% to 95%. There were very strong submissions made that when the guidelines have been issued, and we haven't seen the guidelines, we don't know what the guidelines are going to say, but there were strong submissions made that accommodation should be provided to leverage of technology to minimise the cost. So it's not a question of all or nothing, it's a question of leveraging technology to manage the cost. And so you don't have a situation where a politically exposed individual, perhaps from our Pacific region, and they exist, who has gone through AML checks at their bank, has to go through the same checks with their solicitor, the same checks with respect to their real estate agent, and that has to occur on both sides of the transaction. That would be madness. And I dearly hope when the guidelines are released that they demonstrate, AUSTRAC demonstrates that it has listened to the stakeholders in terms of their positive recommendations and suggestions as to how to minimise duplication, because we've seen that in New Zealand. In New Zealand, at the moment, there are 6,000 applications from small businesses to be exempted from the AML scheme in New Zealand. We should learn. One of the benefits, there is a benefit of the delay, is to learn from the experience of other jurisdictions. And we can do that. We can learn from the experience in New Zealand. We can learn from the experience in the United Kingdom. And we should do that. I propose in my recommendations that there be more transparency around the production, the creation of the AML rules. These are the key rules that will apply to the gatekeeper professions. I would like to see that as a very public process, because I think we want to see in an open and transparent manner, and it doesn't have to be in the legislation. It doesn't have to be in the legislation. AUSTRAC could decide to do this, and I suggest to them that they do, that they publish exposure drafts of the guidelines, they publish submissions made by the gatekeepers and others impacted by these guidelines on those guidelines, and then they tell us how they get from those exposure drafts to the final guidelines. Because we will be watching. We will be watching. There are small businesses, potentially sole practitioners, who are out there trying to make ends meet, trying to provide a quality service to their clients, in particular in regional and country Australia. This will be an added burden. And again, that's indisputable. This will be an added burden. And we've got to make it as simple as possible for the relevant obligations to be met, especially by small business. And that is one of my primary concerns. The other issue I've got is, to be frank, is in relation to the application of suspicious matter reporting upon lawyers, upon the legal profession. And I have material issues with respect to the legal profession, lawyers as officers of the court, having to meet a suspicious matter reporting regime. In my view, and I say this as someone of the legal profession in a previous life, there is a real issue. There is a real issue in terms of lawyers managing their ethical obligations as officers of the court and also being subject to the regime under the legislation. And I haven't received any satisfactory answer to that. The Canadian Supreme Court was so concerned about it that they actually struck down the legislation in Canada as it applied to lawyers generally. That's a common law jurisdiction, similar traditions as we have in Australia with respect to legal profession. I note Senator Shoebridge's attempt to, with the benefit of the New South Wales Bar Association, to try and address the issue, but there are real ethical concerns, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if ultimately there is a High Court challenge to the application, in particular of those provisions, to lawyers. And there was enough evidence received by the committee, including from former High Court Justice Nettle, in relation to the issue, to cause some considerable concern that the suspicious matter reporting obligations being imposed upon the legal profession may well breach some constitutional provisions with respect to the separation of powers. And my last point I'll make in relation to this matter is, I would like to see more transparency in relation to the engagement between the government and also the Financial Action Task Force. I would like to know whether or not representations are being made to the Financial Action Task Force, whether or not there's a discussion at the Financial Action Task Force with respect to these legitimate issues around the cost implications for sole practitioners and micro small businesses, and also whether or not the legitimate concerns, especially of common law countries, with respect to their traditions in relation to the legal profession, the fact that members of the legal profession are officers of the court, whether or not those matters are being ventilated in those task force discussions. Because I'm not satisfied that they are, because there seems to be a lack of understanding in terms of the material which is produced by the Financial Action Task Force of that concern with respect to the competition, the conflict between lawyers' ethical obligations and also their obligations under AML regimes, in particular with respect to suspicious matter reporting. And from my perspective, there also doesn't seem to be sufficient acknowledgement in relation to the cost burden which is imposed upon micro, not even small businesses, micro sole practitioner businesses, be they accountants, lawyers or real estate agents. So with that, Deputy President, I will leave my comments there simply and perhaps simply note that due to an estimate spillover, I'll be unfortunately not be able to be here for what comes next, and I do wish I had the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Penny, Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise today to speak on the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024. Before I proceed, it is important to state on the record that the Coalition supports efforts to combat money laundering. In fact, we always have, and the AML-CTF Act is a Howard government initiative post-September 11. This bill seeks to expand existing money laundering and counter-terrorism financing obligations to include Tranche 2 employees like accountants, real estate agents and lawyers. And as my colleague Senator Scarr noted, these are primarily small businesses, family businesses, organisations that don't have vast and deep resourcing. This bill is filled with inconsistencies and errors that need to be dealt with. There are legitimate concerns with respect to the regulatory cost burden of this bill, once again, which falls squarely at the feet of Australia's small businesses, and it is estimated to be some $13.9 billion over the next 10 years. There is no discussion of the details in the impact analysis released by the Attorney-General's Department. This cost burden is far too large for small businesses, which will subsequently need to pass their costs on to consumers. Hence, the government must seek to eliminate or reduce these costs. There are various impacts on the legal and accounting and real estate professions. Senator Scarr has outlined some of those in quite significant detail. The Law Council has been clear in their position that legal practitioners owe a paramount duty of care to their client and to the court. This bill drastically impinges upon a fundamental component of the legal system, which is the power of privileged information between a lawyer and their client. This bill would undermine this trust by legally compelling lawyers to inform their clients, inform on their clients, eroding the foundational confidence clients place in their legal representatives. It is clear that legal practitioners should be excluded from the application of mandatory suspicious matter reporting requirements of this bill. Further, in relation to the real estate and accounting professions, the Real Estate Institute of Queensland recommended that there should be a platform solution which enables Tranche 2 entities to share and rely on information in the most effective way. And again, Senator Scarr spoke to this. There's multiple reporting obligations based on the current structure of this bill on one transaction. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. For an individual, a customer, a couple purchasing a home to have to meet these requirements 3 times in the purchase of a home. Once to their lawyers, once to their bank, and perhaps to their accountants if they're having some assistance in relation to that matter from them. Finally, there should be amendments to the explanatory memorandum to erase ambiguity about conjunction agreements and exclude residential site agreements and land leases. There are a number of deficiencies which are identified in the Senate inquiry, and I will go through those briefly. Noting the considerable concern with respect to cost and regulatory burden and how reforms would interact with professional responsibilities. It's disappointing that the processes for this hasn't been adequate. The Law Council of Australia has raised concerns with respect to the adequate time provided for it as the peak body representing the Australian legal profession to make submissions and this process. Whilst there are circumstances where bills are required to be introduced and passed as a matter of urgency for reasons outside the control of the executive, this bill deals with matters which have been the subject of discussion for quite some time and should have been open to more broader consultation. In its additional comments, the Coalition has a number of recommendations, the first of which is that the Senate note the inappropriateness of the abbreviated timeline for consideration of the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill, particularly given the importance of the legislation, the cost burden of that same legislation and the failure of the government to circulate an exposure draft of the bill, and the inclusion in the bill of matters which were not subject to prior consultation, including the Schedule 9 powers. Concerns also were noted in respect to the regulatory cost, and I've noted some of those already, noting $13.9 billion in estimated regulatory costs of $13.9 billion over 10 years. There is no discussion of the qualifications contained in that report regarding that cost estimation. There is no discussion of the estimates of costs provided by the Tranche 2 entities, legal professionals, real estate agents and accountants, that were submitted as a part of this committee inquiry process, and that in itself is quite a staggering omission. The AGD impact analysis estimated that the upfront cost for the provision of legal services to comply with the new regime would be $429 million, with ongoing costs of $2.454 million. Over a 10-year period, that cost, calculated on a net present value upon those providing legal services, which are designated services, is estimated to be $2.833 billion. A significant impact on the industry and its many small business owners. There is also a cost impact on real estate agents, who are also primarily small businesses. The analysis estimated that the upfront cost for the provision of real estate services to comply with the new regime would be just under $1 billion at $989 million, with ongoing costs of $4.903 million. Over a 10-year period, that total cost, calculated on net present value basis upon those providing real estate services, which are designated services, is estimated to be $5.892 billion. Again, a significant impact on the real estate industry and its many small business owners. The impact analysis estimated that the upfront cost for the provision of accounting services to comply with the new regime would be some $562 million, with ongoing costs of $3.12 million. Over a 10-year period, that total cost, calculated on a net present value basis upon those providing accounting services, which are designated services, is estimated to be $3.682 billion. Again, a significant impact on the accounting industry and its many small and family business owners. The second recommendation from the Coalition on the inquiry was that before the bill is passed, the government must address the cost burden imposed by the legislation on small business. The $13.9 billion cost is a burden far too large and these costs, as we know, will be passed on to families and customers. There are many issues relating to this, but in conclusion, this bill does not have the support of small businesses, real estate agents or lawyers, the very people it will burden the most. COSBOA has criticised the lack of consultation and warned that the cost, confusion and compliance headaches it will create. Evidence from overseas paints an even grimmer picture. This bill is fundamentally flawed and needs to go back to the drawing board, and we must ensure any reforms are practical, effective and fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
With the concurrence of the chamber, I move that the debate be now adjourned.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Minister Wong.
So I thank the Senate. I move that the resumption of the debate be in order of the day for a later hour.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it.
Resolution agreed to earlier today relating to the hours of meeting and routine of business be amended as follows. Paragraph E, omit 5 p.m. and substitute 6:30 p.m. And I move that Senator Birmingham be given the call to make a statement without a question before the chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. So the motion moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Birmingham.
Well, thank you, President. I thank you, Senator Wong, and I thank the Senate. President, this too shall pass. It's an ancient Persian proverb, the lesson being that through times of despair or elation, neither shall last forever. It is a keeper of perspective that I've found useful through the highs and lows of political travails. Now it is time for my parliamentary service to also pass. Some will be kind enough to be disappointed to see me go. Maybe only a rare few, but some. To them I am sorry, especially to those who feel that I am letting them or the team down at this time. Others, as is the nature of this business, will be delighted to see the back of me. To them I am also sorry. Sorry that I'm giving you this joy, but staying just to spite my opponents or to prove them wrong is no good reason to stay. In any event, it is always better to go when there are some wishing you to stay, and none of us is irreplaceable. Now is the right time for me, for my family, and for new career pathways. I'm excited that next year I will step into a new commercially oriented direction. You can all be relieved to know that it has nothing to do with lobbying, government relations or commentary. This year I hit the big 5-0. It provided cause for gratitude on the wonderful life I've been fortunate to craft and reflection on the priorities that lie ahead. There is so much in my life that I do have reason to be thankful for. Professionally, I will leave here just short of 18 remarkable years as a senator for the great state of South Australia. Perhaps it is best to get out before hitting 18 and reaching Senate adulthood, whatever that might look like. When I entered this chamber in May 2007, I was its youngest member at this time. I will leave, thankfully not as its oldest, but as the longest continuously serving of my current coalition colleagues. I've been fortunate to spend more time on the government benches than in opposition, to have had a near decade as a minister and the vast majority of it as a cabinet minister. For more than 4 years, I've had the honour of leading my party here in this Senate, serving as both Leader of the Government and Leader of the Opposition. I do know which one I preferred. I've seen, during those near 18 years, too many Prime Ministers and acknowledged the political blood on my own hands during those more turbulent times. I've worked at sufficiently close quarters, 2 PMs, to see the real and constant stresses of that job. I acknowledge all of those who have held our nation's most important office during my time in this parliament, from Prime Minister Howard all the way through to Prime Minister Albanese. I particularly thank the Liberal PMs in whose party room I served. John Howard was always generous with his time and advice, especially in my early years. Tony Abbott gave me the opportunities of serving on the front bench and through his win in 2013 in the ministry. Malcolm Turnbull promoted me to Cabinet, backed me in the pursuit of difficult reforms and brought me into his leadership group. And Scott Morrison was to challenge me with roles in the Expenditure Review Committee, the National Security Committee, the leadership of this chamber, and the joys of being a campaign spokesman through 2 elections. Politics, though, should never be about the titles you've held, but what you do with them. I hope to be judged to have left a positive legacy. As Education Minister, we cleaned up the rorted mess that was vet fee help and replaced it with a student support targeted to job-enabling skills with real limits on fees. In higher education, like many education ministers, parts of my agenda were foiled by this chamber. A key direction I sought to take, which I urge future ministers to revisit, was to create a performance element to university payments, linking some Commonwealth support to graduate employment outcomes. Supply-side decisions made by universities play a huge role in shaping the graduate mix across our country. It is in the interests of both students and the economy for unis to face both reputational and financial incentives to get the enrolment mix right. I had more success in abolishing the historic maze of multiple childcare payments, replacing them with a single childcare subsidy, targeting support to those working the hardest but earning the least. Means testing and activity testing, the CCS, were critical to maximise workforce participation and choice for families without breaking the budget. It would be fiscally reckless and of limited genuine benefit to abandon these limits. Simultaneously, we backed safety nets for early education, and to get more kids into preschool, began shifting state payments from ineffective enrolment-based payments to much more important attendance-based payments. But my biggest fight as Education Minister was, of course, over school funding. I inherited a wicked dilemma. On one side were reforms recommended to the Gillard government by the Gonski Review, which had been compromised via a big spending, no losers approach that, instead of Gonski funding, maintained 28 different funding deals for schools. On the other side were budget repair initiatives of the Abbott government that sought to strip away the big spending but had no chance of passing the Senate and also maintained funding inequities. After many conversations with the ever-thoughtful David Gonski and with the unwavering backing of Malcolm Turnbull, we determined that the only way out of the dilemma was a principled implementation of the Gonski recommendations. Applying the principle of Gonski's funding formula meant having the courage to create losers as well as winners. Some of those who stood to lose fought hard, others played politics. That was their right, even if at times their positions betrayed their purported values. As I said at the time, to some controversy, there was an opponent or two who sold out their values for a few pieces of silver. But many education leaders, faith leaders and experts put principles first, even if it required a difficult transition for a few. Ultimately, we were to prevail, securing 10 crossbench votes at the time, and I noticed Rebecca Sharkey in the chamber, and Beck, you helped with getting those crossbench votes too. And we did so to put school funding on a more needs-based and more consistent footing, which enabled more choice for families of all means and greater support for those of most need. As the Grattan Institute's Peter Goss wrote at the time, this was a victory for the school children of Australia over politics. Also acknowledge Michael Chaney, who took on the task of overseeing the technical efficacy of the funding formulas, including improving measures of income. I take some pride in the fact that our changes are enduring, with the current government's school funding changes based entirely off of the model and formulas that we legislated. But we didn't stop with funding. Thanks to bipartisan support in my home state, we began the spread of an early years phonics-based reading check across Australia. I was pleasantly surprised when, at my 50th birthday bash in June, the musician turned up, introduced himself as a teacher in his day job, and told me that his principal had asked him to thank me for the phonics check. It's the last thing I was expecting at the start of my 50th. The Gonski 2.0 report, which looked at how record funding should optimally be applied for better outcomes, laid the foundations for these and other practical reforms. Its recommendations on developing basic skills, more effectively measuring student progress and recognising our best teachers deserve to be fully implemented. President, it was quite a change to move from the classrooms of the education portfolio to the entrepreneurs of the trade, tourism and investment portfolio, but I loved the transformative nature that each brings to our nation. Our government delivered the biggest ever expansion of preferential market access for Australian exporters, lifting the share of Australian exports with advantageous rights of entry into our export markets from 27% when elected to more than 80%. I was proud to oversee implementation of the CPTPP, to sign the Indonesia-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, to finalise the Hong Kong FTA, the Pacific Agreement on closer economic relations with our Pacific Island family, and the landmark Digital Economy Agreement with Singapore, as well as launching negotiations for our eventual FTA with the United Kingdom. In particular, I take pride in having secured the 15-nation Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. RCEP created the world's largest trade bloc, encompassing around 30% of both global population and global GDP, and cementing Australia's place as an integrated economic partner with ASEAN and other major Asian economies. We also launched Australia's India Economic Strategy and led a delegation of more than 100 education, tourism, energy, resources and agribusiness leaders as part of the first Australia-India Business Exchange. However, my time as Trade Minister coincided with the beginning of a great crisis, the COVID-19 global pandemic, and a big warning: China's attempted coercive trade sanctions. I will never forget Saturday, the 1st of February 2020. I was spending the morning at the Liberal pre-selection that brought Andrew McLaughlin to this place, while the family prepared to host Tilly's 9th birthday party that afternoon. Then came the message of a special National Security Committee meeting being called. This was bad news. First, I had to tell Courtney that I may not make the birthday party, but more seriously, I also knew what was coming. That was the meeting at which we determined to close Australia's borders to China. As Trade and Tourism Minister, this was a decision of such consequence for the stakeholders I represented. I challenged the health advice, but could ultimately see the wisdom in the precautions being taken. It was the first of so many monumental decisions to be taken. Further border closures, the JobKeeper program, standing up a government-run air freight coordination mechanism, actions to save tourism businesses, and just so many more through COVID. Our actions weren't perfect, nor in such unprecedented times was the information we had available to us to base those decisions on perfect. But on the whole, I am very confident that the Morrison government decisions saved many Australian lives and livelihoods. In the midst of this global crisis, the wolf warrior diplomacy being deployed at the time by the Chinese government suddenly struck numerous Australian export sectors. As I've said many times, Australians should be proud that our businesses, our economy and our nation withstood that attempted coercion. China's actions betrayed the commitments our countries had made to one another, and whatever differences our governments had, there was no justification for those trade sanctions. Incidentally, the WTO's multi-party interim arbitration agreement that we had negotiated with China due to US blockages, and did so with China and other parties, actually became useful leverage for the ultimate resolution of those disputes. President, China is a great power, but this was an abuse of power, as we sadly see the Chinese government deploy too often in their military actions and in other conduct that is increasing risk and instability in our world. We all wish to preserve peace and stability. That requires genuine deterrence and effective diplomacy. Shortly after becoming Finance Minister, Scott Morrison brought me into the early discussions among a very small group of NSC ministers about the possible acquisition of nuclear-powered submarine capabilities. As if the pandemic decisions hadn't been monumental enough, the birth of the AUKUS partnership involved the most consequential of national security decisions, arguably since the signing of the ANZUS Treaty. Subsequently, when we lost the election, I was to take on the Shadow Foreign Affairs portfolio, and in doing so have seen the most challenging of times emerge across the world. I salute the courageous Ukrainians, the determined Israelis. I pay tribute and acknowledge the tragedy of lives lost in the Palestinian territories, in Lebanon, and in so many other conflicts around the world, but particularly those that are being fuelled by the axis of Iran, North Korea, Russia, and all too much enabled by certain Chinese policies. President, at the time we embarked upon AUKUS, we also oversaw the unwinding of pandemic assistance, the beginning of post-pandemic budget repair, and an economy that drove unemployment to its lowest levels in my lifetime. I was also responsible as Finance Minister for working with Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins on delivery and initial implementation of the Set the Standard report. This was important work, and I value the contribution that I was able to make alongside colleagues across the chamber. But I do want to press that I do not accept the perceptions peddled by some in this building of it being a universally toxic workplace. There are many staff and members of Parliament of all political persuasions who not only work hard and achieve much, but they actually enjoy their time here too. They should be proud of their work, take pride in coming to work in this place, and whilst we should never tolerate the type of behaviours that led to the Jenkins report, the whole should not have their experiences universally besmirched. President, after all those experiences, and indeed even before I was Trade Minister, I was and remain unashamedly a free trader. I do fear that the world is headed into an era where populism trumps good policy. Australia must protect our interests. As the two largest free trade blocs, RCEP and CPTPP, they must be protected and enhanced to ensure that a free and open Asia-Pacific region remains the world's economic growth engine. In doing so, that will be best for Australia's interests too. And in my new life, I look forward to advancing these interests and to helping to practically grow our trade and investment flows through our region. President, with that, we should also be clear. It's important to celebrate the profits of Australian companies, not undermine them. We should also acknowledge that Australia needs migration if we are to fund ambitions in sectors like defence and maintain essential services as our population ages. We should also be bold in the use of data to drive government efficiency and stare down the conspiracy theorists who jeopardise such productivity measures. And we should seek to unite Australians, not divide them. I remain proud of my small role in securing marriage equality in Australia, having been the first coalition frontbencher to publicly back marriage reform. The ultimate strength of the yes vote for marriage equality demonstrated that Australians overwhelmingly back concepts of equality and respect for each other, regardless of our differences. We must learn this lesson in all aspects of our work, but including in the pursuit of reconciliation with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians. We should strive to make Australians proud of having the oldest continuously living culture in the world, not ashamed due to disadvantage, nor resentful due to perceptions of special treatment. It's about achieving mutual respect and equality of opportunity for all. Those on the harder edges of the left and the right who seek to divide our country only make us weaker in our division. Little is gained by culture wars, politicians obsessing over what happens in private bedrooms, or anyone seeking to override evidence-based medical practice. I am a proud Liberal of the John Stuart Mill tradition, preferring less government intervention in both our economy and personal lives. The global rise of populism and divisive tribalism, peddled by ideological extremes, troubles me. It risks social cohesion in countries like ours and jeopardises the economic well-being of countries like ours. I am confident that Australia is a country whose values sit towards the centre, and that the parties of government forget that at their peril. President, this won't be universally agreed across the chamber, but in Peter Dutton I believe the Liberal Party has a leader who understands that. Peter and I certainly don't agree on everything, but Peter is grounded, thoroughly decent, and has a perspective in touch with many hard-working Australians. I am confident that he would be a strong and effective Prime Minister, and I wish Peter and the Coalition team nothing but success. Without preempting the decisions of our party room, I also note that my departure will likely see the first all-woman leadership across this Senate. Good luck to you, Michaelia. Thank you for being a loyal deputy and a good friend. And I guess good luck, Penny, in having Michaelia at the table with you. President, I have been fortunate to have had it all in many ways: career, family and a great life. And I owe thanks to many. My staff, of course. I've been blessed with amazing electorate staff, policy, parliamentary and media advisors. I could never hope to repay what they have collectively done for me. I hope they never forget that my achievements and those of our governments are their achievements too. Be they have been parliamentary staff, electorate staff, or any who have made a contribution. While many have come and gone in my office, and happily often gone on to bigger and better things, a few Prime Ministers seem to like to poach my press sex, we have also had remarkable stability. Loretta Sist and Anthony Buck Rogers, two of my first electorate staff employed all the way back in May 2007, remain part of the team all these years later. I could wax lyrical about the merits of so many staff, past and present, but I do want to single out two particularly for their loyalty and leadership, both known to, I think, the bulk of my colleagues. Loretta, my office manager for the entire journey, has underpinned the standards, ethics and culture of our office. She has become family to us and will forever be so. Rachel Thompson, not game to look at me, my one and only Chief of Staff ever since I first became a minister, is potentially the best networked person in this place. However, Rachel's vast network is genuinely one developed through diligence, professionalism, thoughtfulness, humility and generosity. Thank you to Marcus and Samantha for enabling Rach to give so much of herself to me. Truman was wrong when he quipped that if you want a friend in politics, buy a dog. I take away treasured friendships of current and former parliamentary colleagues. Far too many to name, and I will create offence by leaving some out, but I will single out John Gardner and Trudy, James Stevens and Alex, Maurice Payne, Christopher Pine and Carolyn, James McGrath, Scott Ryan and Helen, Jamie Briggs and Estee, Anne Ruston and Sean Edwards, and as I say, no doubt others. Relations across the aisle are essential too, especially here, where the Senate is ungovernable without a degree of trust between the leaders. Penny, thank you for our trusting working relationship. It's come a long way from our sparring over the Murray-Darling Basin in my early years here. You are a formidable opponent, a warrior for your cause, and with an intellect that justifies your success. The Murray-Darling too, incidentally, is a reform where achievements that have been made, world-leading in water recovery and reform, should not be undermined entirely by debate about what more may or may not need to be done. Holding the water portfolio, the Murray-Darling portfolio in my earliest days, is also where I got my first real taste of conflict with the Nats. Bridget, we've become near experts at managing such conflict, along with good mates, and I thank our coalition partners. That leaves family and friends. Today would have been my Nan, Madge Hurd's birthday. She was a huge influence on my life. I spoke about her in my first speech. I know that Mum, who's here today, and her sister Margaret join in taking some added meaning that on this anniversary I take my next step. Mum and Jim, Gay and Roger, Margaret and niece have all in different ways given Courtney and I the support to juggle crazy professional lives while giving our girls every opportunity possible, along with support further afield from my cousin Lauren. Fewer truer words have been written about raising children than the phrase, "it takes a village." In addition to family, our village is blessed with many treasured friends who have kept us grounded while giving more help than could ever be expected. In particular to Pricey, Don, Cooper and Ruby, along with Sash, Keno, Georgia and Harvey, thank you for being the best mates anyone could ask for. Many more fun times lie ahead. I told the Senate in my first speech that my partner, Courtney Morcombe, could be just as capable of standing here as me. Perhaps she should have been, although Courts has a typically direct answer when anyone has suggested it. She honestly replies, "I don't like people that much." At the time of that first speech, when I referenced Courtney, she was Chief of Staff to Adelaide's Lord Mayor, and I, of course, was a backbench senator. We quickly agreed that one of us in politics was enough, so Courtney returned to her professional services career. Somehow, that formula didn't last. One wedding, 2 children, and 13 years later, we were to find ourselves in the position of me being Australia's Finance Minister and Courtney back in politics, not at local government, but as Chief of Staff to the South Australian Premier, also in the midst of that same global pandemic. How we all survived the intensity and madness of it all may forever be one of life's mysteries. It's due, of course, to many of those family and friends I mentioned before. But as we now enter a time when neither of us shall be in politics, words are insufficient to express my love and gratitude to you, Courtney, and my thanks. You backed me through the toughest of times. You've always been my most important and forthright advisor. Sitting either side of you, Tilly and Amelia, you guys are our world. We love you enormously. Okay, stop crying, Mimi, because you're doing it to me. Tilly, your drive and determination will take you anywhere, and Mimi, your care and consideration will ensure you are always surrounded by love. As I farewell this place, I do have a few departing observations for the colleagues I leave behind. Some of it informed, sadly, by the last couple of days. Colleagues, it is not necessary to target one another and personalise debates to advance the issues important to you. It is not necessary to undermine the principles and practices of this Senate to advance the issues important to you. Every senator is accorded with remarkable privileges and a platform like no other in this nation to advance those issues important to you. Use those privileges, make the most of your platform, and you will be amazed at what you can achieve in this place without crossing the line. I acknowledge, of course, all of the Senate staff, as I do all across the Australian Public Service. Rosemary Huxtable, former Head of Finance, thank you for being here with me today. And also acknowledge Tony Cook and George Mina across education and trade as two amazing public servants among the many, many who I had the privilege of working with. Serving in this Senate is the honour of a lifetime. I was just the 89th South Australian to do so, and have served, if the maths is right, with 206 of the 647 Australians to have ever been a senator. We've seen a lot of turnover, Penny. Those of you who have the honour of continuing in this place carry a great responsibility. I wish you well. Do good. Make a positive difference. Thank you and farewell.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, I rise on behalf of the government and of myself to acknowledge and thank Senator Birmingham for his service to the Senate, for his service to the great state of South Australia, and most importantly, his service to our nation. As Simon said, he's been a member of this place for some 17 years. He's had quite an extraordinary career. Obviously, the Murray-Darling Basin, which anyone who serves in that portfolio bears certain scars. and has had senior frontbench positions as Minister for Education and Training, Trade, etc., and Minister for Finance. And in this place, leadership roles across the board: Manager of Government Business, Deputy Leader of the Government, Leader of the Government and Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. Quite a remarkable career. Senator Birmingham's political activism dates back, I think, probably around as far as mine, and we've had a similar, if opposite, sides career, both cutting our political teeth in Adelaide at the uni. We've clearly got different political ideologies. He once confessed to me that he joined the Liberal Party at a time when John Hewson was promoting Fight Back. So clearly we disagree often. But Simon Birmingham has always engaged respectfully. He is always engaged with integrity, and he is always engaged with a clear view for achieving something positive for our country. Senator Birmingham is a thoroughly decent person, and I want to thank him personally for his constructive engagement across the table in this place in these last years, but over the last 17 years. Senator Birmingham has repeatedly demonstrated a commitment to rise above petty personal politics, and you saw that again today. He's shown to me a great deal of kindness at times. He may not remember this, but he was actually very kind to me after our 2019 election loss. Our children were both doing Mandarin at the same school, and he saw me outside and was very, very kind to me, and I've never forgotten that, because he could have just said, well, we won, or something like that. He's also shown grit. Well, I think he said that. You might, not at all. He's also shown grit. Some might say he's been optimistically valiant in advocating a moderate, informed approach to key debates such as water, environment and climate. And he was a key advocate within his party and the community and this parliament to achieving marriage equality. And with his characteristic humility today, he spoke about his small part. But I was there, and he played more than a small part. I think in politics, you see a lot of people who there's a lot more spin than substance. Well, some might say in this building that's the norm. With Senator Birmingham, there's a lot more substance than spin. And unlike many in this building, he never promotes how good he is or tells people how smart he is. But he is a man of enormous competence and high intellect. I think in politics you learn from the people with whom you work, but you also learn from the people with whom you contest. And I can confess to the chamber that Simon Birmingham is much more patient than Penny Wong. He also is a man who keeps his perspective. I think that is the key to why Senator Birmingham remains calm. He keeps perspective in the moment, and it is one of the reasons he has been such a good leader in this place, and one of the reasons he was such an effective minister. We also have both learned things in the Pacific. We learnt the difference between kava in Vanuatu and sakau in FSM. Oh, Micmac's left. I was really making that joke for him. Oh dear. And I have to say, one of the things I learnt then about Senator Birmingham was this. Despite having partaken much more than he should have, than was advisable of the sakau, which is the kava of FSM, he nevertheless managed to deliver competent, clear speech, coherent speech, albeit very, very slowly. I think, as Senator Birmingham said, serving in this place is an extraordinary privilege. Serving as a minister is an extraordinary privilege. Serving in the cabinet of the country and as leader in this place is the honour of a lifetime. And I salute Senator Birmingham Birmingham's career as a great contribution to the nation. Few Australians have the capacity and platform to contribute to public debate in the way all of us in here are able. And as Senator Birmingham described today briefly, it also brings great costs, most of all to those who we love. A lot of time away from home, anniversaries, birthdays and celebrations missed. I know, Courtney, Tilly and Amelia, you'll have, I'm sure, are looking forward to having a bit more time with your husband and dad, and I wish you all the best for that. So, on behalf of Labor senators and personally, I congratulate Senator Birmingham on his service in this place. I thank him for his friendship, and I wish him all the very best for what's next.
Just a moment, Senator Cash. I'm going to give myself the privilege of speaking next. Very short. Senator Birmingham, I first saw you as a member when I was a member of the Rudd government. It was my first estimates, and my colleagues warned me and said, watch him. He's clever and quick and has a huge intellect. Since then, most of my interactions with you have been in my role as President. I've found you to be a person of great integrity, trustworthy and honourable. Your contributions have often been sharp and witty. Sadly, in this role, I've never really been able to laugh at them, but I have found them witty. But for me, I've seen you at your best, your absolute best in my view, during condolence speeches, whether it be for the passing of a senator, a national disaster or something on a global scale. I've discovered in those moments that your compassion is deep, that it's heartfelt, and it's obviously and still is very real. May I wish you well and all the best in whatever you do next with your family and your daughters and in your new career. Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator Cash.
And thank you, Madam President. And I too rise on behalf of many Liberal colleagues today who unfortunately due to time will not be able to make a contribution to you, Simon, but on behalf of myself. I will start my speech, and Courtney will understand this, and Simon, you will, but I don't think anybody else in the chamber will. We'll always have the night markets in Taiwan. But as I said, I rise to pay tribute to my friend, colleague and our leader in this place, Simon Birmingham. And I do so, of course, with sadness, but more importantly, Simon, I do so with immense respect and admiration for what you have done and what you have achieved in this place. In fact, you'll recall that we came into this place at around the same time. You arrived here in a casual vacancy in 2007, and I was elected in the 2007 election. And I have to say, it has been a journey for you and I over almost now 18 years. And I think you and I have often remarked to each other, it still feels like quite literally that we arrived yesterday. And yes, you do still look as good as you did back then. You rose from the considered backbench senator you were back then to the top place in this job. And as Senator Wong has articulated, leader of the government in the Senate, what an honour it is to hold that position. I was also reflecting earlier today that it would not have been an easy task to take over as Leader of the Government in the Senate in 2020 from someone I think we all acknowledge was a formidable predecessor in Matthias Cormann. But very quickly, you brought your own personality and your own style to the role, and you were able very quickly to win the respect of your team. But more than that, and again has been articulated by both the President and Senator Wong, you in fact won the respect of everyone in this place. I have been honoured to serve as your deputy since you took over as our leader. Your collegiate attitude, intelligence and the ability to negotiate successful outcomes, both within our team and within this place, has quite frankly been second to none. Unlike myself, I've heard you sometimes described as quietly spoken. But that certainly does not mean that you have had any trouble getting people to listen to you. The intellect, thoughtfulness, decency, but more than that, good humour that you have always brought to the debate in this place will long be remembered. You have, without a doubt, a proud history of service that anyone who has served in this place would be proud themselves to hold. From backbencher to a parliamentary secretary, and then on to an assistant minister, before becoming the Minister for Education and Training in 2015. You went on to serve as the Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment, and then, of course, a role you discharged so well, the Minister for Finance and Vice President of the Executive Council. As many of us in this place know, and who've had the honour of being a minister, as glamorous as the title may be, it is not easy. You always, however, appeared to be doing it effortlessly, always on top of the issue and of your brief. But I, along with others, know how much hard work, long hours and anguish you, and as you so rightly acknowledged, your team, put in to make it look that way. It is a credit to you, and I quite frankly have no idea how you do it, that you are never flustered. It is something I will need to learn from you, seriously. You always remain calm, note to self, and thoughtful, no matter what is thrown at you. And I'm sure that will be one of the great strengths that you take into your new role in the private sector. In your first speech, you said this: "I come to this place looking for us to think big, for at least the next few moments, to lift up above the humdrum, the sledging and the cynicism of day-to-day retail politics, to instead recall what inspired all of us, a desire to make a difference, a positive contribution, one that improves the lives of those living today and those of generations to come." And I think on any analysis, you have continued to strive for all those ideals over your time in the Senate. You have been driven to make a difference and to improve the lives of your fellow Australians, and I think you have succeeded well and truly in doing that. Like all of us in this place, we are senators, and we know ultimately what our role is: to be a fierce advocate for the people of our state. In your case, South Australia. And I certainly know, as we sat around the cabinet table for in fact our entire time together, that you would always argue, as you should have, stridently and persuasively for South Australia and for South Australians. You will recall many a time that some of the things you argued in favour of were in direct competition with the interests of Western Australia. But we were always able to agree, to disagree, and remain friends afterwards. And that is why, or that is one of the reasons why you will leave this place today with the best wishes of everyone in the chamber. Simon, for anyone who has served in the parliament, as you said, the greatest thing you can do is to leave at a time of your own choosing and on your own terms. And as we know, for so many, that is a rare thing in politics. But after almost 18 years in this place, you have absolutely earned the right to do that. As you have articulated, the service you have given to your nation, it did come at a cost that each one of us understands, but each one of us is also prepared to bear. But it is our family who bears the greatest costs. And as you said, you've spent large amounts of time away from your home and away from your family. And no doubt Courtney and your daughters Tilly and Amelia will be absolutely delighted to have you home on a slightly more permanent basis. So, Simon, this is it. As you embark on the next chapter in your career and your life, on behalf of all of us, I really do wish you all the very best. I want to thank you for your service to the Liberal Party of Australia, to the Liberal Party of South Australia. You have been a loyal servant to each and have made your mark on this nation. You have a legacy and will be long remembered in this place. Good luck, my friend, with everything ahead of you. You're welcome back to visit us anytime.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I will just give a short contribution because I'm sure Burmo's own colleagues really want to have an opportunity. I just want to say, being a fellow South Australian, what a wonderful time it has been to work in this place alongside Senator Birmingham. From his work on the Murray-Darling to marriage equality, and Penny is absolutely right, the role that Simon played in that debate very early on was pivotal, and I don't think we would have actually got what we needed without Burmo's dedication to that issue. Climate, of course, has always been something that Senator Birmingham has spoken passionately about, and I understand probably more passionately internally than we ever hear on the outside. But I also remember the tussle over the education policy when Senator Birmingham was Education Minister, and we had some interesting conversations at that time. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I think we both wanted to take the Catholics down a notch. The respectful and considered approach that Simon has taken in this role, the integrity, the honesty, the ability to be a straight shooter. When he tells you what it is that's going to happen, what he thinks, it's always, he always follows through. You can take his word with absolute trust that it will be kept. I'll miss our chats, Burmo, as we fly home at the end of the weeks about talking about and debriefing how things have gone. I will appreciate your counsel of how to deal with some of your pesky Nationals friends, and the council often about how to try and manage this place at times when things are really heated and people are very passionate. And as Michaelia said, you've always got a calm about you, and that calm isn't just reflected back in how you behave with your team. I see it reflected back with how we all then engage across the chamber, and I think that that will be sorely missed. You've done a very good job, and I thank you for that. And I will also miss our annual fun on the dance floor at the media ball. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Mackenzie.
I rise today to pay tribute to my friend, colleague and Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, Senator Birmingham, or as everybody who actually knows him calls him, Burmo. As Leader of the Nationals, the second party of the coalition in the Senate, I want to express my warmest appreciation to Burmo and my genuine sadness about the prospect of his departure from this place. But I also want to express my admiration for your energy, your enthusiasm, the wisdom in choosing the time of your departure. Not many people get to do that, and that again I think goes to your intellect and your desire to continually want to make a difference for the people. As two people from the opposite ends of the spectrum of the coalition, Burmo's the Liberal end and I'm absolutely on the National Party end of the coalition, we have, as he referenced in his opening remarks, been often at the two sides of the internal debates that have consumed the coalition in our time in politics. When I arrived in 2011, you were almost a veteran of 4 years. You were the Assistant Minister, our Shadow Minister for Environment. And I think one of our first, we sat on the Environment and Comms Committee together. And I had to text Ben Bartlett to see which was the big fight we had, but we did have a couple. One was on the reach rule, about the ownership of media organisations, and the other was the Murray-Darling Basin. And we have sparred, as you've sparred with many of my colleagues over the years, about that particular issue. But whether it was the vexed position for the Coalition on the Murray-Darling Basin, your dealings as leader to leader have always found you being a man of great honour and principle. Tough conversations have had to be had, leader to leader, requiring an understanding of each other's internal difficulties of having to manage principled, value-driven senators on both of our sides to make sure that our two great political traditions are respected within the functioning of the Senate, because the differences of the coalition are very easily exposed in the detail-driven chamber of the Senate. And so finding ways to get through that together to make sure that every member of our team is able to express their values, to find a solution that allows them to bring their constituents along and to actually respect their role as a senator, I think shows you as a very considered and pragmatic leader. I will miss you as the Coalition campaign spokesperson. Everyone laughs, safe pair of hands. That's not easy to do, particularly in the heat of a campaign, and I will really miss that aspect. I also was your education chair during the tumultuous times of the Gonski Review, and am forever bonded to many members of your team, some of whom I had the privilege to employ as my own Chief of Staff and senior advisors in government. But what really drove that, Burmo, as a former teacher, I think, was your desire to get the right outcome for Australian students for the long term. And as difficult as that was, I think we eventually landed. I will miss your humour, your indulgence, which you do indulge, particularly Cassie and I in the leadership group, a lot. That's right, yep. I'll miss your curiosity as we ponder how to solve particular tricky, vexed problems on a day-to-day. You have a real curious, open-minded way to try and solve problems, which I really love. And I will absolutely miss you at Christmas time, when you are always the worst dressed with the best joke. But it has been a great privilege to serve with you in the Senate, in the committees together. You were the senior one. Back then, backbench, you never got to ask a question in Senate estimates, unless the Shadow Assistant Minister indulged you. To serve with you in ministry, in Cabinet, on ERC, and in Prime Minister Morrison's Turnbull and now Peter Dutton's leadership team. And obviously, as Senate leaders, I think a testament to your strength as a minister is shown by Rosemary's attendance here today. That was a very difficult period, not just for government but for our nation through COVID, and you absolutely steered the ship. I think you display the very best qualities of a leader: patience, empathy. You're an amazing communicator, and you're a reformer. You understand that all of us only have this great opportunity for such a short period of time, and we've got to maximise the difference we can make in the roles we have, and you've done it in every single role of your career. So I'm absolutely confident that that commitment to making a difference, positive change, won't change despite you no longer being in this chamber. And I wish you and the family all the very best for the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. Will I rise to make a contribution about my friend and my colleague Simon Birmingham, but as Mac has said, he's just Burmo to us in here. Entering here in 2007, replacing the late Jeannie Ferris, was the start of a 17-year career which has been accomplished, distinguished and significant. 7 of those years as a cabinet minister in a coalition government, And there's no doubt that those 7 years allowed you to make your mark on this country, and you should go and leave this place knowing that you have made a significant contribution to our country. Whether that was as an education minister, and I think every education minister wears the scars of having held that role, as the Trade Minister, the Minister for Finance, and of course as the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, but most importantly for us over the last 3 years, holding our team together in opposition as our leader in this place. You've done a phenomenal job. But behind the extensive resume that Burmo brings to this place, there is a man of real character. You're a true moderate. You are absolutely a true moderate and unwavering in your conviction for your beliefs. But moderate he may well be, he's also a team player, and I can remember many occasions, as we all can, whether that have been in leadership, whether it was sitting around the cabinet table, whether it was in the party room. Burmo always put forward his views and his convictions in the strongest possible way. But if he was outnumbered by the majority, he would always accept the majority view, and then he would then go out in front of the cameras and fight the fight that wasn't necessarily the views that he'd been put forward behind closed doors, but because he's such a team player, he would often go and fight the fight that I know inside he wasn't necessarily wanting to fight at all. But as Bridget has said, there was no more obvious a place where the contests were robust in many, many occasions, but the relationship, I think, that is established by a respectful debate about differing opinions can actually lead to some of the greatest relationships that you can ever make in this place. And so there is nothing that I think demonstrates that more so than the relationship you have with the National Party that you have maintained, and how we managed to get to a consensus position once we've had our robust debates behind closed doors. But one of the things I think that everybody will remember Burmo for is he is the safest pair of hands in the media. And although I have to say his confidence has grown and grown and grown in his time in this place, because I do remember a certain press conference when he was first in this place where he failed to actually work out where the exit was, and then had to, after a fiery engagement with the press, found it a little difficult to get out of the room. But the unflappable Burmo we see today was actually forged on the altar of a very embarrassing moment. And you'll note that these days he advances every single one of his media outings. But beyond his talents in this place as being an amazing senator, he has also been an extraordinarily loyal friend to me and a reliable source of advice. In fact, Burmo and his then partner in crime at the time, Sean Edwards, are the very reason that I'm even here today. They managed to con me at a restaurant one night at dinner that they'd really love me to run for a casual vacancy. I wasn't going to win, they said to me. You're not going to win. We just need a really good field of candidates. So I put my hand up, and 12 years later, I'm still here. So clearly that wasn't true. But the reality is that there are many ways that you can judge the character of a person. And one of the ones that I think is a really, really good judge of character is the loyalty of their staff. There is nobody in this place that has staff that have been more loyal to him than Burmo. And I acknowledge Loretta, who's here, a formidable force in her own right, but to Buck and of course to RT and the many others of your staff. Their loyalty to you is a demonstration of your respect and loyalty that you give to them. It works both ways, and so I think that is probably the greatest demonstration of the character of the person that is sitting before us today for the last time. But above all else, Burmo is a family man. And to Courtney, who is a political operative all in your own right, I acknowledge you and the sacrifice that you have made over the last, well, it was not quite 17 years, but all the time that you guys have been together, that Simon has been in this place. I'm not really sure that you've thought this through about having him home full time, but I wish you all the best with that. And to Tilly and Amelia, who have never really known their father to be, well, you've not known your father to be anything else but a person who is in this place. It's going to be a really interesting time for you to have Dad home a bit more often, so he can pick you up from school. But to Amelia, I'll never forget your birthday on the 7th of September, because Dad promised me faithfully that he would be my sponsor to bring me into the chamber when I was sworn into this place. And at the very last minute he said, I'm terribly sorry, but you're about to be born. So instead of swearing me in, he went home for your birth. So I think that probably shows that I reckon he might, I reckon he might just be the family man that we all know him to be. To Diana, it's fantastic to see you here. There is always one face that you'll always find in a crowd when Burma's doing anything, and that's yours. The support that you have given to Simon throughout his career is absolutely extraordinary, and I just wanted to acknowledge that as well. So I'm sure that much of your decision today has been on the basis that you have an amazing family and you want to spend more time today. But to us in here, but to me personally, you're not just a considered and steadfast politician. You're a great leader, you're a great orator, you're a deeply rational thinker. But above all else, you're somebody that cares about other people. And the care that you have shown your team since you've been the leader has been extraordinary. We will absolutely miss you. We'll miss your wise counsel. We'll miss your terrible Christmas jokes and your terrible Christmas outfits, as Macca just said. But I think everybody in this place, and certainly on behalf of South Australia, we wish you all the best for whatever it is that you're going to choose to do in the future, because I know whatever it is, they'll be lucky to have you, and we'll sadly miss you.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to put a few comments on the records too, and I don't want to take time up from other of your colleagues who might want to speak, but I did want to associate myself with the other contributions made already. I think you can hear from the genuineness and some sadness from the contributions to seeing you go, just how highly regarded you are in this Senate and across the chamber more broadly. I thought it was a wonderful valedictory speech with lessons for all of us in there to think about. And the fact that we will all think about it is because we respect your views so much. It's obviously been an incredible career here, but I've learnt through painful reference to Section 44, there is life outside this place, and it's a great life. It's hard when you're in the hustle and bustle of politics to understand that, that there are more normal jobs, at times less demanding and less public and just as rewarding, and that I know from your service to the country that you will keep contributing to the fabric of our nation, I have no doubt. I took over from you as Minister for Finance at the change of government, and I know with the public service, I know Rosemary's here, or she was here earlier. I know they are, you know, never reflect on previous occupants of the job, but it was clear through all of my dealings what a great department in good leadership and in safe hands it had been under your stewardship, and how highly regarded you were by that department. And I was the beneficiary of your hard work in that respect. I think in terms of contributions that you've been made tonight, I associate myself with them. I think the words intelligence, integrity, confidence, you can speak to you in confidence and have that confidence kept, and that isn't always the way, and it's a highly undervalued part of the jobs that we do. And so when you find that with someone, you treasure it. The calmness, and I must say that at different estimates I did try to ruffle that calmness unsuccessfully. I thought, what do you have to do to get under this guy's skin? I never ever got there. Fundamentally, an incredibly decent person, and I think if you can serve 17 years in this place in public life and have that all of those characteristics reflected in this chamber, you've done what many others haven't been able to achieve. We won't miss you as campaign spokesperson. We do see the opportunities there, I have to say. But we know that you will be watching the campaign. And I say all these nice things, and I know it won't reflect on you badly now because you're leaving, but you've never given up, that your Liberal cause. You are a fighter and a warrior for that. And, again, to balance that and your ability to be universally liked across this chamber is something that's hard to achieve as well. So I want to, I think your office, our dealings with them, again, are so high. It's one of the, I hear about it all the time in this parliament, that your office, the staff in your office are highly regarded, and that reflects on your leadership as well. We do have a little thing in my office where if Burmo's on the floor, so am I. So we'll have to, we were always trying to just stay one step ahead of you. So we'll have to change that now to cash alert, I think, subject to those processes. But yes, Simon, I was sad to hear the news, but I completely understand that this is a good decision for you, for Courtney, for Tilly and Amelia. And I wish you all the best. It's been an honour and a privilege to serve alongside you, and I look forward to seeing what you achieve next. Thank you.
Senator Waters.
President, look, I won't be very long. In my dealings with you, Senator Birmingham, as leader of our respective parties, just wanted to thank you for your decency. And I'm pretty sure that you won't miss us and possibly this place, but the chamber will be the poorer for your calm expertise and your shrewd operation. I've always appreciated your honesty, your sense of humour and your work ethic, and you've always been professional and courteous to me. I respect how you've conducted yourself in this place, and I think that's a strong compliment for anyone to leave this place. I particularly want to flag the sincerity with which you approach the beginning of the work on Set the Standard in this place and our dealings at that early stage. You were always very clear, very detailed, and you clearly wanted to help fix things, and I respect you for that, and I think that's been really valuable work. So Parliament needs more decent people, and I think your party will be the poorer for losing your leadership, but I wish you and your lovely family all the very best in future.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Hume.
President, I am rising today in 4 capacities, Burmo. The first as a housemate. Now, I think this is the longest running house in the Parliament at this point in time. It's had a fair bit of tenure. I think I'm actually the most recent addition to that house. But everybody from Christopher Pyne, Maurice Payne, Michael Ronaldson, Robert Hill, oh my goodness, the list is going on. But right now, I speak on behalf of James Stevens, Angie Bell and David Coleman to say thank you very much to both you and Loretta, who has just walked out of the room, because she is the silent housemate, I think, that looked after us all. It is always a stress in this place, but coming home to friends, even though you're always the last to get home and always the first to leave in the morning, which speaks to your work ethic, does make a difference to the way we approach the rest of our time here. I also want to acknowledge the word that dare not speak its name, and that is your role as the leader of the Black Hand. The Black Hand obviously is the ultimate secret society here, but it is not just about the parliamentarians, it's also about our staff and our party members that believe, as do you, that the centre of politics is where the real gravitas and responsibility lie. I thank you very much for your leadership that you've shown in that space. As your leader here, not just to colleagues again, but particularly to staff, and I know that we've mentioned your staff before, but it's not just your staff, it is everyone else's staff around the building too. We look to your office for leadership and guidance, and the example that you set in your office is one that we like to replicate in our own. Your team is so loyal, they are extraordinarily high calibre, and they would walk through fire for you, and that's what we all want. other than that, I want to just say thank you as a friend. You have been an extraordinary friend in this place, sometimes at a time when friends are hard to come by. So what the future holds for you is so exciting. We couldn't be more pleased for you. What you leave behind is a legacy of service to your country and a nation that has changed because of what you have done here. But what lies behind you and what lies ahead of you pales in comparison to what lies inside you. And a person, and particularly in a profession like this, that where a good heart is just as important as a level head, means so much to us all. So thank you very much for the service that you've shown here to all of us.
Yeah. Thank you. Senator McGrath.
Hi, Courtney. I'm yes. So I'm quite grumpy at the moment for a real change of circumstances there. To begin with, Simon is leaving, and secondly, he has made me cry. And I don't cry, but he's leaving, and I'm very annoyed about that because I've known this guy for over 30 years in the Byzantine world of Liberal student politics. In the Adelaide Conference of 1994, Simon was leader of the moderates, boo hiss. Scott Ryan was there as leader of the Victorians, boo hiss, and I was there as a spear chucker with an unholy alliance between the Queenslanders and the New South Wales people, boo hiss. And it was a brilliant conference because no one got on, but three of us became really good friends. And it was Simon, and it was Scott and myself, and a fourth wheel joined our car, and that was Jamie Briggs in later years. And so with Simon leaving today, it's sort of the last one of that group leaving. So I just want to say to Simon, thank you for being a good friend. Thank you for putting up with my grumpiness, my crankiness, my surliness, the fact that, like Courtney, I actually don't like people, and but deep down I do like Simon, and I love Courtney, and Simon's mum. I don't think I've ever met Simon's mum. So, but Simon also was a flatmate of mine back in Adelaide in the dying days of a previous Liberal administration in the 2000s, and he broke my shaving mug, and I've never forgiven him for that because I hold a grudge. But Simon, I'm so happy you're leaving this mad asylum, and that you are going out into the real world, and you're going to see the sun and the clouds and the birds and just general happiness. So good on you, and one day we will look to joining you in that happy place. But after we throw out Labor at the next election. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. I think we're at the end of the contributions, so I will call the clerk. Yes. Well, actually, I had Senator McGrath on my list. Yes. Yes. Prepared as you are. I'll just call the clerk, Senator McGrath, just to start things again.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 15, Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Well, this bill is a disgrace, ladies and gentlemen. This is an attack on every small business in Australia. If you run a small business, if you work in a small business, if you buy from a small business, if you walk past a small business, well, shame on you because you go into the small business and buy off them. But this bill, notwithstanding the fancy title, notwithstanding the nice big words and all the acronyms, this is an attack on every small business in Australia. And this government should be ashamed of itself for this war that it has declared upon small business. And why is small business important? Well, because it employs millions of Australians. Why is small business important? Because from every small business does come a medium business and a large business. And from every small business comes the tax revenue It is so important for the public services that help make this country a great place, but also to make sure that Australians have that quality of life that we should have in such a rich country. But of course, we've got a Labor Party in power who've never seen a business that they don't want to tax into the ground. And this is what this bill actually effectively is about. It is a de facto tax on every small business in Australia, and it is a full-on attack on every small business in Australia. Now, COSBOA, who are one of the great representative bodies of small business, have expressly noted that the Attorney-General's failure to follow best practice and said that the bill, and I quote, leaves the door open to cost confusion and compliance headaches to small businesses, end of quote. Now, why is that important? Because if you run a small business and if you own a small business, guess what? You're the Director of Finance, you're the Director of HR, you're the Director of Maintenance, you're the Director of Operations, you're the Director of Governance, because it's just you running that small business. There is no bureaucracy of people that you see in large businesses, that you actually see in the public sector, to help that person run their business. So when the Rhodes Scholars who sit around the cabinet table of this country, those Mensa Society members that are the Labor Party, come up with ideas like this, they fail to understand actually how small businesses operate, because they have no experience in small businesses, because they come from the unions. Remembering that, like in the UK, we've got the House of Lords, but here in Australia, we've got the House of Union Barons, because every single Labor senator, thank you, Senator Gallagher, for laughing at that one. I've used it before, but like it's a good one, an old one. They're all union officials, so they don't understand actually what makes small businesses run. And guess what makes small businesses run? It's the A word, aspiration. It's the D word. It's the dream. It's the dream that little business that you have, whether it's a cleaning business, whether it's the corner shop, whether it is someone who cuts keys, that is your income. That is your world. That is how you can feed your family and pay your bills and get on with life. And indeed, one day you might be able to open up another branch of your business. Maybe one day you can get a bigger shop. Maybe one day you can employ someone else. Maybe one day you can grow your business so it earns more money. Not because you want to go and live on a super yacht in the Mediterranean, but because you want a quality of life that comes with living in Australia. And that's what small business does for Australians. That's why it's the dream of so many Australians, and that's why this bill is a nightmare for small businesses. That's why this bill has the unintended consequences of once again making small business life tough for those people who want to own a business or run a business or use such a business. Now, the Real Estate Institute of Australia has referred to experiences in New Zealand where real estate agents over there have been slugged with additional costs between $30,000 and $60,000 in exchange for an unquantified public benefit. These aren't just numbers that someone's tippy-tapped into a calculator or put into their iPad. This is real money. This is going to hurt small businesses. And small businesses means it's going to hurt the owners of the small businesses. It's going to hurt Australians. So for the life of me, I do not understand why any political party or any political movement, or particularly any government, wishes to make it tougher for those Australians who run small businesses. Now, the Real Estate Institute of Queensland, in my home state, have also have significant concerns that the legislation is too complex and imposes a disproportionate burden on real estate agents and adds to the transactional costs of buying a house. So what we've got is a weird form of Santa Claus here at the moment. We've got the Prime Minister, who's heading off to the semi-retired Prime Minister, who's heading off to his nice retirement home. He thinks he's Santa Claus because we're going to get all these bills rushed through the Senate today. You know, the Labor Party is sort of like those uni students who leave all their work till the last day and do an all-nighter. And they're going to rush all these bills through, and we're going to have the unintended consequences of the costs on small businesses, but it is also the red tape. So we're going to have a weird form of the Labor Party, think Prime Minister Albanese being Santa Claus, flying around Australia with the reindeers, sprinkling presents, but instead of sprinkling presents, they're sprinkling red tape everywhere on small businesses. Red tape that is actually going to suffocate the small businesses because of the burden it puts on them. So I refer you to my earlier comments. The small business owner is the director of operations. They're the director of governance, the director of finance, they're the director of taking out the rubbish in the mornings. They do everything. They open the door up, they close the door up, and when they go home, they then do more work. So who is going to have to deal with this? It is these small business owners. And guess what? They've got enough on their hands at the moment. They've got a cost of living crisis. Have you seen how much power costs? Like, I was crying before because Simon Birmingham's leaving the building. Well, I sort of told a fib. I actually cried 2 weeks ago because I got my power bill then. If you ever look at your power bill, if you don't cry when you get your power bill, then you are not a human being. Because, quite frankly, they are just exorbitant at the moment because of this Labor government and what they're doing. So we've got these poor small business owners who are trying to earn a buck, trying to employ people, trying to live the great Australian dream, and we've got the Christmas Grinches coming along trying to take it all away from them. But the Law Council of Australia has noted, and I do quote here, that the legal profession is already the most extensively regulated profession in Australia, and dual regulation of legal services remains an ongoing issue for the legal profession, not least because the increases in regulatory costs inevitably put upwards pressure on the cost of legal services. Well, see, I would file that quote under what bears get up into forests and the religion of the Bishop of Rome, because, quite frankly, Sherlock, of course costs are going to go up when governments put more burdens on small businesses. So what are these small businesses going to do? Are they going to be like a charity and go, oh look, I'll take on the burden of this small cost, and it means I won't have as much money to pay for my bills, for the mortgages. And remember, interest rates have gone up 12 times since the Labor Party have come to power. Or insurance has gone up, I think it's 16% since the Labor Party have come to power. What they will do is, they don't want to do this, they will have to pass their costs on to the consumers. So it is the Australians who are going to lose out because of this piece of legislation. It is Australians who are going to cost more. So in question time over the past few weeks, it is clear that the Secretary-General of the Labor Party has briefed the Labor Cabinet on that there's a cost of living crisis out there and they should be doing something about it. So you're hearing the words cost of living, cost of living, cost of living, almost like one of those country auctions in terms of how many times cost of living has been said. But this is going to make it worse. So we've got the words of the Labor ministers saying, oh, we're going to do something about cost of living, it's terrible, because, you know, that they know it all because Secretary-General of the Labor Party has briefed them on that. And yet we have a bill before us in this chamber which is actually going to effectively, not effectively, is going to increase the cost of living on Australians. So, Merry Christmas, Australia. This is what you're getting from this Labor government. It's not the 12 days of Christmas, it's the 31 bills rammed through this Senate chamber a month before Christmas. Because this is the disrespect that the Labor Party, that the Labor government and their friends in the Greens, by the way, have for the Australian people. And I've said this before. Friends do not let their friends vote for the Greens, and friends do not let their enemies preference the Greens, because you end up with legislation like this. So if you think this is bad, Australia, and you're thinking this bill with this very, very, very nice title, this sounds like an eminently sensible bill, Senator McGrath, why are you opposed to it? Well, I'm opposed to it because of the red tape, because of the cost of small business. This is just a foretaste of things to come should Labor and the Greens win the next election. This bill is, and Senator Hughes, it's an amuse-bouche, is that the correct pronunciation? When you go to fancy restaurants and they give you nice little bits of food, an amuse-bouche. This is what this bill is. It's not even the entree. It is an amuse-bouche in terms of what is coming towards Australians at the moment. It's just a little taster, and it is a bad taster. It is a gagger in terms of how bad the taste of this bill is going to be for the small business owners across the country. Now, next week I'm going to be travelling around Queensland, as is my wont, and I'm going to tell you what the people of Queensland are going to be saying is, why would the Senate do something like this? Why would the Labor Party do something like this? And I'm going to say to them in all my coffee catch-ups and all the pubs I go to, I'm going to say to them, it's because we've got a Labor government who do not understand what actually drives the economy. We've got a Labor government who are so detached from reality. It's not the Canberra bubble, it's the Canberra world that they're in. It's a bad TV series. It's something that you might see on Netflix that was produced by a uni student or something like that. This is how bad this government is. Canberra world. And the mob in Queensland, the people who voted for David Crisafulli on October 26th with that landslide win, they're going to go, what? We've got a government who's going to put more red tape on small business. We've got a government who's going to make small businesses hurt financially. This is some type of joke. But the sad thing is, Acting Deputy President, this is actually not a joke. It is sad. It is sad what this bill means for small businesses across Australia. It is sad what the other legislation that has been rammed through this parliament because of the preference deal between Labor and the Greens, of the impact that is going to have on small businesses. And on this side of the chamber, we will always stand for the small businesses in Australia. We will always stand for those who work in small businesses, whether they're employees or those who run the businesses, or whether they're shareholders, a family trust, or whatever it is, because this is going to hurt small business. And when small business hurts, that means Australia hurts. And when Australia hurts, that means that's just not a good place to be, because government is supposed to help Australians. It's not supposed to punish Australians. And this bill, as Senator Cash has pointed out, punishes hard-working Australians. It punishes small businesses. So regardless of all the nice language in the bill and all the other things that are in the bill, when it is distilled down to the essence, it is a bad bill because it hurts small business. And what we need to see in Australia, what we need is a government, and we need a political movement, that's something that you see with the Liberal National Party coalition, who understand that bills like this are bad for small business. And in fact, what we should be doing is bringing in bills to this place to help small business, not hurt small business, not hinder small business, not punish people who want to get on with their lives. Because a rich small business environment means more taxation revenue. More taxation revenue means we can help pay down Labor's billion dollar debt that they've given to the Australian people. It's going to be $1 trillion debt, Acting Deputy President, under the Labor Party. $1 trillion worth of debt under the Labor Party. We've got the Guinness Book of Records over there in terms of the debt they are giving to the Australian people. It's $1 trillion. It's enough to make Santa Claus blush, and we know that he's not the type of fellow to blush. So I wish everybody Merry Christmas and vote down this bill.
I call Senator Hughes.
Well, thank you for that, Senator McGrath. Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And sorry, Senator Ayres, if you wouldn't mind. It's Christmas, in the spirit of that. You know, the other day I went and bought some red ribbon. Cost me a couple of bucks a roll. I like to wrap my presents in. I've got red and white paper, and I put red ribbon around them, and I've got the lovely red and white tags, and I'm actually a bit, OCD of my lovely Christmas tree, and all the wrapping underneath needs to match and everything looks pretty. Get very upset when everyone turns up with an unexpected present and paper that doesn't match. But little did I know
little did I know that the bargain I was getting for $3 a roll for this red ribbon. Because these small businesses across Australia, accounting businesses, real estate businesses, lawyers, none of them are going to get a $3 lot of red ribbon. They're going to get a $33,000 bill of red tape. $33,000 a year. So Merry Christmas from the Albanese government to these small businesses who, you know, at a time where we are seeing the most insolvencies ever of Australian businesses, this government, who, I mean, they have absolutely no clue when it comes to running a business. They genuinely think that somehow their job creation, because they've employed more public servants, is growing the economy. It's not the public service that grows the economy, people. It's small business, it's medium businesses, it's companies that employ people that the economy grows from, not employing people on the public purse. But we know no one over that side, and I vaguely remember, I think Senator Chisholm once had a job outside of a union, but no one else over there has ever had a job in the private sector. They've always worked as union reps, union officials, political staffers, and have absolutely no concept what it is like to run a small business and what costs every small business has when it goes to its accountant. Every business has when it has to deal with its lawyers. And a lot of these small businesses, family businesses, use accountants and lawyers who themselves are running small businesses. So whilst it's the lawyers and the accountants and the real estate agents who are going to see the $33,000 hit to their bottom line directly, this is going to be for the businesses that are actually managed to survive, for those businesses that can actually sustain through this. They are going to have to pass those costs on. So who's going to pay for it? It's going to be the small and family businesses who are the clients of these lawyers and accountants and real estate agents. $33,000. Now, if this wasn't sounding bad enough, and we know today, I mean, this government, now I may get the pronunciation wrong, I think the Macquarie word of the year is enshittification. It's when things keep getting worse. So what enshittification means is situations continue to decline. And this government is subjecting our economy to enshittification every single day because our economy is getting worse every single day. Conditions are enshittifying. I don't know if that's the other use of if I can use that. May have made up a new word, but you know, these businesses are struggling more and more every single day to keep their doors open, to keep people employed, to keep operating. And so now they're going to be hit with even further costs. But if we're surprised at the 31 bills they've jammed through today, because some of them have been on the books for not only months, years, but they've done no work on them, there's no detail, and they've once again guillotined this place, so there'll be no proper review, unintended consequences, here we come yet again. But in order to get this guillotine, in order for them to be able to ram through this number of bills, it's cost the Australian taxpayer today $500 million. Shame. They have done a dirty deal with their mates up the end of the chamber, $500 million to get them to support a guillotine, to shut down to debate, to stop there being reviews of legislation. Now, I mean, Mr Albanese, the Prime Minister, keeps saying that we're going to an election in May, that he's going to go full term. It's no early election, it's going to be full term. So why do we need 31 bills rammed through today? Exactly. Why do they need to be done today? Tomorrow. We're back in February. Tomorrow. We could come back tomorrow. We could have some process. You know what? We could hang out all weekend. Oh, what a great time that'd be. Love it. But, you know, we're back in February. We don't need to ram these through if there's not going to be an early election. So Mr Albanese needs to come clean. Is he putting at risk the Australian people by ramming through these 31 pieces of legislation like they have on so many other pieces of legislation because they are in total shambles and chaos, that they never have time for a proper committee process, they never have time for proper review. This government that was going to be so transparent, that was going to be about integrity and openness, have been the most opaque government I think we've ever seen. It is unbelievable the way that they're behaving. And so this bill that we're now debating, no one's saying we want money laundering. Nope, no one's saying that. Just because you come up with a sexy name that sounds like this is the problem you're solving, it was actually under the Howard years that movements were first made and things were introduced. The AML-CTF was actually introduced in the Howard years. It was a Howard government initiative, and it came about after September 11, in particular reference to money funneling into terror organisations. So the coalition has a very strong record on this area. But what we don't have a strong record on, and a record we never ever want, and it's one I don't think anyone could ever match, is the volume of red tape that this government is continuing to layer on business, small and family businesses, constantly being bombarded. It doesn't matter whether it's all of a sudden climate reporting, how many cows you've got and how many times that cow broke wind in a paddock. You've got to account for that now. And when you've got to go to the accountant, it's going to cost you more because they've now got to find an extra $33,000 a year to pay their red tape burden. So this is a government who is clearly hell-bent on destroying business, on destroying jobs, on destroying the Australian way of life, the aspiration, the dreams that Australians have about owning their own business, working for themselves. But I can tell you as someone who's run a small family business that the work doesn't stop when the shop closes. We didn't have a shop, we had an agricultural contracting business, but I can tell you it was 24/7, whether it was working on the accounts, whether it was chasing up clients, whether it was sorting out maintenance and repairs, whether it was moving around the state to where the different work was being done at different times of the harvest. It was 24/7, it doesn't stop. But that's what having your own business is. And it's unfortunate that no one in the government has that experience, because they may not bring forward this ridiculous sort of legislation that will destroy businesses, that will destroy jobs, that will push further costs onto other small businesses who are utilising their services. It's not only double dipping, it's triple dipping when you go through all the different agencies and organisations who are going to have to do these checks. It's just insanity, absolute and utter insanity. But it's not only insane. It's not only insane, it's potentially unconstitutional. And I know Senator Payman got very upset when Senator Hanson suggested she should refer herself to the High Court, something I fully support Senator Hanson on, having been through the High Court myself, and the number of people in here that were subjected to Section 44. But we could be also back to the High Court with this, because the Law Council of Australia and the Australian Bar Association have both said that this legislation puts at risk the relationship between a lawyer and a client. It means that a lawyer may have to refer on their client and report on their client without even letting the client know. I mean, a fundamental tenet of legal representation and legal advice is the confidentiality between a lawyer and their client. And the fact that this bill would impose a burden on those lawyers to potentially report clients outside of that relationship means that it could be unconstitutional. So we could put these businesses all through this, all the cost of putting this legislation in place, all the imposts. Now, we don't have any funding going to businesses, there's no support going to businesses with regards to software updates, helping them manage this process. There's no support there. It was only the other day, I don't know if it was you, Senator Reynolds, mentioned to me the expenditure on updating of one of the department's software was hundreds of millions of dollars. Yes. Hundreds of millions of dollars to set up, but there's no assistance for small businesses and family businesses that are going to. 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. These guys just throw around B's and M's, doesn't matter. B's and M's, doesn't matter. And it won't work. Well, we see what the NDIS, well, God, you know, we see how well they do there. It's just outstanding. But there's no assistance to businesses to put to update their IT systems. But they could have that expense, set up IT systems, work towards it, know they've got $33,000 a year, just to end up in the High Court. And guess who'll be paying for that? You lot at home. Every taxpayer in the country, because the government will, of course, fund a defence, trying to say it is constitutional. So this is just insanity, but this is a prime example of what this place is for. This place is to review legislation. This place is making sure that there aren't unintended consequences, that it's reviewed properly by stakeholders that understand the nuance of these particular industries, that understands the legality around these issues, that can give advice to senators so they can amend legislation as required, or even as we saw this week, the government withdrew its own legislation, pulled it off the notice paper because it was such a bad bill that they managed to unify everybody in Australia against that. I mean, seriously, that is a big ask, unifying the entire country on how bad a bill was. You know, thankfully, we can all have a conversation out in the hallways of Parliament House now to each other without worrying about some bureaucrat coming and hauling us off to jail because they don't agree with our opinion. But thankfully they withdrew that. But they won't withdraw this. They're not withdrawing so much the other stuff. They're not putting it to committees. They're not putting it through a review process. They're not allowing the time for the Senate to actually debate this, review this, inquire into it, hear from stakeholders and make sure that any unintended consequences can be revoked. And it is just everywhere. It is just mind-blowing, and I think Australians are really starting to see what this government is like, how incapable they are, how incompetent they are, how they clearly live in a different world from the rest of us when they stand in here answering questions. You know, if you listen to them, Australians, what are you talking about? You've never had it so good. They're doing such a great job. Such a great job, and they've got these fabulous talking points. My personal favourite is every time they chirp out cheaper childcare when you actually see every study childcare costs have gone up because, you know, yet again they've stuffed up the way they've done the payments, so everyone's just put their fees up. So parents are actually more out of pocket than they were beforehand. But you know, they clearly live in a different world to the rest of us because Australians are doing it tough. Australians are struggling to put groceries on the table. Australians are coming into this Christmas season not filled with joy, not filled with hope. They're filled with dread. They don't know how they're going to afford to put those presents that if my house would be wrapped in beautiful red and white paper with a lovely red bow, beautiful red ribbon, but they don't know how they're going to put them under the tree. They don't know how they're going to buy those gifts. They don't know how they're going to have a Christmas holiday. They don't know what they're going to do because they are finding it harder and harder to put groceries on the table, harder and harder to pay their power bill. $275. Remember that was supposed to come off the power bill, and everyone's power bill's gone up about $1,000 instead. You know, when you tell people 97 times you're going to reduce their bills, I mean, the very least they expect is they're not going to quadruple. But that's what they've seen under this government and its complete incompetence. Yet they will stand in here and say, everything's great, they've done a great job. Cost of living measures. Cost of living measures have done nothing but make the situation worse. And this is another example of a bill that is going to completely destroy small and family business and everyone else who relies on them.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Chair. I too rise to speak on this unbelievably bad legislation, unbelievably bad even for those opposite. And so, first of all, let me start by saying this. The Coalition supports efforts to combat money laundering.
We always have and we always will. I know this because I was Chief of Staff to the Minister for Justice and Customs during September 11 and after. And we learnt the lesson again of what the dangers and the evil of terrorism financing and also of serious and organised crime, and how they use money laundering and the proceeds of crime to commit even more heinous crime and terrorist activities. But what I also learnt during that time is what good governance and government looks like. And that was during the course of many years working as a staffer in many different roles during the Howard government. And it was there that I learnt the importance of this place, working for a senator, working for a minister, and really getting to see what good governance and good legislative processes are like. And they work the best when those in this place are allowed to do our jobs. And our jobs are to conduct inquiries into legislation. They are to listen to people, to stakeholders who have points of view on the technical aspects of the bill, on the unintended consequences of the bill, and also just with other great suggestions that the drafters or the minister's offices didn't really think about at the time. And to do that in this place, we do need time. We need time for people to make submissions, for the Senate committee to contemplate those submissions and to make recommendations to improve the bill. Preferably through recommendations back to the Minister's office so the bill is redrafted to adopt as much of those recommendations or as many of those recommendations that that side of politics in government of the day can accept. And then the rest to be played out in the best traditions of this place in the committee stage of the bill. Now, that is what I learnt working in the Howard government as a staffer, and then again in this place since 2014, mostly in government. And again, I got to see respect for this place, respect for the process, respect for ensuring that bills have scrutiny, have a lot of scrutiny. We didn't do non-disclosure agreements for parties who were in the in-club and got to have exposure to government legislation of all types. We didn't compress legislation to the point that the ridiculousness that we've got today or that we've seen in recent times. We didn't make the Senate, we didn't make Senate commitments fight hard to have any hearings and inquiries into legislation. And the shame of it is that those opposite have demonstrated time and time again that what do they care about? They care about politics, about power, about being in government, and about trade union ideology. They do not care. I cannot think of a single bill that they have treated with respect. They've had 2.5 years, and we had the minister this morning in that farce of going backwards and forwards about how we were going to guillotine these bills today to ensure there was not enough scrutiny. The minister herself said, well, some of these bills go back to 2023. Well, why the heck did you not bring those bills forward in 2023? Why, as a government, didn't you have more sitting days this year? We could have sat tomorrow. We would have sat all weekend. We would have come back next week so that we could ensure that these bills were as good as the limited time allowed us to do. But those opposite did not. And they were complicit in that by dirty deals with the crossbench. We know some of them now of what those dirty deals that were done today were after their first failure to get the guillotine through. But we're still waiting to hear what those other pieces of silver were to get to ram through these bills in this chamber. Now, in relation to this bill, as I've said, those on this side of the chamber, particularly since September 11, know what the importance of anti-money laundering, anti-terrorism financing, of FATF, of proceeds of crime legislation are. But we also know it is important to get them right, because wherever there are opportunities and wherever there are new opportunities to move money around, as terrorists and criminals need to do, they will always find new and innovative ways to do that, so that they can receive these proceeds and use them either for personal gain, for terrorism, for slavery, for exploitation, for all of the many ills that these people have no qualms about doing. But one of the most important things, as we in government kept refining this legislation, is we always engage the Senate. And I will recall the great advice we got from Legal and Constitutional at the time, 2002, 2003, 4, 5 and 6, under the great stewardship and chairmanship of Senator Maurice Payne at the time. It was considered, it was knowledgeable, and it improved these series of bills: proceeds of crime, anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing legislation. But those opposite have let this nation down, because poor legislation leaves gaps that criminals and terrorists looking to finance their activities will drive a truck through. And the classic example of that is what this government is now seeking to do. Instead of making sure that we have closed every single loophole that we can on a risk-based process, risk-based to ensure that those who are most likely to launder money and launder significant money for criminals, for terrorists, they are not local lawyers, they are not local accountants, they are not local real estate agents. They are organisations like the Gold Corporation in WA. Now, this government knew what Gold Corporation was doing in Western Australia, under the nose and possibly the tacit approval of the then Premier Mark McGowan. But instead of going after organisations like Gold Corp that introduced new products, did dodgy deals with banks that were known to be havens for narco-terrorists and also for people traffickers, for gun runners. They had products, and this government has done nothing. If anybody wants to go and have a look, you can see the report, the federal Parliament's, the Senate's report on the Gold Corporation in WA. AUSTRAC put an enforceable undertaking on them, which had a liability for billions of dollars for the West Australian taxpayer, because they were so bad. But instead of going after things like that, that are abused by serious and organised crime and terrorists, those opposite are putting a $14 billion impost on the mums and dads who run local real estate agents, the local lawyers, the local accountants. The ineptitude of those opposite know no bounds. And we've come to expect this from this Attorney-General, this sloppy approach to legislation, to law enforcement and to anti-terrorism and counter-terrorism financing activities. So what I would do is I'd challenge those opposite. Where is your response to the Perth Mint inquiry? Where is your response to the reasons that AUSTRAC took an enforceable undertaking against the Perth Mint? Absolute crickets. And that is what you should be focusing on, and that is genuine risk-based legislation and deterrence, not going after mum and dads in the local accountants and the local legal officers. So what were some of the things that you've overlooked with Perth Mint alone? It ventured into gold ETFs, cryptocurrency coins, dealings with the Bank of Cyprus, the Euro-Pacific Bank, and even to bikies. And yet, what are you doing? You're going after the mums and dads who run small businesses, and you're putting a $14 billion, that's not us making it up, it is your own figures. It is your own figures saying, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. We've already put up your cost of living. We've already put up the cost of doing business. We've already put up the cost of your staff wages. We've put up the cost of your home loan, your business loans. And guess what? Every single one of your small businesses now are going to have to pay another $30,000 to $33,000 a year. So instead of going after Goldcorp, instead of going after those who really represent the major risks in this country, you're giving mums and dads who are struggling in their businesses another impost.
Senator Reynolds, could I just remind you to address your remarks through the chair?
Yes, President. So let's have a look at what other businesses have said. So the Real Estate Institute of Australia refers to experiences overseas. So even if those opposite and the Attorney-General thinks, well, slugging mums and dad businesses in the local suburban shopping centres, $33,000 a year in new compliance costs might be a good idea here. Don't you think it would have been a good idea to check with the overseas experience in this? But no. The Real Estate Institute of Australia referred to recent experiences in New Zealand, where businesses have been slugged about the same cost, an extra $30,000 a year, and some up to $60,000 a year in implementation costs, in exchange for what? The government haven't identified what the benefit will be. The government hasn't identified that Mr Smith, the local lawyer in the local suburban business area, well, what's his risk? What is the benefit to him? What is the benefit to the community? There is none. So what they've said in New Zealand is that it doesn't work. There are no realisable benefits in terms of preventing money laundering and terrorism financing. So the Queensland Law Society highlighted some interesting overseas references to cost and impacts. So what they reported on is that these regulations that this government is implementing are so complicated that only 18 to 50% of entities will be able to fully comply with them anyway. So poor Mr Smith, who's trying to make his local accounting company work with all the other costs, will only be able to comply with 18 to 50% of the paperwork, despite spending the equivalent of 75%, this is in the UK now, of the annual UK defence budget on a futile attempt to do so. So in the UK, they tried this and they failed because it is too complicated, it is not risk-based, and it will further cripple businesses. So in the UK, the experience was also this, that despite the tens of thousands of hours spent in law firms on compliance, so all of these companies doing all of this extra compliance, only 0.29% of suspicious activity reports came from the UK legal profession. For all of that effort, for all of that crippling cost, there was almost zero extra reports, suspicious activity reports. So that was for lawyers. Now, in the UK also, in 2019-2020, 64% of UK law firms audited were found to be partially or fully non-compliant because they simply could not achieve what those opposites are now seeking to do on our own small businesses. So Merry Christmas to small businesses here in Australia, $30,000 extra for no net benefit to this country, and not stopping a single crime.
Expired. Senator Sharma, are you seeking the call?
Thank you, Acting President. This is another attack by the Albanese Labor government on small business, this piece of legislation, Acting President. It's the only way you can describe it, the Anti-Money Laundering Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill. This is at a time when small business is already struggling. We heard in the chamber here earlier this week that the insolvency rate is now 5.04%. That is 1 in 20 businesses in Australia are failing in a given year. That's a rate that's 25% higher than prior to the pandemic. We've heard from the Organisation of Small Business Associations, the umbrella group, COSBOA, that small businesses are under colossal pressure. They're complaining, rightly so, about increasing costs in energy, about increasing costs of insurance, about higher interest rates, complex industrial relations changes, declining household disposable income, and now this, a growing regulatory burden, because the Attorney General's Department, in its own analysis of this bill, assesses the regulatory burden, the compliance costs of this piece of legislation to be $13.9 billion over the next 10 years, which works out to $33,000 per year per small business with a turnover of up to $2 million in compliance costs. And the firms that are going to be hit by this are accountants, small law firms, real estate agents, some of the small businesses that collectively together employ over 5 million Australians, but also form the lifeblood of many communities, the heart of many small towns, cities, suburban shopping centres. The impact of this bill is quite colossal, and especially for the benefits, which are unclear and in many respects specious. There will be, on the department's own estimates, $84 million in extra costs for the financial services sector, $99 million in extra costs for the gambling services sector, $136 million in total in extra costs for bullion traders, digital currency exchanges, remitters and gemstone dealers, $1.36 billion in extra costs for providers of trust and company services, an extra $2.8 billion in costs for legal service providers. That includes small sole practitioners and small law firms, an extra $3.6 billion in costs for accountants, and staggeringly, an extra $5.9 billion in costs for the real estate sector. This is a colossal impost to be putting on small business at a time when the economy is weak, when small business is already struggling with the burdens of complexity in industrial relations, higher input prices and weak consumer demand. Now, the purpose of anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing legislation is sound, and fundamentally the regime that we are talking about amending today is and was a response to the September the 11th terrorist attacks of 2001. It was a Howard government initiative which has its roots in the international cooperative efforts to stem the flow of terrorist financing after the wake of that al-Qaeda terrorist attack. And in every term of government, coalition government since those attacks, we've worked to improve our anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing architecture to make sure that we crack down on areas where this sort of financing, or loopholes where this sort of financing can still be accessed and where loopholes can be exploited. So it was the coalition government in 2002 that criminalised terrorist financing as part of the criminal code and then moved money laundering offences into the criminal code. It was the coalition government in 2006 that introduced and passed the AML-CTF Act, conferring AUSTRAC, the regulatory agency, with the significant and far-reaching powers that it enjoys today. It was the coalition government in 2015 that led Australia through our last mutual evaluation process. And it was the coalition government that last upgraded this particular piece of legislation in 2017 to implement the first suite of changes from that process, from the mutual evaluation process. But here, Acting President, the case for urgency is not made, and the poor process that has underpinned the consideration of this legislation needs to be revisited. The committee process was truncated, it was abbreviated. The Senate has not had time to properly consider the implications of these changes or to consult with stakeholders. These bills that have been introduced and are now being requested to be passed as a matter of urgency, but the bill deals with matters which have been the subject of discussion for some time, and it's hard to make the case that in this last sitting day of this last sitting fortnight of this year that these bills should be making the guillotine. Given the size of the imposition that is being proposed here and the significant compliance burden, uncertainty and impact it will have on many small businesses across Australia, you would have thought that a higher degree of consultation and stakeholder management was warranted, but we have not had that in this case. The stakeholder reactions we have heard, though, have been uniformly negative. COSBOA, the organisation I mentioned before that represents small business and has said that small business is under colossal pressure, said that the Attorney-General's failure to follow best practice leaves the door open to cost confusion and compliance headaches to small business. The Real Estate Institute of Australia, whose members will be significantly impacted by this change, referred to the experience in New Zealand where real estate agents have been hit with additional costs between $30,000 and $60,000 in exchange for a public benefit that is diffuse at best and unquantified at worst. The Real Estate Institute of Queensland have significant concerns that they have expressed that the legislation is too complex and imposes a disproportionate burden on real estate agents and ultimately will add to the transaction costs of buying and selling a property. The Law Council of Australia, the peak law body of Australia, noted that the legal profession is already the most extensively regulated profession in Australia, and dual regulation of legal services remains an ongoing issue for the legal profession, not least because the increases in regulatory costs inevitably put upward pressure on the cost of legal services. Now, this will be an impost on small business, but ultimately who is going to pay? It will be the consumer of those services. It will be the family who are buying or selling a house. It will be the person who needs legal advice to deal with a civil matter, a commercial matter, a challenged will, a negligence case, whatever it might be. Ultimately, these costs are going to be passed on to them. And small firms in particular are likely to bear the brunt of this because these are the ones that do not have large compliance departments that usually have the sole proprietor or the owner or the family that owns them doing the books, doing the accounting, doing the compliance and whatnot. They are likely to really feel the impost of this, and many of these small businesses, often owned by people who are at or approaching retirement age, like in the accounting professions, like in the legal services professions, are quite likely to think that this is all becoming too hard. Now, in terms of the impact of this and how to assess it, we have seen, and the government has argued, that this impost on businesses is necessary to avoid the risk of grey listing. Now, grey listing is a term which means enhanced monitoring and scrutiny by the Financial Action Task Force, or the FATF, the international body that monitors money laundering and terrorism financing standards. And FATF, as it's known, puts a country under enhanced monitoring where it considers there are strategic deficiencies in its money laundering and terrorist financing framework. Grey listing is a serious concern, and Australia should take it seriously. I certainly take it seriously. But the government has not made the case for the risk, the imminence, the likelihood of grey listing. The government asserts that grey listing may be the outcome if we don't regulate tranche 2 entities. There's entities that are being proposed to be regulated under this bill. But how do we assess the risk of Australia being grey listed? Well, the government has been clear in its own analysis that the likelihood of being grey listed cannot be determined on the available evidence. So they have no idea about the likelihood. And if grey listing happens, there are a whole number of different scenarios the government looked at, and that's provided it happens, the risk of it happening. They assess the cost of those different scenarios ranging from between $560 million, $500 million, upwards to $10.7 billion. So a spread of $10 billion in variation if grey listing happens at all. But we know the costs of this regulatory burden are going to be at least $14 billion. That's been assessed, whereas the risks of grey listing are unknown and the cost to us of grey listing is significantly less than the regulatory burden that's likely to be imposed. When you've got a situation like this where the costs of regulation are clear and will be concentrated, I wish I could understand the joke, Senator S. Would you be happy to bring me into it later?
Order. Interjections are disorderly. Continue with your remarks, Senator Sharma.
Sorry, Chair. I just didn't want to miss out on whatever the humour was. When you've got a situation where the costs of this new set of regulations are quite clear and they are quite concentrated and they will hit small business especially hard, but the harm, if you like, that this bill is intending to prevent is unclear, unquantified, and even on the best estimate significantly less than the cost that will be imposed, you would think this would be a time to pause. And as I said, this is especially the case when small business faces the toughest environment it has in several decades. We've got small businesses reeling under the costs of higher energy, up 20% under this government, electricity and gas, reeling under the costs of higher insurance because of inflation pushing up the costs of inputs, higher interest rates, 12 successive rate rises, 4 percentage points higher, complex industrial relations changes, some 700-odd pages added to the Fair Work Act, difficult definitions for small businesses to interpret and manage around casual employees and the right to disconnect, and declining household disposable income, meaning consumers have less to spend on many small business services. We've seen, as we've heard again in the chamber this week, household disposable income in Australia has been the worst performer amongst any OECD or advanced economy since the end of the pandemic. From the first quarter of 2022 till now, household disposable income is down by about 8%. So if you're an average full-time earner on about $95,000 a year, you're taking home around $8,000 less in pay, which means you have $8,000 less to spend. And small businesses are feeling that. That is why we are seeing insolvency rates so high, 5% across the small business sector, as high as 8% in the hospitality sector, close to 6% in the construction sector, and COSBOA, the organisation of small businesses, has foreshadowed that those insolvency rates are likely to rise higher. So why at this time, when there is no urgency for action, when the costs of this piece of legislation are so large, when they are so concentrated, when it's small business that will be disproportionately impacted and feel the pinch of this, when it's accounting practices, small law firms, real estate agents that will be hit, when many of them are already grappling with complex industrial relations changes, when accountants, for instance, are only just avoided having a whole new set of requirements imposed upon them, which would have added to the regulatory burden and which many on the coalition side fought against. When all this is happening, small business is facing a perfect storm in many respects. Why are we rushing this piece of legislation through when the case is not well made? Why are we putting this impost on small businesses, which will ultimately feed through to their employees and the families they support and the communities they support and the sports teams they sponsor and the community organisations they invest in? Why are we doing that when the case for these changes has not been well made? I think the stakeholder reaction from not only from industry groups, of course they would speak out, you'd expect them to, but from groups like COSBOA, that looks after small businesses across the country, the Real Estate Institute, when you can look at overseas experience in New Zealand, when you hear from the Law Council of Australia urging that this piece of this amendment to this legislation should be better designed, should have better consultation, should take into account the impost that it's likely to have, and should provide them with some guidance about how they are potentially meant to meet these massive costs of compliance. This is, Deputy President, at the worst possible time, another attack on small business by the Albanese Labor government, at a time when the economy is reeling, when small business is suffering, when households, many of whom are small business owners, are under pressure, when businesses in the hospitality are failing at a rate of about 1 in 12, when businesses in the construction sector are failing at the rate of about 1 in 16, when things are getting worse. Why are we rushing this piece of legislation through, imposing this impost upon them and making their lives, and that of many Australians, so much harder?
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I will echo a lot of the comments of my colleague Senator Sharma there, because he was right. Why are we rushing this through? I mean, I thought the priorities of the Albanese government this week were a social media ban and electoral reform, but we haven't got those. Instead, we've got this poorly drafted, ill-considered anti-money laundering bill that has zero stakeholder support. It is just beggars belief that we're here. And in typical Labor fashion, we've got a bill that is so poorly drafted and that is high-level legislative rules that will require regulations that have not been drafted yet. So how can anyone be confident that the implementation will actually work? In fact, they can't be, because the Attorney General's Department is actually on the record noting that there is a lack of evidence in the context of the likely impact of these reforms and what it will have on the amount of money laundered in any year. So if the Attorney General's Department isn't even confident that these reforms will have an impact, what are we doing? Why aren't we taking the time to sit down with stakeholders, have the conversations, get the feedback, draft some regulations, understand how they will actually land on the ground, and then come back? Because as Senator Sharma rightly said, the Coalition is not against anti-money laundering laws or counter-terrorism financing. In fact, it was the Coalition that actually started this process following September 11. It was the Coalition that introduced the first tranche of the anti-money laundering counter-terrorism financing legislation in 2006. It was the Coalition that instigated a review of the AML-CTF Act in 2017. It was the Coalition that, after that sensible, considered, constructive review, put through the first amendments to this Act. And those amendments included civil penalties, with hundreds of millions of dollars imposed on Westpac, Commonwealth Bank and the Crown and Melbourne and Crown Perth. So the Coalition is clearly in favour of strong, robust anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing laws. What we're not in favour of is rushed and ill-conceived amendments that will, by and large, have a disproportionate impact on the suburbs and the regions and small business. And the regulatory costs of these proposed reforms alone will force many small businesses to close, and it will overwhelmingly happen in outside metropolitan areas. Because it has been estimated that the cost for a small business with turnover of up to $2 million will impose an additional cost to the business of over $33,000 per annum. $33,000. That is a staffer they can't employ, or bills they can't pay. That $33 million, it is now estimated, will impose a $13.9 billion cost on businesses over 10 years. $13.9 billion in regulatory costs. That is not productivity. In this cost of living crisis, with the pressures on inflation, you are putting additional costs on small businesses that will not deliver an ounce of increased productivity. And people wonder why we can't get away from this sticky inflation. It is because this government doesn't understand what productivity is, doesn't understand that their policies and their policy implementations that cost businesses, like their IR policies, that cost businesses and actually mean businesses are paying for things that hamper their productivity, is why we cannot shake the sticky inflation. And at the end of the day, what are the businesses that will pay these costs? Well, it's the accountants, my financial advisor, my accountant, it's my real estate agents, it's the real estate agents who manage sales and rentals, Albo's real estate agent, the Prime Minister's real estate agent, will have to pay these costs. Not at all. It is the country town lawyers who run small practices. Most country town lawyers, you know, they're sole traders. They run small practices in rural and regional Australia. These are the sorts of businesses that will be paying the bill, paying the price for this reform, and I use that term loosely, these amendments that has zero support. Because while every stakeholder absolutely supports efforts to combat money laundering, we've got the Law Council, we've got the Real Estate Institute, we've got COSBOA and others who are now all on the public record criticising this bill. COSBOA expressly noted that comments that I made before about the Attorney General's failure to follow best practice. They noted the Attorney General's failure to follow best practice by releasing an exposure draft. And they said the bill, as it stands, leaves the door open to costs, confusion and compliance headaches for small businesses. And yet again, the failure for adequate consultation is why we have another bill before this chamber that is not fit for purpose. There is a reason why we consult on important reforms and legislation. There is a reason why we use exposure drafts. There is a reason why we shouldn't be using non-disclosure agreements, but that's clearly this government's preferred practice. There are also concerns about the constitutionality of this bill. The former Justice of the High Court, Geoffrey Nettle KC, has said the bill is potentially unconstitutional in relation to barristers. And similar concerns have been raised in relation to solicitors. I mean, the concern is that essentially lawyers may be forced to report on their clients, but will not be able to tell their clients or even the court what they've done. Well, I thought we had lawyer-client confidentiality. So, another example of a poor bill drafted after poor consultation without getting adequate feedback. But, I mean, I guess the Attorney-General just thinks that small businesses, lawyers, solicitors are all aiding and abetting drug traffickers and cyber criminals. When the Real Estate Institute of Australia had a look, they referred to the experiences in New Zealand, where businesses have been slugged between $30,000 and $60,000 each in implementation costs in exchange for an unquantified public benefit. But maybe the Attorney-General thinks the Real Estate Institute also stands with terrorists and money launderers. So, clearly, this bill is a mess. This bill needs an awful lot more work. We did send it to a committee. The committee did review it, and the report and the views that were flushed out through that process helped firm up our position that this bill should not be supported in its current form. As I said from the outset, we are very much in support of strong anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing laws. We are the fathers of it. But that is no excuse to rush through a bill that has so many concerns, so many stakeholders worried about the actual impact, and that, I'm going to say it again, $13.9 billion cost to business without a single improvement in productivity. I would have thought after 2.5 years in government that the Albanese government would have learnt how to draft bills and how to have proper consultation and how to be able to get consensus, particularly on an issue such as this that should have bipartisan support. But the fact that we've got this error-laden bill that has legal and constitutional questions over it, that has the potential to cost small business an exorbitant amount of money, that has small businesses, even the Queensland Law Society has spoken out against this bill. And looking at other examples of what's happened overseas and compared that to what we've got before us. So Labor should actually be a bit embarrassed by the process that it's undertaken and by where we are today. And again, I ask the question, why are we talking about this bill? I thought you had other priorities this week, but you know, we are about to end this year's of Parliament. We're about to go on the Christmas recess, and I hope everyone has a very safe festive season as they go on their merry ways and celebrate whatever festivals they want to celebrate. And to think that this is the last bill that we are going to be properly debating, thanks to the guillotine motion, we can't have proper debate over a lot of the other bills that we'll be addressing tonight. This is the last bill we'll be properly debating when there were other such important priorities that Labor wanted us to be talking about. Clearly not. It just goes to show that this Labor government is disorganised, so disorganised they can't even get a bill drafted in a way that lands that people are confident about. We've got a shambolic government that is not focused, has been distracted, was distracted for the first 2 years of government by the Voice, and that's why they haven't yet learnt how to have proper consultation. They should have learnt from the voice. Talk to the grassroots. Talk to the people who will be impacted the most and actually listen. And then give clear, concise drafting instructions. Think about the regulations and how they will be rolled out and how they will be impacted. Get it right. Get it right, and you might get support. But as it stands, we cannot support this bill. There are too many flaws in it. So I urge the Senate to vote against it. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's been a day of highs and lows, I have to say, and it's very good to have the last remaining 2 and a bit minutes to reflect upon this debate, which after some very strong contributions earlier this afternoon has really had the coalition ending the week with not a bang but really a whimper. It's been like a sort of open mic session at a Trotskyite funeral the last hour and a half that I've been in here. Senator Shoebridge might have been to a few of those Trotskyite weddings or funeral events, but maybe no others of us have. But it was very reminiscent of that. I think it is good to see some members of the coalition following Senator McGrath's injunction to be early adopters of AI, because it's hard to understand some of the contributions without that. What we've seen from the coalition this afternoon is the anti-money laundering proposition. The anti-money laundering proposition. The people who this piece of legislation will hurt are bikies, drug traffickers, arms smugglers, terrorists, sex traffickers, dark web crypto criminals, funders of Russian and North Korean bot factories. Who does money laundering really hurt in the end? It hurts ordinary Australians. It hurts small businesses. It hurts families. And the extravagant claims that have been made by the coalition in this place about the impact of regulation in this area cannot be believed. Cannot be believed. But I just say this, that the idea, as Senator Sharma, who was, I think, auditioning for a new role this afternoon after we heard the unhappy news of Senator Birmingham's retirement, that grey listing for Australia's economy would somehow be a preferential outcome than dealing with money laundering is an utterly scandalous position. And it shows how reckless and how arrogant Peter Dutton's coalition really is. The consequences
Thank you, Senator Ayres. It's time. Senators, pursuant to order agreed to earlier today, the time for consideration of various bills has expired. After I put the question before the chair on the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024, I will then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bills. The question is that the bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Act 2006 and repeal the Financial Transactions Reports Act 1988 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with the amendment circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny Bills Committee and the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. Am I doing a supplementary?
Thank you, Minister Wong.
If I may. In addition, I table a supplementary EM relating to the government's amendments to be moved to this bill.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the government amendments on sheet ZB 355 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that government amendments on sheet ZB 355 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that amendments on sheet 3204 circulated by the Australian Greens be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3204 circulated by the Australian Greens be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network. The question is that amendments on sheet 3066 circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that amendment on sheet 3066 circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Act 2006 and repeal the Financial Transaction Reports Act 1988 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill of 2024. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the Sydney Airport Demand Management Act 1997 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment, starting with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3169 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 3169 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the Jackie Lambie Network. The question is that the Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheet 3020 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. I only heard one voice, Senator Lambie. Senator Pocock, you can't be voting from up there. Yeah, well, that is voting, Senator Pocock. I'll put it again. Senators, we have a long night ahead of us. I would ask that you pay attention. You need more than one voice to have a division. The question is that the Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheet 3020 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. Division required? Division required? The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to. Senator Pocock?
Noted for that one.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
For an act to amend the Sydney Airport Demand Management Act 1997 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill of 2024. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that opposition amendments on sheet 3214 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. The question is that opposition amendments on sheet 3214 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. 28 ayes and 31 noes. The matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024 and two related bills. The question is that these bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Tax Imposition Bill 2024, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges, Consequential Provisions and Other Matters Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, circulated by the Government. I understand the Minister has a document to table.
I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to the Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, and I'd just like to thank Senator Hume for working with me on this.
Thank you. The question is that government amendments on sheet PC 126 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Bill 2024, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges Tax Imposition Bill 2024, Commonwealth Entities Payment Surcharges, Consequential Provisions and Other Matters Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment Responsible Buy Now, Pay Later and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the Capital Works Build to Rent Misuse Tax Bill 2024. I will first deal with the second reading amendments. Yes, Senator Ruston.
President, I would ask for the bills to be voted on separately.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to split the bills. So the question is that the Treasury Laws... I'm advised that because of the order we agreed to earlier, the Minister needs to move the second reading. Minister.
Move that the bill be read a second time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Oh, beg your pardon. I'm putting the second reading amendment. So this is the amendment, the opposition's amendment on sheet 2756. So no, I've got 2756. I'll just call the clerk and we'll have a look. I'm advised that the hard copy says 2756. If you're happy for me to proceed.
The amendment. Can we just confirm that they are the same thing?
Yeah, I'll get the clerk to read the amendment.
At the end of the motion, add, but the Senate calls on the government to align Australia's non-aggregated country-by-country reporting jurisdictions list with the EU list of non-cooperative jurisdictions and provide further detail on how jurisdictions will be listed or delisted from the non-aggregated country-by-country reporting jurisdictions list, and how the Commissioner of Taxation's discretionary power to exempt entities from the country-by-country reporting regime will operate.
So the hard copy of this amendment is marked 2756 and we're in agreement. That is the amendment we're dealing with now. So the question is that that amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that opposition amendment on sheet 2756 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint, I'll just wait a moment, Senator Cadell. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I can confirm that the Greens will be proceeding with this amendment, so I move the amendment number 322 on sheet 3223, which is the Greens' second reading amendment.
So thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is that the motion as the second reading amendment is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. So when? Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment as circulated by the Australian Greens be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment, Responsible Buy Now, Pay Later and Other Measures Bill 2024. Capital Works Bill to Rent Misuse Tax Bill 2024.
I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
Do indeed. I table two supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments to be moved to the Treasury Laws Amendment, Responsible Buy Now, Pay Later and Other Measures Bill 2024.
Thank you. So we're now dealing with sheet UD 108, number 2, which is items 14 and 15 of Schedule 1. It's a government amendment. So the first question is that Schedule 7 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say items 14 and 15 of Schedule 1 and Schedule 7 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that government amendments UD 10. So the question is that items 14 and 15 of Schedule 1 and Schedule 7 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart, Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The next question is that the remaining government amendment on sheet UD 108 and the amendments on sheet PC 122 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining government amendments on sheet UD 108 and the amendments on sheet PC 122 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, with the concurrence of the Senate, I shall incorporate in the Hansard a statement from the Chair of Committees, Senator McLaughlin, on the framing of government amendments to the bill. If there is no objection, it is so ordered. The Chair of Committees has ruled that the government amendments be dealt with as amendments rather than requests. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the opposition. As these amendments were not circulated within the required time frame, they can only be considered by leave. Are you seeking leave, Senator Ruston?
I'm seeking leave to move the amendments.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Ruston.
I move the amendments on sheet 2752 revised and 2753 revised.
So the question is that the amendments as moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 2752 revised and 2753 revised as moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Goodell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Canavan, are you racing back to your seat to seek leave? Senator David Pocock.
Note my support for 2753.
Sure. Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Could I also seek leave to move amendments on sheet 3233?
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator
Okay, well,
Canavan.
I move my amendment on sheet 3233 as circulated.
So the question is that the motion as moved, the amendment as moved by Senator Canavan on sheet 3233 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Ring division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Canavan on sheet 3233 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Giccone as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. Senator Kim, are you still going ahead with those amendments?
Thank you, President. No, I seek leave to withdraw the Australian Greens Committee of the Whole amendments.
I believe leave is granted. Senator McKim. So I'm assuming that is sheets 2727, 2730 and 2732.
That's correct, President.
Thank you. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. As these amendments were not circulated within the required time frame, they can only be considered by leave. Is Senator Roberts seeking leave? You need to dash over to your spot. Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move it.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Roberts.
I move the amendment on sheet 2836.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 2836 revised as moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Goodell as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Yes, that is true. I'll just... Question is that, so the opposition have asked a while ago for the bills to be split, so I'm just going to find the bills. So it's Treasury Laws Amendment, responsible buy now, pay later and other measures. So the remaining stages of that be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And the second bill... And the second bill, for the remaining stages of that bill to be put, which is the Capital Works Build to Rent Misuse Tax Bill of 2024, those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the Capital Works Build to Rent Misuse Tax Bill of 2024 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment Responsible Buy Now, Pay Later and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the Capital Works Bill to Rent Misuse Tax Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Crimes Amendment Strengthening the Criminal Justice Response to Sexual Violence Bill of 2024. When the bill was last considered, the Committee of the Whole had agreed to Government Amendments 1 to 8, 10 to 13 and 15 to 21 on sheet TM 121 and proposed item 24C in Amendment 9. I will now put the questions on the remaining amendments. The question is that Government Amendments 14 and the remainder of the Government Amendment 9 on sheet TM 121 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the opposition. So the question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 2942 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 2942 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Oh, sorry, Ciccone. Order. There being 27 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is negated. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that Senator Thorpe's amendments on sheet 2584 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Crimes Act 1914 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Family Law Amendment Bill 2024. I will first deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3099 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. No, there's no debate, Senator McKim. There's no debate. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3099 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to family law and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment, starting with the amendment circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
Thank you, President. I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Family Law Amendment Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny Bills Committee, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights and the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. And I table the supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to this bill.
Thank you, Minister. The first question is that Schedule 3, Section 102BG in Item 31 and Division 2 of Part 5 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. The question now is that Government Amendments 1 to 25 and 28 to 35 on sheet QL114 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to family law and for related purposes.
I have received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024 and 2 related bills for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I move that these bills be now read a first time, and I table a revised explanatory memoranda relating to 2 of the bills.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister that the bills be now read a first time, be agreed to. Those of that opinion, the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024.
The bills will now be taken together with the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and a related bill. Prior to today, Senator David Pocock moved a second reading amendment relating to the Future Made in Australia 2024 bill and a related bill. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator David Pocock on sheet 2870 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The next question is that the second reading amendment circulated by Senator Van on sheet 2868 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. The noes have it. The question now is that these bills be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that these bills now be read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Giacone as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
In Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Bill number 1, 2024.
Thank you. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, starting with the amendments circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has a document to table.
Thank you, President. I table supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments to the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments number 1 Bill 2024.
Thank you. The question is that government amendments on sheet SK 126 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question... The question is that the government amendments on sheet SK 126 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. The first question is that clause 11A stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining Senator Pocock amendments on sheet 2872 and the amendments on sheet 2871, 2901 and 2997 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Van. The question is that clause 13 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining Senator Van amendments on sheet 2880 and 2881 and the amendments on sheet 2878 and 2879 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that Senator Thorpe amendments sheet 2906, 2907, 2930, 2931, 2932 and 3028 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments to the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments number 1 Bill 2024, starting with the amendments circulated by the government. The question is that the government amendments on sheet SK 127 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that government amendments on sheet SK 127 revised be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is, Senator McKim.
It's just on indulgence, if I could just ask, it's my understanding that this amendment is identical in terms to the amendment that we've just passed on sheet SK 127, as they were both circulated within a couple of minutes of each other, this amendment by the Australian Greens and SK 127 by the government. If that is the case, then I will seek leave to withdraw this amendment, but I'd just like it confirmed, if possible, that it is identical in terms.
Thank you, Senator McKim, and we are talking about the Greens amendments on sheet 3232. I'll just check with the clerk. I am advised by the clerk that they do look identical to the clerk. If you're happy to proceed on that basis, Senator Kim.
I seek leave to withdraw the Australian Greens amendment.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator McKim. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that item 13 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those in favour say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Coney as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Number 1 Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Universities Accord National Student Ombudsman Bill of 2024. I will first deal with the second reading amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that opposition amendment on sheet 3071 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Sorry? You're just recording. We're just recording the opposition's opposition to Senator Waters, were you seeking the call? No. Okay. Okay. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Ombudsman Act 1976 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the opposition. So the question is that opposition amendments on sheet 3027 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Ombudsman Act 1976 and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment, Fairer for Families and Farmers and Other Measures Bill 2024 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be read a... Oh, beg your pardon. Yes, could you record the opposition's opposition, please? I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the cessation of the Registries Modernisation Program, Information and Safety Standards, Housing Australia, Industry Codes, Taxation, Corporations, Financial Services, and Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers, and for other purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 3229 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Ruston, record again. Thank you. We can record the opposition. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the cessation of the Registry's Modernisation Program, Information and Safety Standards, Housing Australia, Industry Codes, Taxation, Corporations, Financial Services and Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers, and for other purposes.
I will now deal with the Superannuation Objective Bill 2023. I will deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 2863 be agreed to. The question, those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act relating to the objective of superannuation and for related purposes.
I shall now deal with Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 2507 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 2507 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock for the ayes and Senator Askew for the noes. Order. There being 5 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act relating to this objective of superannuation and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment Reserve Bank Reforms Bill 2023. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone for the ayes and Senator Askew for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to the Reserve Bank of Australia and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the Greens. The question is that in Schedule 1, items 2 and 4 to 6 and Part 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Yeah, have a look. Lock the doors. The question is that in Schedule 1, items 2 and 4 to 6 and Part 2 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Giacone as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. The question is that Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 3231 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Gicconi as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
To amend the law in relation to the Reserve Bank of Australia and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Customs Tariff Amendment Incorporation Proposals and Other Measures Bill 2024. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Communications Legislation Amendment Regional Broadcasting Continuity Bill of 2024. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2754 and 2755 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 2754 and 2755 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Senator Payman, there's a count on. You should not be walking around. Order. There being 15 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Crown References Amendment Bill 2023. I will first deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the opposition amendments on sheet 2344 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 2261 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Okay. All right. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 2261 be agreed to. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2428 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Senator Ruston.
Oh, sorry, Senator Ruston. Recorded. Yes, thank you. Please record the opposition's opposition. I call the clerk.
A A bill for an act to amend legislation so as to update certain references associated with the Crown and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 2453 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Ruston, would you like to record your opposition? Thank you. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation so as to update certain references associated with the Crown and for related purposes.
Senator McLaughlin and I are just swapping out. So I'll just wait for Senator McLaughlin. Yeah. Yeah.
From the top?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Customs Amendment ASEAN Australia New Zealand Free Trade Area Second Protocol Implementation and Other Measures Bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time. For a first time. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Amendment Bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill now be read a first time. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Act 2010 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Midwife Professional Indemnity Commonwealth Contribution Scheme Act 2010 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment 2024 Tax and Other Measures No. 1 Bill 2024. The question is that this bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with amendments circulated by the opposition. Senator Ruston.
Deputy President, could I please withdraw Amendment 322 or sheet 3221, standing in the name of the opposition?
Sorry, I didn't. Is leave granted? Yes, it is. Is leave granted? Yes. This is 3221. Senator Ruston? It is. Senator Pocock?
Deputy President, I seek leave to withdraw sheet 3217.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I now put the question is now that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2024, first dealing with the second amendments circulated by the opposition. So this is on sheets 3163 and 3227. The question is that the opposition amendments on sheets 3163 and 3227 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Bring the bills 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the opposition amendments... No, I'll put the question, but I'll... All right. The question is that the opposition amendments on sheets 3163 and 3227 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Wendy. Honourable Senators, Clerk, can I have the result? It went out. 37 ayes. There being 37 ayes and 17 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Yes, Senator Shoebridge.
Could I just have the minutes record that because we wanted an efficient process, we didn't split those two, but the Greens do not support 3227.
Yes, it will be recorded that the Greens did not support 3227.
Thank you.
The question now is that the Senator Pocock.
Please could I note my support for 3227?
All right, it is noted. All right, I'm about to put another question. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to privacy and the criminal law and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with amendments circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
Thank you. I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment to Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee and the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. And I also table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to government amendments to be moved to this bill.
We come to sheet RZ 120. The question is that the government amendments on... Oh, sorry, Senator Ruston.
Could I ask that amendments on sheet RZ 120 be separated and put separately? Amendments 1 to 14 put separately to amendments 15 to 35.
So the chamber is aware I'll be splitting that question on sheet RZ 120. I'll be putting the first question that the government amendments on sheet RZ 120 1 to 14 be agreed to, and then I'll be going 15 to 35. Is everyone clear? I put the question that the government amendments on sheet RZ 120 1 to 14 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Next question. The question is that the government amendments on sheet RZ 120 15 to 35 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the government amendments on sheet RZ 120 15 to 35 be agreed to. Those for the question passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. There being 30 ayes and 26 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by the opposition. We're coming to sheet 31442. The question is that Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. It's just a bit hard to know what you're doing when you come with it. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the question is the Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. We're endorsed. Honourable Senators, there being 30 ayes and 26 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. This means that the opposition amendments on sheet 3144 cannot be moved, and we're now coming to the Australian Greens amendments. So we're now on sheets 3016, 3017 and 3018 in the name of the Australian Greens. I'm putting the question. The question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheets 3016 revised, 3017 revised and 3018 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheets 3016 revised, 3017 revised and 3018 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Yeah. Honourable Senators, there being 12 ayes and 22 noes, it's passed in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes. And Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Do you want me to start again? I'll just give you a moment to organise the whipping sheets.
How are you, Deputy President?
I'm going to put the question again. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Yeah, I'm voting. Honourable Senators, there being 31 ayes and 23 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Clerk.
In the other order. Oh, really? A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to privacy and the criminal law and for related purposes.
Honourable Senators, I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the surveillance legislation confirmation of application Bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill now be read a first time. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to confirm the application of surveillance device and related legislation and for related purposes.
The question, Minister.
Sorry, I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the surveillance legislation confirmation of application Bill 2024.
Thank you, Minister. I intend to put the second reading question and the remaining parts of the bill. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to confirm the application of surveillance device and related legislation and for related purposes.
I will deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024. The question is that this bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Migration Amendment Bill 2024 and two other bills, starting with the second reading amendments. So we come to sheet 2619, standing in the name of One Nation. Turning to the second reading amendment circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation, the question is that the Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendment on sheet 2619 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. I did hear voices. Division required? Division required. Bring the bills. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendment on sheet 2619 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 3 ayes and 32 noes, it's passed in the negative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. This is sheet 2500. The question is that the Senator Thorpe amendment on sheet 2500 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Pocock.
Deputy President, I seek leave to withdraw amendments on sheet 2495.
And that leaves 3168, which you wish me to put to the Senate. The question is that Senator David Pocock's amendment or amendments on sheet 3168 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 3168 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 14 ayes and 24 noes, it's passed in the negative. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. This is sheet 3228. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3228 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3228 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes, Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 12 ayes and 26 noes, it's passed in the negative. The question now is that these bills now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that these bills now be read a second time. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. Appointed as teller for the ayes, Senator Ciccone. Teller for the noes, Senator McKim. Honourable Senators, there being 25 ayes and 13 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Clerk.
Migration Amendment Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to the Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024, starting with amendments circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has documents to table. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Migration Amendment Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee, and I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to the Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024.
We come to sheet SV 105. The question is that the government amendments on sheet SV 105 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is that the government amendments on sheet SV 105 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. Appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. There being 26 ayes and 12 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. This is sheet 2491. The question is that the Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendments on sheet 2491 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. This is sheet 2597. The first question is that in Schedule 1, items 2 and 4 and subsection 199C, subsection 5, and sections 199E, 199F, and 199G in item 3 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. We now come to the second question. The question now is that the remaining Senator Thorpe amendments on sheets 2597 and 2605 and the amendments on sheets 2533, 2551, 2552, 2553, 2554, 2557 and 2596 be agreed to? Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. This is sheets 2494 and 2522. The first question is that the following stand as printed. In Schedule 1, subsection 199E2 in item 3. In Schedule 2, items 3 to 9. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The next question is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheets 2492, 2493, 2497, 2520, 2521, 2602, 2603 and 2604 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. I will deal now with Committee of the Whole amendments to the Migration Amendment Bill 2024, starting with the amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock. So we're coming to sheet 3166. The first question is that the Senator David Pocock amendments on sheets 3166 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. We now come to sheet 3167. The question is that Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. We come to sheet 3177. The question is that items 6 to 9 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The next question is that the remaining Senator Thorpe amendments on sheet 3177 and the amendments on sheets 3173, 3174, 3175 and 3176 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. I will now deal with Committee of the Whole amendments to the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in immigration detention facilities Bill 2024, circulated by Senator David Pocock. We're on sheet 3213. The question is that section 252BB in item 19 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. We now come to sheet 3213. The question is that the remaining Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 3213 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bills be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bills be agreed to and that the bills be now passed. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes, and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there have been 26 ayes and 13 noes. It's resolved in the affirmative. Senators, that concludes consideration. Clerk.
Migration Amendment Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day, Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Question to be put on the second reading amendments and the second reading immediately.
Honourable Senators, there are two second reading amendments. The first one is standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, and the second reading amendment, we are now on the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill. Senator McKim.
Senator Schubert.
Senator Schubert, I understand from the clerk that we're now under a previous order. We're going straight into the questions of second reading and then dropping into committee. So I have two second reading amendments, one standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young and then one standing in the name of Senator Roberts. I intend to put both those and then the substantive question. Put the question that the second reading amendments moved by Senator Hanson-Young be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division is required. Ring the bells. I'm going to give it 4 minutes. No, it's 4 minutes.